On today's edition of the Locked On Eagles podcast, you already know what's going on. It's time for the 2024 NFL Draft. We're going to be with you throughout the entire first round, starting now up until the end of the draft.
You are Locked On Eagles, your daily Philadelphia Eagles podcast, part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
I can't believe we've made it. What's up, everybody? Welcome in live to the Locked On Eagles podcast, part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day. Thanks so much for making us your first watch and listen Monday through Friday. Today is the start of the 2024 NFL Draft 2024. The first round begins in an hour. I'm fired up, Gino. I cannot wait. Year 6 of doing this live, and we thank everybody for tuning in. It's going to be a memorable night no matter what, whether it's because they make us all happy and draft a corner, trading up, or make us all mad, or at least me, taking an offensive lineman. I don't think this is going to be one of those drafts, Gino, where we're just like, okay, like, it is what it is. I just do not think that's what we're going to get into.
We have Howie Roseman as our general manager, thankfully, and the crazy thing is, Lou, this guy has been the general manager since 2010, and just doing any deep dive on his draft classes, you look at it and sometimes you're like, this guy is a freaking genius. And then other classes, you're looking at it like, what the hell is this guy doing? But at the same time, one thing you will always be is on the edge of your toes when you're watching the Philadelphia Eagles when it comes to the draft. Our first year was Andre Dillard.
Yeah, that was like the draft where we're like, okay, whatever. That was the last time I feel like that happened. Yeah, it was the first one, and ever since then, it's gotten, I think, more and more memorable. Even if it was kind of embarrassing, like my reaction to the Jalen Reagor pick, it was very positive, but looking back, it's like very cringy.
That's why we do this, though. We do it 5 times a week, and this is the culmination of what we do. And I can't believe it's here. For one, for two, I think the Eagles are going to be picking a lot sooner than 22, man. And that's why I've been kind of fired up all day to where it's like, can we just finally get here? And this is like Christmas Eve, but you're awake waiting for Christmas morning rather than being asleep, right? And you've done countless mock drafts. We've done a billion of them over at Locked On Eagles. And you've heard all the quotes from everybody, Daniel Jeremiah and Todd McShay, and you've read all of the mock drafts. And guess what? Absolutely none of it matters, because in an hour from now, the GMs, the 32 guys in power, are going to script the best reality television in the entire world. This is the best night of TV when it comes to entertainment and sports. Vince McMahon, eat your heart out when it comes to World Wrestling Entertainment. This is true entertainment, folks. People from around the globe tune in to watch guys have their name called on a card. How insane
it is crazy how popular it's gotten, but I think it is totally justified. The drama is unbelievable, and not just from an Eagles perspective, Gino, because I think one thing, as you mentioned, we've been saying this on the show for months, one thing you can guarantee about this unpredictable draft is that Howie Roseman is not going to sit tight at 22, and I can't imagine it's in the form of a trade down. He's moving up the board, and everybody's reporting that. Some people are saying it's for an offensive lineman. Some are saying, a lot are saying it's for a cornerback, and I'm definitely getting my hopes up here. I'm going to be devastated if it's not for a corner at this point. Some are saying it's for a wide receiver or a tight end. The fact of the matter is Howie's going to be aggressive. I don't know if he's getting all the way up to 12 with the Denver Broncos, but I think he's getting inside that 15 to 20 range. But it's not just, again, the Eagles, like the entire NFL. After the first 2 picks or first 3, I think it's going to be Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Drake May. After that, when Arizona's on the clock, man, it's let the games begin. Mad Max Fury Road, just total chaos is going to break loose. And especially this year, I don't know, this year just feels like it's going to be way more chaotic and unpredictable compared to years past.
The draft is going to start after Marvin Harrison Jr. is picked at 4.
But even so, Arizona could move down, Gino, for a team that wants J.J. McCarthy.
If they move out of Marvin Harrison Jr., I think that's an insane move.
But what if they move to 6 with the New York Giants and then they get Malik Neighbors or Harrison Jr. there?
So then what would have to happen? You think the Giants are going to move up for a quarterback? You think they're going to...
Hilariously enough, they're going to take Daniel Jones 2.0 and J.J. McCarthy. Yeah, I hope so.
That would be great for us. I think that would be good for business.
And the Chargers at 5, they probably take one of the receivers or they take Joe Alt.
J.C. Latham has had some rumblings lately.
I've seen that.
Them going.
Is he this year's version of, like, what was it, Andrew Thomas, who was surprisingly the first tackle off the board the
much
1 year?
cleaner prospect than that.
Sure.
That's for sure. But
like a guy that you thought maybe was like the fourth or fifth tackle off the board suddenly is or like maybe the Cleveland Farrell of this draft.
Make the analogy. And I think it's going to start there because either one, you're going to see a team like the New York Giants want to trade up. And if you're going to bet anything tonight before we get started over at FanDuel, I would say like all of the quarterback overs. If you're gonna be in favor of anything, Lou, it's like more quarterbacks are going.
Is it at 6?
More often than not? Yeah, I think it's at 6 right now, and you could guarantee 4 in the top 5 picks probably.
Sounds like Penix could go top 15, maybe even as high as 13 to the Raiders.
For the Eagles, that's what you are hoping. You are hoping as many quarterbacks
offense. Quarterbacks, receivers, let the run start early. And for me, depends on who you are, I want offensive tackles to go as well. Get Joe Alt off the board, Troy Fatanu or Olu Fashanu, Talise Fuyaga, just a combination of those guys, J.C. Latham. Get those guys off the board and bump those defensive prospects down. Get Terrion Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell in striking distance. And, Gino, there's been years where I think my heart got in the way and I started to believe what I wanted to happen was going to happen.
Rager. Yeah, no kidding. Wait, can we pause for a second?
Sure,
Imagine us having the Jalen Rager conversation in today's draft. How far removed are we from scouting that type of prospect, right? Where you're like, oh, the unknown. We're like, no, we want to have something that we know is going to come in right away and be the guy. Sorry, that was just a little.
No, you're good for sure. And I think when you look at the Eagles this year, though, what I really want to happen, this isn't the pipe dream of 2019 when I wanted Josh Jacobs to go to the Eagles in round 1. They weren't going to ever take a running back in the first round. This isn't the year where we wanted Patrick Queen in the first round. Got news for you, folks. I'm really sorry. I'd love if they traded down today for Edgerrin Cooper if they didn't get a corner. It's not going to happen. To trade up for a cornerback is not, although Howie Roseman has never taken a corner in the first round his entire career, has only taken 1 second rounder in Sidney Jones back in 2017, we do know he values that position a lot. If J.C. Horn or Patrick Surtain would have fell down in 2021, you don't think he would have considered that? I think for sure. So I don't think this is a pipe dream, and there's a lot of prominent people saying they're doing their work at corner. Tony Pauline, Daniel Jeremiah. I mean, the list goes on and on.
The one thing that you can guarantee is that the Eagles are going to come away with a prospect at a position that they value highly, which correlates with the strength of this class, Lou, and why you're hearing the reports of them wanting to move up from one of the offensive linemen potentially, or one of the cornerbacks, is because they see those guys as true game changers right away. And we've had the discussion on prior shows. How many true first-round picks are there in a class? Diana Rossini of The Athletic said today that teams after the 15th pick see that value dropping off. So I completely understand why Howie Roseman wants to go and potentially get a Troy Fatanu in a really good tackle class. And Quinyon Mitchell and Terrion Arnold, Lou, people have been saying, oh, those guys aren't true game changers. Well, guess what? You have to take a shot sometimes. You can't just sit there, like we have said, and wait 20 years between the time that you take a corner in the first round and then go and take one literally 2 decades later. It could be another year yet again, but at a stacked position like offensive line and 2 really good guys at the cornerback position, if they're moving into the top 15, that's what it has to be for.
Yeah, and look, I'm going to get into this now because, look, if we need to prepare for it, because it could absolutely happen. The Eagles take trenches more than anything in the first 2 rounds.
You need to prepare for it. I'm prepared for it.
Yeah. I'm not going to be happy. And look, there's been years that I can rationalize it. I didn't love the Andre Dillard pick in 2019. I could get behind it. At some point, Gino was able to talk me down and understand the Landon Dickerson pick or Cam Jurgens in round 2 of 2022. Like, even Jordan Davis selection, again, I wanted Kyle Hamilton or Trent McDuffie. I got it. I eventually understood. This year, I just think it would be crazy overkill. I know eventually you want to replace Lane Johnson. I know you want to be deep on the offensive line. I know it's a really good tackle class, but I would just think it's overkill because Lane Johnson, it sounds like Brian Baldinger today said he thinks, talking to Lane, he can play another 2 to 3 to heck even 4 more years. And I'm not about to burn an entire rookie contract on a backup. I just think it's overkill when you're spending $63 million a year on 3 top 10 contracts in Landon Dickerson, Jordan Mailata, and Lane Johnson. Your other 2 starters were early day 2 picks in Cam Jurgens and Tyler Steen. I'm not ready to just keep diving into the trenches because even if that player like Troy Fatanu can play guard waiting for Lane to eventually retire, then Tyler Steen's rotting on the bench, and I'm a Tyler Steen guy. So it just feels redundant and it just feels like overkill.
That's the thing. Like, if you look at the depth chart, who automatically gets bumped down if you're to draft one of those offensive linemen? It's Tyler Steen, who was a premium pick for you last
He was going to be a second rounder if you didn't trade down. He was the first pick in the 3rd round only because you moved down a little bit. You would have took him on, earlier.
And you played him in meaningful minutes for this team last year. He looked the part and then some. He's a versatile piece for you. I get wanting to go out and get a premier guy. I totally get it. Like, yeah, how awesome is that you could go from Lane Johnson to potentially one of these guys and do what you have done at left tackle, where you went from Trey Thomas to Peters to now Jordan Mailata. I get the idea of that. I totally do. But at the same time, you have the best position coach in all of football in any respective league, and arguably the best position coach on the planet when it comes to Jeff Stoutland, who took a guy in Jordan Mailata who quite literally had never seen a football field and never taken a snap and made him $100 million man.
And every starter up front that's a star, none of them are first-round picks except for Lane Johnson. It's not like they've ever built it. The one time they tried this with Andre Dillard, it actually didn't work out. I'm not saying you don't take linemen in the first round. I'm not saying eventually don't take a day 1 guy to replace Lane. Do it, though, when Lane retires. Like, I'm not scared of starting a rookie early on. It's 2024. Not everybody has to be redshirted for 3 years to be ready.
Chance Warmack took snaps in the Super Bowl. Chance Warmack. Halapoulivaati Vaitai was your left tackle.
And there's been too many years where you take a guy to eventually replace Jason Kelsey or Jason Peters or Lane Johnson, and you're waiting year after year because those guys still have so much left in the tank, and then it just feels like you kind of wasted that pick on somebody that's caught in a logjam. So if you knew Lane Johnson was retiring next year, it'd be a totally different conversation. But I don't think this is Lane's last year. Even if he had 2 more years left in him, I'm still not taking that player in round 1. So that's where I stand with this. And also, I'm a little nervous that if the Eagles did play a Fatanu or a Fuyaga at right guard and he had success, that they wouldn't end up moving him. And then you just draft another guard that didn't end up replacing Kelsey or Lane.
It would be the same cycle over and over again. And
at
some point, you kind of just have to draw a line in the sand and say, this is it.
And guard play is important, but not to the point where you're investing this much in it. Like, come on.
If you're in that room and you're hearing these position coaches and it's like, who is the guy that you're going to trust his opinion the most? I get it, Howie Roseman. You're probably going to listen to Jeff Stoutland more than anybody. But at the same time, you have found the Isaac Seyamalus, who he has turned into a premier type of player. And you found the Jordan Mailatas, and you found the Halapoulivaati Vaitais. Have you found a premier corner via the draft? No. Have you taken a swing on a premier corner in the draft? No. Outside of Lane, which technically wasn't even Howie Roseman's pick, that was first year Chip Kelly, this team does a pretty good job, man. Like, they do a good job developing offensive line talent. And testament to Jeff Stoutland, it's a hard thing to do. Teams are looking all around the globe to try and find these guys. So why just overinvest at that position? I get wanting to have the continuity, but at the same time, it's a 53-man roster for a reason. And this guy potentially might not play for a year or two. I'm with you.
And I get wanting to have depth, like John Finn Jr. writes in ESP, talked about how thin they are up front and how you want to add depth. Like, I totally agree with that take. Like, I'm not saying the Eagles, they lost a lot of depth. They lost Jason Kelsey. They lost Sua Opeta. They lost Jack Driscoll. You only replace those 3 with Matt Hennessy, who was a good player, I think, as a backup, who was supposed to start for the Falcons last year. I realize they only have like 1 or 2 prominent backup offensive linemen right now. But I'm not taking a backup on day 1. I'm sorry. Like, as you just mentioned, Gino, Jeff Stoutland does a really good job of, even the Matt Pryors of the world, was a serviceable backup. I can get that guy with that 120th pick, or I'm not even saying don't take a second round tackle or guard, Heck, if you give me a corner on day one
all year long.
And that's how they got Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens. If you give me a corner on day one, hell, take at 50 or 53 or both, take a lineman. I don't even care. I'm just saying you don't have to do it in the first round every single year. It's okay to invest just one prominent asset into a different position from the draft. It's okay. I'm not even saying switch up your entire philosophy. It's smart to do what they normally do with the trenches, how heavily they invest in it, but it doesn't mean every asset has to be towards that position. There are other important positions on the roster. As we saw in 2022, there's a reason one of the best years you've ever had came as a result of having multiple all-pro corners, safeties, linebackers. Those positions do matter too.
As much as we say that linebacker doesn't matter on this show, it kind of did after the last.
Edwards and White were very instrumental to a Super Bowl run.
Without a doubt. And you get back into that conversation, and I love to bring this up, of the variance between the very good years of the secondary and the very poor years in the secondary.
Right.
Especially at corner and safety. You've come so far from having Leotis McKelvin and Bradley Fletcher and Kerry Williams.
Spit on my drink hearing those names. Terrible.
Do you ever want to get back into that situation? The thing is, you
were there last year. We were in that situation a year ago.
That's why I'm bringing this up, is because you thought after 2015, it's like you have seen the worst of the worst at this position. There's no way somebody that could view this position and Howie Roseman and could suffer that trauma of watching this position group could not want to invest multiple assets at this position and multiple high assets. And what did he do? He picked Sidney Jones and Rasul Douglas in one class, and he picked Keely Ringo last year. But outside of that, I mean, Kevon Wallace was an investment. Didn't really work out. Sidney Brown, we're going to see. Corner is one of those positions that they have not hit on in the first round since the days of Bobby Taylor and Lito Shepherd and Sheldon Brown.
I was 5 years
Troy
old.
Vincent.
You couldn't even remember that, Lou. No, I was in kindergarten. I liked Spider-Man, and that's about it the last time the Eagles took a cornerback on day one. But I believe, Gino, they could do it tonight, and I think they will because unlike safety and linebacker, Howie has invested a lot of resources in this position. It's just been through other avenues. Like he even said in his press conference, the numbers are the numbers. He hasn't done it early in the draft, but he did trade for Darius Slay. He did trade for Ronald Darby. He did take Sidney Jones and Rasul Douglas. Sure. He signed a massive contract to Nnamdi Asomugha, and he did trade a 2 for Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie. And I'm sure Chip was the GM for the Byron Maxwell deal. But, either way, he was interested in Patrick Surtain last year at the trade deadline. He does believe in corner. He's just tried it in other ways. And that comes to my next point or question for you, Gino. Would you be surprised today, though, if they take a tackle, but then they make an A.J. Brown type move for a veteran corner? Not to that degree, but I wouldn't be surprised if a Greg Newsome's an Eagle by tonight, or J.C. Horn, Marshawn Lattimore. That's another option to keep an eye on. I'm not saying I prefer that, but it's something to look
after
at.
A.J., what could you be shocked at if that right? But
that was not on my radar at all.
The thing with cornerback is there's a lot of guys on day 2 as well, to where it's
sure,
there's going to be a clear message with whoever they pick today and the first pick tomorrow where they wanted to address, right? And we'll see if it's a trade up and they want to trade back tomorrow to recoup some picks. These player trades tend to be later on day 3. We've seen a few very big ones, the Hollywood Browns, the AJ Browns.
Sure.
But then one was DeAndre Swift traded. That was a day 3 trade, right?
Yeah.
That didn't happen until Saturday. So it would have to happen before they pick, in my opinion. If Quignon or Arnold go off the board and then all of a sudden they're just buzzing up the phone for somebody. But I don't think that situation happens tonight. But at the same time, it's Howie, man. I can't say no, and that's why this show is great, right? Because
would you be surprised if suddenly AJ Terrell from the Atlanta Falcons is an Eagle
You've
tonight?
thrown that name out there a couple times, and
I just think because he's a free agent next year, and Atlanta has a top 10 pick. I don't think they would maybe draft Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold there, but they could. Where do you think the earliest spot is for what? Because I think, again, we can agree it's going to be offense pretty early, right? 4 quarterbacks are going to go inside the top 6, and I think 2 receivers. It's probably going to be 4 quarterbacks and 2 receivers. And then after that, it's probably another receiver in Roma Dunze, probably a couple tackles, Dallas Turner. Like, I don't know. I don't know if a corner has a chance of going inside the top 10.
I don't see it happening.
Like Denver at 12 is probably the spot for that, regardless of who the team is to pick. It's probably Denver.
FanDuel has the over-under of defensive players in the top 10 as
what?
0.5. So
isn't that when was the last time that happened? That's insane.
There's just not that generational type of prospect at any of those positions, right? Like you don't get the Sauce Gardner pick or the Stingley type of guys at corner, and there's no Hutchinsons and Trevon Walkers of the world. You're gonna have to hope that Denver really wants picks. They really want picks.
Well, they need them.
They need picks, and somebody is gonna bite. Are you gonna overbid for a team that might come up for a quarterback though? That's where it gets
fair point.
That's where you kind of got to cut.
Yeah, are you going to outbid a team moving up for McCarthy or a Penix?
No,
I'm not sure.
No, I don't see that happening.
But that's good though, because then you can only
point though. Denver really is the pivot point, and Seattle is another one too. I think 12 and 16 are the two spots where it's clear that those teams want to move out. Then you have multiple needs, and the Eagles are a team that they love to move up. There's no way they're sitting at 22. Just no way.
Absolutely not. Even if they're moving up to 19 or 20, just to say, look, the tackle and corner run went, we couldn't get up there. Let's go get a Brian Thomas or a Brock Bowers that fell. Gino, that's the one scenario that we've seen reports about trading up for a passing target that the analyst in me would know the risks of or just the irresponsibility of. But the fan in me would just have so much fun thinking about Brock Bowers in this offense with Dallas Goedert, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, and Saquon Barkley, or an Xavier Worthy. I know it's not a responsible use of resources, and it's not a better move than probably taking a tackle, but I low-key kind of love it.
It's looking right now that Brock Bowers is going to be a hot commodity.
Sounds like the Rams want to move up inside the top 10, and that's the name being tossed around.
The pass catchers are going to go off the board, and this is a really good case scenario, Lou, where I see what you're saying. If those guys are there, like, what if Bijan Robinson fell to 22 and you were there this year, right? Like, I totally get a conversation like that where, we could have a discussion. But for the Eagles, if teams want to overbid on an A.D. Mitchell and you want to overbid on a Troy Franklin, and somebody is begging to get to 22 because that run on receivers just came and went, right? Like the Jameson Williams year and the Chris Olave, where those guys just went back to back to back to back. After the top three, teams are going to start to panic. And teams need pass catchers. Teams need quarterbacks. Well, guess what the Eagles have? They have two guys locked up at the wide receiver position. You potentially might see like a Brandon Ayuk or a Deebo Samuel trade that's being
if there's a big star that moves
potentially.
today, it's Ayuk. I think somebody's going to give up a day one.
I think, Lou, the better discussion is what team outside of Philadelphia might make a move for one of those guys. Like Pittsburgh has been talked about with Brandon Ayuk. What if they, at 20, all of a sudden San Francisco jumps up there? What are they going to be targeting? So, man, it's going to be an interesting night. I think Howie Roseman wants himself another tackle, though, Lou. As much as I hate to say
Stop
it,
manifesting this. We
dude,
can't talk this into
I'm trying to reverse jinx it.
Oh, the Gino jinx.
Yeah, the Gino jinx. I've been on a big.
But are we going to jinx the Gino jinx by
Sixers
mentioning
fans,
it?
I'm so sorry for jinxing them the other night. The one time I talk about the Sixers in our FanDuel ad, they just did.
Yeah.
The absolute worst.
No. Don't blame yourself for the Sixers' toxic past. This is what they've been doing my entire life. So, or at least the last 5 to 7 years.
We come here for the positivity, and they're bringing us none of that. But Howie Roseman, he's done some interesting things over the last couple drafts, Lou, and I got some trivia that I drummed up that I want to get to ask you, okay? So I sent this one to you the other day, and I guarantee there's no way you're going to get it. Howie Roseman, between 2010 to now, has drafted more than 5 players from 2 schools, Georgia and Stanford. 7 from Georgia, 5 from Stanford. Name the 5 guys from Stanford.
The 5 players from he's drafted 5 players from Stanford?
Yes. I bet you can
from
get
what? Can you give me
3.
the years again? What in between what years?
Okay, so the guys from Stanford.
Or you don't have to give me the specific years for each player, but what's the time frame? 2010 up until, or since he's been back?
His entire tenure.
Okay, all right, I got one. J.J. Arcega-Whiteside.
Yep, you got that.
Was Ed Reynolds a Chip Kelly pick?
Dude, yeah, there you go. Yes, but they counted it as one of the selections. That's the one I thought you weren't going to be able to get.
I remember Ed Reynolds had a game-winning interception against the Buffalo Bills in 2015.
That he did.
That's
yes,
sicko behavior that I remember that. Wow, that's only two, and I'm already struggling.
One is like an all-time.
Oh, Zach Ertz.
There you go.
I would have been insane if I forgot that one.
Yeah, that would be tough. That'd be a tough look.
Man. So I got three. There's two more.
Yep.
Okay. Now I'm struggling a little bit. Can you give me the years for that?
I'll give you a hint on one.
Okay. All right.
He was a defensive end who also then went on to play for a division rival.
Stanford edge rusher?
Mm-hmm. Within the last 5 years. And the other one was
Sharif Miller played at Penn State, so it was not Sharif Miller.
The other one you should be able to get. He was a hot commodity during the preseason show last year.
Oh, Casey Toohill?
Casey Toohill's defensive end, Lou. Bing, bing, bing. There you go.
This is alarming. This is not. I'm like becoming alarmed that I know this. Honestly. All right, give me a hint for the last one.
This might be the easiest one. He's still on the team. He's in a room that only has 3 guys right now. He plays a position that they throw the football. Come on.
Oh, wait, what's going on? What position? Wait, say that again. Oh, Tanner McKee, of course.
Come on, man. There you go.
I don't know. I was not thinking quarterback. My brain broke there.
All right, so here's the real deep dive for
I'm impressed with myself, man. That was tough.
So the 7 Georgia guys: Carter, Davis, Smith, Ringo, Dean. Can you name the other 2?
Georgia players?
Yes, they're very early Howie picks.
Ooh. Early on, like 2010.
Very early, yes.
Who?
One made a very big play in Eagles lore against a huge rival the last game of the season to send them to the playoffs.
Oh, Brandon Boykin.
There you go. There's one.
Boykin.
I'm going to give you this one because there's no Jeff Owens, defensive tackle, picked him in 2010.
Would have never got Jeff. Brandon Boykin. Okay, I like Brandon Boykin. He was another one of those slot corners that I was always wondering, can he play on the outside? Like he was the Max Melton, I feel like. Of that
there you
era,
go.
You know?
All right.
Interesting. You got more?
Oh, dude, I got
a
bunch.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
All right. I want to get a really good one here for you. All right.
Cut.
In 2016 and 2017, so back-to-back years, the third pick, hint, not just a third-round pick, the third pick in each of those drafts
2016 and 2017, you're saying?
Was from the same school.
West Virginia.
Who were the players?
Rasul Douglas and 2016. Oh, Isaac's. No. 2016. Third round?
Not third round, but he was the third player picked.
Wendell Smallwood.
There you go. All right.
Of course, it was Rasul. I'm glad you put a Rasul Douglas question in there. I appreciate that.
All right, here's a good one. There were 2 players selected with either a hyphen or apostrophe in their last name. Who are those players?
In Howie's history?
I
know one, I think. Is it Daniel T.O. Nessheim?
Yes, there you go. And one is one of my guys.
J.J. Arcega-Whiteside.
J.J. Arcega-Whiteside.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be morbid for a second. Did Daniel T.O. Nessheim pass away?
Rest in peace. Yes,
yeah, rest in peace, Daniel T.O. Nessheim. 2010 pick, I believe, right? That was early on, or 2011.
Yep, you got it. All right, here I got a couple more good ones.
I'm rolling, man. Let's go. I'm doing a lot better at this than I thought I was going to.
Howie Roseman has picked 3 players in his tenure from the Football Championship Series, or FCS. Name those players.
Carson Wentz.
Yep.
Dallas Goedert.
Yep.
A third? There's a third guy from the FCS?
When you hear the name, you're going to be like, oh, I get it, but you'll never know what school he went to. He went on to become a Jacksonville Jaguar. He appeared on The Bachelor.
Clay Harbor.
Clay Harbor went to Missouri State.
I know that more because I'm a Bachelor guy over the... What school did he go to?
Missouri State.
Yikes. Yeah, that's funny. I know Wentz and Goddard easily got. I did not know Clay Harbor played in the FCS. That's funny.
All right, we're going through these well.
Yeah, I was going to say.
All right, here's a good one. This one's going to be a little tougher. Howie has picked seven quarterbacks since 2010.
Ooh, okay.
Who are those? I will give you the years.
Okay.
2010, 2012, 13, 16, 19, 2020, and 2023.
All right, well, 2012 was Mike Kafka.
Yep. Nope, that was 2010.
Or that was 2010.
Yep.
2012 was Nick Foles.
Yep.
2013 he drafted a quarterback, you said?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Him/Chip.
He stole my guy's spot. He stole my boy Dennis Dixon's spot, Matt Barkley.
Yep.
Because Chip brought in Dennis Dixon that year. I thought he was
right.
roster locked. So he took Matt Barkley in the 4th round. I was on the golf course and somebody said, your boy Dennis is out.
Oh, no, dude, that's bad.
All right, that's 3. How many more do I got? 7?
4.
All right,
4
what's the next year?
16.
Carson Wentz.
2019.
Ooh, that was Clayton Thorson. That's disgusting.
Yep, 2020.
Jalen Hurts.
2023.
Tanner McKee.
All right. This one, we can make this the last
Clayton
one.
Thorson. Good Lord. Brutal.
Chip went Jordan Matthews and Josh Huff.
Yeah.
When were the other 3 times that Howie Roseman
Double
picked
dip?
the same positions at back-to-back selection?
Okay. I know one, our boys, Sidney Jones and Rasul Douglas in 2017. How many times did he do this?
He did it twice. 3 times.
Okay, so that...
I will give you a hint. The other 2 times were offensive line.
I figured it was going to be offensive line.
They might not have played the same respective position, but I bunched them all into offensive line.
Matt Pryor and Jordan Mailata?
Yep.
Okay, 2018.
And then 2011.
I need another hobby, man. This is
2011, Lou. You got to know this.
I should get into Legos or something. I don't know. All right, this is 2011.
2011.
I don't know why I'm blanking on the 2011 draft.
Well, one of them is a now retired Hall of Famer.
Oh, so Jason Kelsey. Oh, my boy Julian Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt.
Fun fact about Julian Vanderbilt: he was the first.
He
was the first player I have ever interviewed in my entire life. A guy that Chip Kelly cut and re-signed a historic number of times. I think, Gino, like Julian Vanderbilt, he broke a record
10-day contracts and
for most consecutive cuts and signs by the same team. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was a real thing.
Correct.
Those are great questions, man. Good stuff.
Yeah. I was sitting. I went up to Starbucks today. I'm like, I saw
That's
that
great.
question from the other day. I'm like, there's some real barn burners in here. That's what makes Howie great, man. Because you're looking at years, you're like, Casey Matthews, what the hell was he doing with that selection?
He was a really bad drafter for a long time. Like, let's just be real.
Okay,
the turnaround is
2019
impressive.
real quick. Can we talk about 2019? That might be an all-time bad draft from any general manager ever. That was downright abysmal.
Was Miles
Andre
Sanders
Dillard,
the best you got? And it was only a 4-year contract.
One contract. You got
for a
one
running back.
Full contract out of that. Sharif Miller never did anything. And then who was after Sharif?
Clayton Thorson. That was really bad. And it's funny because 2018 was the draft I thought was going to be terrible because they just didn't have any picks, and it was just banger after banger. I mean, Dallas Goedert, then it was Avonte Maddox, Josh Sweat, Jordan Mailata, Matt Pryor was okay as well. It's interesting. Howie's reputation the last few years as a drafter has totally turned around because, I mean, he nailed the Devontae Smith class in 2022. You know, he got A.J. Brown in that deal, and, Landon Dickerson was great in 2021, as I mentioned. Like, Cam Jurgens and Jordan Davis were seen as really good picks. Same with Nakobe Dean. This past year, it felt like Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. But I will say, like, the jury is still out on a lot of those guys, Gino. Like, I mean, Jalen Carter, I think we know is an established stud. But a lot of those guys have shown flashes. But, and again, Howie has mentioned it himself. Like, these guys, they're not just taking a player for 1 year. Like, they're in it to develop these guys. But it'll be very interesting to see how these classes do reshape. And I think this year, more than most years for Howie, he's banking on those classes developing a lot more than in the past. Like, this is a much younger roster than I think we're used to. Even like the prime veteran players, you don't have a lot of guys like you're used to that's 32, 34 years old. It's mostly like 25 to 29-year-old players. which isn't a bad thing, but he's really banking. Like, he let Hassan Riddick go, and Nolan Smith had a huge part of that, and Nolan hasn't showed a lot yet. So it's a lot of projection and faith, but I think that's something he's learned because he never really used to feel comfortable doing that. I think you're on mute.
So, apologies. Dane Brugler said a quote the other day that you, benchmark-wise, want to come away with 4 starters from every draft.
Yeah.
Looking at the last couple of years, Lou, there are some years that you've got a couple of those guys, but go to these Georgia Cats, man. Like, you got one of them. You know one is going to be really good. Is Nakobe Dean a surefire thing?
If you had to bank on one of the 4, and I'm not saying one's going to pan out, but if you had to bank on Ringo, Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith, who's the next stud? Not saying, like, the other guys could be solid, but if one other guy really breaks out, who would you say that is of the 4?
I'd love to hear the chat's opinion on that as well.
Yeah, same. I agree. Let us know.
I really think it comes down to what do you think their ceiling could be versus what do you think their floor is. Like, Jordan Davis is going to have a spot in the National Football League.
Oh, yeah, he's already proven,
right?
Whether it's for a half a year or so, if he can stay healthy, it's all year, that he can be an elite 2-down run-stopping nose. But, yeah, so he's probably the highest floor player.
Mm-hmm. Highest ceiling, though? Nolan Smith becomes, like, that type of freak hybrid edge rusher that has that crazy athleticism and can really use him in a multitude of different ways that just doesn't have to be him getting after the quarterback. It can be him defending guys in the flat and being somebody who can be strong enough to take on the run, which he started to do towards the end of the year. Nakobe Dean, the health, it's like he's got to stay on the field. Keely Ringo, you saw flashes of him at times last year, and they seem to have trusted him down the stretch, especially towards the playoffs. And, man, they might have something in him because of the athleticism. And at worst, he's going to be a high-end athlete that is going to have a couple seasons to compete at that position. And we'll see if he can turn into a full-time player. I like the advances that he had when it came to the run last year. He was at least willing and able to. And he had, after that Dallas game where he definitely got put on display, he kind of took that personally and kind of got back to it. So I would say Nolan has the highest ceiling. Jordan has the highest floor.
I agree.
You don't have surefire in either of them right now.
And then we really know nothing about Nakobe Dean right now at an NFL level, and Keely Ringo, like you said, very limited snaps. It's funny. This year, I mean, there's still some pretty good Georgia prospects. I don't think it's – the last 2 years, there were a lot of Georgia players on our radar. I don't know what the odds are of the Eagles going Bulldogs again early, but I can't imagine it happens again. But, I mean, look, if Brock Bowers falls past pick 16 or 17 – or they trade down and Lad McConkey's there, I don't know, Gino. Like, I mean, Amarius Mims is somebody that if they sat at 22 could be an option. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's as obvious as in years past that Bulldogs are on their radar, but I think there's still a chance he could dip his toes back in the Bulldog water.
He loves SEC guys, man. And
I think it's more likely it's a Bama guy, right? Between Terrion Arnold, Kool-Aid McKinstry, J.C. Latham. I think it's much more likely it's back to the Smith-Dickerson style of Bama guys over Georgia.
When I was going through his draft classes today, there were limited times that he, in the top 2 picks that he made, took a guy outside of the Power 5. That's why the Quinyon Mitchell thing still at the back of my mind. Like, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah.
I would lean on him going more Terrion Arnold, and especially because of the keep it simple, stupid philosophy that he kind of has adopted over the last couple of years. And Terrion Arnold, to me, if you look at Kool-Aid McKinstry, there is a clear divide in the two of them, and that's kind of why I ranked Kool-Aid in my tier 2 and Terrion in my tier 1. And you look at the age, he's 21 years old. Apologies, he's not 18, like I said the other day, 21 years old. So is Quinyon Mitchell, but if it came down to an SEC over a Toledo guy, he's done it the last 3 years, man. Like, after Jalen Reagor, it's like, I'm just going to go, like, the P5 of the P5.
Yeah,
like
you got to be careful with that, though, because I think
you can't
drafting based on school.
Because,
you can't scout the helmets. I think that's a problem they've also gotten into in years past, and I don't think taking a guy from TCU that didn't work out should scare you from taking a Toledo player. And I got somebody that was kind of fighting back with me on Twitter today about Quinyon Mitchell because of that. He said, name the last time a good corner came out of Toledo. Well, okay, name the last time a great corner came out of Illinois last year. Is that a reason to not take Devin Witherspoon if you're the Seattle Seahawks? Or you don't take Sauce Gardner because he went to Cincinnati? Like, of course.
Yeah, we're not the show to say that. Just
or like,
there's
there's just been so many guys that have come out of. I mean, heck, look at your star tight end. You went to South Dakota. I mean, are we really doing that? But I will say,
South Dakota State.
Yeah, those fans would not like that for sure. Definitely a difference there. But again, at the same time, like, yes, I think part of how Howie has improved as a drafter, Gino, is, though, he said the probability of a guy from Bama that was a stud at Alabama panning out is probably higher, though, than... I mean, there's a reason they were studs at the best school, like some of the best schools in the country. Like, that is a part you have to play in. It shouldn't be, though, like the main driving force behind your evaluation process.
No, it's just one of those things that it's
just
like
one part of the puzzle.
If push came to shove, right, and it's an even, everything's even on athleticism, and everything's even when it comes to their makeup, when it comes to a mental standpoint and who they are as people. And you're in the draft room, and we did this exercise the other day when we were going through our tiers. It's known as cluster busting, right? When you have a cluster of guys, and you're like, how can we make this decision to differentiate between them? That's one of those things where it's like, you know, when the NFL playoffs come around and it's towards the playoff time and you see these crazy tiebreakers, it's like who wore the least amount of white cleats throughout the season is like the 800th tiebreaker, right? Like that's kind of what it is when it comes down to like the SEC versus like a smaller type of conference. And if that's the thing that's your driving force, you're probably a scout from like 1930. That's what they did back then. They just called up the coach from Alabama like, hey, who's your best offensive lineman? I'm going to take him. That's not what it is anymore. You scout the player. You don't scout the helmet. And how many guys out of Alabama, Lou, have failed at the corner position?
And a lot of Bama players in general, Gino. Like there was that one year where you saw D. Milner go in the top 10.
I was going to say, I was a huge fan of D.
Yeah, Mark Barron and Courtney Upshaw were going early, and it just, Marcel Darius, like just because a player goes to a top school doesn't mean those guys. There was a few years there where Alabama players just were not panning out, like Drake Kirkpatrick at the next level. Mean, I could name a ton of players, but I do think this year it's a good crop with the Crimson Tide, and I don't know. I keep going back and forth with if they do trade up, what corner they're going to like more. I think at the start of the week, if you asked me that question, I would have said they really like Terrion Arnold, but Tony Pauline's somebody I really respect, and he tagged them to Quinyon Mitchell, and so did Diana Rossini, and they both had top 30 visits. And although like top 30 visits don't mean everything, it for the Eagles has in the past shown who they're really interested in. They normally do draft in the first round a guy that was on a top 30. So, and they both were there. So it's up in the air. I don't know. I wouldn't want to put money on who it's going to be if it was up to the two.
I'm just refreshing FanDuel. Right?
I was going to say, let's take a look at some of these FanDuel odds.
Updated odds are right now. And the last time I checked, about 45 minutes or so ago, the favorite was offensive line slightly at minus 115. We'll see if it had changed yesterday.
That makes me nervous.
Even that it was corner and offensive line.
So does DJ switching up his mock. The day before he did that mock, he said colleges were telling him the Eagles.
We got movement, Lou. We got movement. They are now favorites at minus 115 to go.
You scared me, man. I thought a trade or something.
No.
We've got movement means a trade.
No, hey, this is the inner FanDuel fan from me here, man.
Yeah.
But no, now cornerback minus 115, offensive line plus 110. A lot.
So corners in the lead?
Quarters in the lead, man. It's like a horse race, these odds. And
how can you not love the draft? There's drama and we haven't even started yet.
Oh, it's
17 minutes before.
It's a sickness, man. And could I just say, like, all the people that are tuning in, like, thank you for being just as big as sickos as we are. I mean, smash the subscribe button, smash the heck out of it. That's how we keep this pod going. That's how we continue to spread on the algorithm. YouTube, get us out there, keep us going. We're going to be here for the next 5 hours or so.
I was going to say, the first round drags out, man. This is going to be a long night.
And we'll be here all weekend too, man. And Saturday is going to be a great day. That's my favorite day, honestly. A lot of CGS guys will go. But tomorrow is going to be a big one, Lou. When they have these picks that are really close together.
I don't know if they're picking at 50 or 53.
I'm shocked when they made the Miles Sanders and the JJ pick. I was like, oh, there no way are going to sit there and make that second selection, and they did.
Yeah. Last year they did that too. I thought there was no way they're making that second first round pick. This year though, I don't know. It would take one of those picks to get up to 12 if you're moving with Denver, but to get to 16 it might not. So maybe they do stick at those picks. And 53 has been good to the Eagles. They took Miles Sanders with the 53rd overall pick. They took Jalen Hurts with that 53rd pick. And back in 2009 they took LaShawn McCoy at 53. So maybe if you're going to give up one of the two, give up 50.
So we got a lot of pushback when we traded up to 12 the other day to acquire Terrion Arnold in our final mock draft.
I think it's because we didn't get back a 3 or a 4, which I don't think people liked, but we said in the scenario they likely get back a 3 or a 4.
So to get to 12 on Jimmy Johnson's trade chart, it's 1,200 points, right? So you would give away, what did we give away? 50,
yep,
22, and
22, 50,
correct?
and 120. Yeah.
Okay, so 22 is 780 points plus my calculator. This one, I haven't taken this calculator out since college, but here we are tonight. So 780 points plus 53 was 370 points plus 120 is 54 points. So that was a net of minus 4 points, which is an undrafted free agent. So if you look at the trade chart, and that's one of the many that they use, Rich Hill as well, it depends what they use inside of the building, to get up 10 spots, that's a premium. And you're not talking from 54 to 44 where it's like, it's kind of pick whoever you want. It's eye of the beholder. In round one, there's a clear competition for these guys. You're going to have to upcharge, and that is kind of an even trade, and I think both guys would kind of take it. A.J. Brown extension, is this a true thing?
Did it just happen? I mean, there's been a report that
KGB. There we go. Official, Lou. Another wide receiver deal. Per Adam Schefter, the Philadelphia Eagles and Pro Bowl wide receiver A.J. Brown agreed to a 3-year, $96 million extension.
And A.J. Brown breaking news on a live draft show for Locked On Eagles. What else is new?
$4 million guaranteed. Who's buying drinks tonight? That is A.J. $32 million is the highest per year average for the wide receiver. Hey, San Francisco, you might be trading one of your boys. We got both of ours locked up. They ain't going anywhere.
The biggest key to the Eagles sustaining success long term, I've been saying this all year, is making sure that big three of Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, and Devontae Smith doesn't go anywhere, Gino. And the Devontae move was so smart, locking him up. It put him and A.J. around the same annual year salary of like $24 to $25 million. But this makes so much sense because his cap hits were about to skyrocket. Mm-hmm. Next year, it's a little over 20. Then it got to, $41 to $47 million. Yeah. They had to get this backloaded once again. And this isn't the Alshon Jeffrey contract. A.J. Brown is only 20. It's crazy that he's only this old, but he's 25, 26?
Yeah.
I mean, this makes sense where you can backload this again and keep pushing that can down the road. So all this trade talk with A.J. Brown this offseason, I'm so glad that garbage is over. Can we please leave this man alone now?
WIP.
Stop running him out of town.
Hey, listen to me right now, that radio station in Philadelphia. You want to keep trying to run these athletes out of town? You're just a bunch of dinosaurs that are going to go extinct like the rest of them. You guys are done. You haven't been relevant since the freaking days of Terrell Owens. No, you're done. Stop trying to make up crap to run these guys out of town. A.J. Brown is the highest wide receiver in the league for a reason. And until he was in his driveway doing sit-ups, calling out Jalen Hurts, enough of the fake drama. Enough of it. Stop trying to be the WWE or AEW. Tony Khan isn't in Philadelphia, folks. This is not entertainment. This is real life. And guess what? The guy's making $32 million a year. Good on you, AJ. Good on you.
So what's the annual? What's 96 divided by 3? Do some math for me, Mr. Accountant.
32.
So $32 million a year. Pretty good contract for A.J. Brown. Man, Devontae Smith might want to demand a restructure already because look at Amon-Ra St. Brown's deal yesterday. Receivers are getting paid.
I love it, man. I love it. I love it when these guys prove the rest of the world right, too, and AJ did not warrant any of that criticism. I mean, this guy is built to be a Philadelphia Eagle. What more can you say? Him and Devontae Smith, have a great relationship with each other. And Howie Roseman clearly trusts this guy because he brought him into town. But, oh no, WIP, are they going to trade A.J. Brown for the 3rd overall pick like we're a bunch of children playing Madden back in 2004? Get out of here! Get out of here! I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of talking about nonsense that was never going to come to fruition. This guy's got more money than God right now. I hope he buys WIP and puts himself on the air right now. He is the legend that we deserve in Philadelphia. We had a great segment when we got him the first time.
We've come a long way from taking Jalen Reagor in the first round or JJ Arcega-Whiteside, huh?
Hell yeah, man.
Unbelievable.
Come on, dude.
What are the odds that another breaking AJ Brown story happens live on our draft show? Unbelievable. 10 minutes before the draft. How you couldn't have gave this to our podcast like a day or two ago? I mean, I love it though. It makes so much sense. And I'm just glad that he recognizes, unlike other teams, that having 2 receivers like this, I don't even know if it's a luxury anymore, but it might be a necessity. Like teams like the Dallas Cowboys refuse to keep Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb together.
They want to pay CD.
They don't even want to pay CeeDee Lamb. Like the Bengals don't recognize the value of keeping Jamar Chase or T. Higgins, although they're kind of a cash-poor franchise, so it's tougher for the Bengals. But I think teams recognize having 2 is good for a bit, but they don't commit to it long-term. Look at the 49ers right now with the trade rumors of Brandon Ayuk and having Deebo Samuel there. I'm so glad Howie said, I'm not going back to not having any. I don't even want just 1 star. I'm making sure I have 2 long-term. It's so important in the NFL nowadays. Just having 1 guy is not enough.
It's a testament to Howie, and at the same time, it's a testament to Jeffrey Lurie for giving Howie the freedom to go and do that, right? Because a lot of these teams, you look at what it boils down to. If you do the root cause analysis on it, it's because they have cheap owners. It's because they have guys that don't want to shell out the cash. If you boil it down, money runs the world. Cincinnati, they haven't paid a guy ever. They haven't paid anybody. Like, they just let their stars walk. Dallas, I mean, yeah, they cut the clip on me over at Locked On Cowboys last year when I said pay Zach Martin. Well, that might be the only guy that they pay. But, they might bring Ezekiel Elliott back to town. But they got to wait and see on Dak Prescott. They got to wait and see on CeeDee Lamb. Howie Roseman, hats off. You got great players and you don't let them leave the building. That's how you build good teams. And people just think
A.J. Brown, Gino, was the start. I don't want to say he was the start of this dominant team that we've seen the last 2 years, or dominant offense, but it's not a coincidence Jalen Hurts went from a guy in 2021 that I didn't believe could be a franchise quarterback to 2022, a calendar year later. He's an MVP finalist that went to battle toe-to-toe in a Super Bowl with one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time and was the better player in that game. A.J. Brown did so much for this city, this offense, and for this quarterback. You see this across the NFL. Getting that guy does so much for a young QB, and you don't let that guy leave. You don't let the media stir up these narratives. You don't get involved. The Eagles have never wavered. There has never been, even Albert Breer said last week or the week before, teams have called about A.J. Brown because they've seen all this circus, and they do wonder if he's available, and especially after the Devontae Smith extension. The Eagles have never made him available. They said he was not for sale. Don't even make us an offer, and that is something that, again, I just love about this franchise.
And that's why the media has to be held accountable at the same time. Because teams do call when that stuff gets out there.
And players do get mad. Like I said, Gino, if he ends up wanting out, it has nothing to do with this organization.
It has everything to do with WIP.
It has to do with the culture.
Them out by name all day long.
Of the media, of the city. It wasn't just them. There is some guys on that clickbait podcast platform that starts with a J. I don't want to get into that. I don't want to even name them, but there's a lot of people out there that tried to stir things up. And Brown is someone that looks at, not all players care about that. A.J. Brown is somebody that pays attention to it, and it was bothering him, and that was making me nervous. So I'm glad the Eagles took care of it.
With Howie Roseman, and we're like, oh yeah, let's trade him. And then all of a sudden you don't have this prolific offense that you had. And you're saying, oh, we probably shouldn't have run A.J. Brown out of town. We said that 15 years ago with Terrell Owens. We shouldn't have ran this guy out of town. What if the media didn't go crazy? What if?
Well, at least our quarterback cares about this receiver this time around and making it work. Unlike back then.
That was a whole different situation. But man, we've been there before. Don't let history repeat itself. And I'm glad Howie sees what this offense can be, echoes what his coach is saying, Lou, because what does Nick Sirianni say all the time, our offense runs through three guys. It runs through Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith, and A.J. Brown. And then he throws Dallas into that equation as well. But that's what it is. There's not this say one thing, do another type of attitude in Philadelphia. It's we say it, we do it. Howie Roseman says things and does them. Like people reporting on trades that Howie Roseman wants to trade up. The other day, he was in his press conference maniacally laughing like the Joker in The Dark Knight saying, I love trades. The guy tells you what he is going to do. You just have to pay attention. You just have to listen to that. He said A.J. Brown is a part of our team. Just listen, man. Listen.
Yeah. Again, the Eagles they've never wavered, even in season. And what bothers me about all of these takes about A.J. Brown, it was just assumptions about, we don't know what he said on the sidelines against Minnesota. I had my suspicions it had to do with targets, but we don't know what he said. Like, you would see his demeanor sometimes, like, yeah, he looked frustrated, but so did everybody. There were rumors about what was going on in the locker room, but anytime A.J. Brown talked, he always said the right things. He always sounded like a leader. He defended Nick Sirianni.
Is godfather of his kid, dude.
Right.
Like, you don't think they have a relationship outside
and even
of
Nick Sirianni, like,
about that?
He had every right. Jalen Hurts even has taken some subtle shots, I feel like, at Sirianni at times. A.J. Brown did not do that. He went to bat. After that Seattle game, he said the Eagles players were going off script and that interception was on them. He has been very accountable with this organization. Like, he's a captain for a reason. So he never did anything T.O. like to because, at least T.O., he deserved a lot of the criticism he got. He was a pain in the ass. A.J. Brown, I don't get where this narrative of him being a pain in the ass has come from. Because he got traded from a team that didn't want to pay him? Like, does that have anything to do with it? I never understood it.
I mean, I get it, like, in the media market that we are in, like, with the whole Carson Wentz thing, like, there was some reality to it, but at the same time...
but it's always just drawn out of proportion. Yeah, I'm sure A.J. Brown at times gets upset about targets. Guess who does too? Devontae Smith. After that Rams game, he was pissed off. They all get pissed off. I'd be pissed too.
Yeah, or like the Sixers guys, like, they could just go hide behind Joel Embiid and let everybody else take a shot. I'm sorry, Sixers fans, but, like, no, they got guys in Philadelphia.
Sixers fans agree.
Want to go and win. Like, you want the ball, dude. You want the L shot. You don't want the guys that alligator arm Nelson Aguilar every time, man. Like, I'm happy. This is good, dude.
This is great.
Potentially Hall of Fame wide receiver in A.J. Brown locked up till 2029. You also extended his counterpart on the other side, and you haven't even hit his second deal yet because you just picked up his option. You just extended your left tackle. You just extended your left guard. You're now moving a rookie contract in Cam Jurgens to go into the middle of that offense. Potentially another rookie at right guard, a Hall of Famer at right tackle. Tight end, you got a great player. Running back, you got a great... Lou, this offense is locked in. Not just now, but for the next 3 years at a minimum. At a minimum, you are going to see this core with some role players. Like, we'll find the Jamal Crawfords of the world, right? Like, they'll come in at times. But you have the core. You figure everything else out. Like the Chicago Blackhawks, like the Penguins, like those dynasty teams in hockey that were able to keep that core together and find the role players they needed. More relevantly, or more recently, rather, the Warriors, for example. Look at the Chiefs. You keep the core and you build around everything else. Hell yeah, A.J. Brown. Like, I couldn't be happier for this guy, man. Like, he walked the walk, talked the talk, built in a lab. Can't believe he was a second-round pick, Lou. Like, that's good. Today, he would be a first-round pick in the green room if he was in that draft today.
Oh, easily. A.J. Brown signs a 3-year, $96 million extension and includes $84 million guaranteed. According to Adam Schefter, the $32 million is the highest per-year average of any wide receiver. Congratulations, A.J. Brown, getting a deal right before the start of the 2024 NFL Draft. That'll carry us right into the first round. We're 2 minutes away from the Chicago Bears being on the clock and selecting, as likely as anything's ever been, Caleb Williams from USC. I think...
At what time, though? Like, how many minutes into their pick?
They're going to milk it. Everybody always does. I will say, back in 2016, when it was obviously going to be Goff and Wentz, there was still a little reservation in me that it could be Wentz or they were changing their mind, and the Rams took that entire clock down. And as somebody that was Wentz or bust, I did not want Jared Goff. I would not have made the trade for Jared Goff. That made me very nervous. So I do remember that's one memory of the clock ticking when it seemed obvious, and it made me sweat a little bit.
Yeah, what years did you were you like, oh man, I don't know how this is gonna go? Like 2015, as soon as
for the Eagles, where I just had no idea what the pick would be.
Was it 2014 was Marcus Smith? I always
that year I genuinely, because the board was just such a disaster.
Dude,
they didn't move up.
Ha goes,
I was like, I have no, I don't have a player that makes sense.
There's nobody that I wanted, and
I think 2015 was kind of like that. Yeah, 2015 was like that when the Mariota thing didn't happen. I didn't prepare for any other scenario. 2017, I guess you could say, was kind of like that too. I think there's been some years where it's been unpredictable. Honestly, Gino, a lot of them, right before the Super Bowl, 2018 was, I was a big Sony Michel guy. I was hoping for that as the pick at 32. 2019 and then on started to get more obvious, right? I think you knew in 2019, tackle was on their radar. Even like Titus Howard was a player we tossed around. 2020, we knew it was going to be a wide receiver. That was so obvious. Same with 2021. And then the past 2 years, we knew it was going to be defensive line. Like Jalen Carter last year was one of the entire NFL knew they were going to get him, and they let the Eagles get Jalen Carter. So I think it got unpredictable in that 2014 to 2018 range, those 4 years.
We're about to kick off though, man.
Here we go. What a first hour already. AJ Brown signs an extension, and the draft hasn't even started yet. We got some trivia in. I'm fired up. Let's go. Let's have a day, everybody. Let's have a night. And by the way, just some PSAs before the draft starts. We will have a reaction podcast on our audio platforms and recorded on YouTube after the Eagles pick. We'll have some YouTube shorts as well posted. Locked On Podcast Network, Locked On Sports Today. We'll have a lot of videos being streamed. I'll be joining our guys, Peter Bukowski over there, and some of the Locked On NFL crew. Anything else, Gino? I think we're good. We're going to be churning out a lot of Twitter content this weekend too at Locked On Birds. We appreciate you guys sticking with us. It's going to be a busy 3 days.
Appreciate everybody tuning in. Lou and I would do this just together if we had.
Oh yeah, if this had 0 people watching, I'd still be doing it.
We'd still be doing it. But thank you for year 6 now, man, and subscribe, please. We want to get as many people in this room, as many people following LOE. It's how we keep the significant others happy, bringing home the bacon because of you guys. It's all because of the everydayers. This is a dream come true that I didn't have to go sit in an office and wait all day for my job to be done to come home and talk about this. I got to follow along with the draft all off season long, talk about it with Lou every single day, have people listen and interact with us. Tell Gino that 20 years ago, that's a dream come true. So let's have some fun tonight. Just enjoy this. This is going to be fun.
I would like to scold people for a second, though. Please, or just beg you, do not tip the pick in our chat.
Oh, yeah.
For the love of God.
Ban. That's a lifetime ban.
I'm staying off Twitter for that reason. I don't want to
ban my
spoiled.
Wife if she tipped the pick.
I know, and I've had it happen. Like the Andre Dillard pick, it got spoiled for me right before when I was at your apartment doing the live show. I saw it right before.
Yep.
So I'm staying off Twitter. I'm tweeting, but I'm not looking at the feed. I like, and even though the NFL, Gino, I think it's annoying how much they drag it out and make it a spectacle, and it does get tedious at times. I like that surprise factor. It used to bother me so much back in the day when they'd show the player in the green room on the phone before the pick, because then you would know who it was. I love the suspense of Goodell coming up. You hear that jingle, and you have no idea what the name is. That's just so exciting to me. Need that.
We need to talk about this right now. Why is the Deshaun Jackson draft night where he has his sunglasses up on the phone not one of the mainstream gifs on Eagles Twitter? That's an all-timer, dude. It's so fantastic. I remember that draft, watching it in my dad's restaurant on this old gray Samsung, and that was the first time I ever had a my guy. Lou was like, you saw Deshaun Jackson's highlight tape. You're like, this kid is electric. And the Eagles call his name after they picked Trevor Laws, which was crazy that they didn't get him first. They picked Trevor Laws right before him.
Trevor Laws. Trevor Laws had a key sack, though, in the end of the Miracle in the New Meadowlands game. Fun fact.
Did he? Was that
he did.
really?
He had a sack on third down to force a punt to get them the ball back. I think he no. I'm sorry.
That ties that.
That
whole
was
draft
the
together,
that
then.
was the sack to to set up the Deshaun Jackson punt was Trevor Laws, if I'm not mistaken.
So that tied that whole draft together then. Outstanding.
Yeah.
What storytelling in Eagles? You can't make this stuff up.
No, for sure, man. What do you have the draft on? Are you an NFL Network guy,
NFL.
ESPN? Yeah, same.
NFL.
I grew up ESPN, though. The jingle was always something I loved, which was
what are we doing, chat? I know you're riding along here with us on LOE. I like these watch-alongs, too, because you guys are all clearly Eagles fans, I would assume. I mean, I think we all are on the same page. We could this is like being at a craps table kind of. And it's like if we hit on corner tonight, Lou, it's going to be electric. Like everybody in here is going to be super happy. But if it's offensive line, it's like, oh, we all just lost our money. Like we're all just going to be depressed.
What's the one where we're like, I mean, because receiver, I think we'd go nuts kind of too, just in a shock factor way, not really in a positive or negative way. I think if they go if they take defensive tackle like Johnny Newton at 22,
Johnny Newton,
because I wouldn't hate it. Yeah. I wouldn't love it, but I'd be like, all right, I think that's a pick, or I don't know. I would be pretty fired up about a Jared Verse, even though I don't want an edge. I love the player.
If Jared Verse falls to them, that's a home run selection. Man.
Yeah, so there are positions I don't necessarily want, but I want the prospect itself that I'd be fired up about. I think Jared Verse would be that guy, at least for the edge. And defensive tackle, I really like the top two. Byron Murphy, although I think he's going to go top 10. He might be a surprise guy that goes high. Like a Johnny Newton, I do like. Ooh, that's a good question real quick before the draft starts. Who is the who is the Cleveland Farrell of the top 10, top 15? You mentioned J.C. Latham earlier, which was a good suggestion.
If Harbaugh is coming from college and he just falls in love with this versatile guy, he wants to get tougher, as they say in LA. That would shock the heck out of me, and that's really what's going to kick the draft off.
I could see Verse being the first edge over Dallas Turner.
Yeah, with all the talk of Dallas Turner going to Atlanta. I was having this conversation with my buddy today. Atlanta's in such a tough position, man. It's if I'm them, I would want to move back, but it's they have to take the first edge rusher.
They're so bad at getting edge right, man.
I know.
Just take the top guy on the board.
Sometimes, and I don't like.
Who was the kid from Penn State they took last year? I can't remember. They got to get that right. Also, who's a player at a position I remember Henry Ruggs went first. He was the first receiver in 2020, and we didn't expect that. Who's Xavier Worthy? I saw in Peter Schrager's mock going 17 to Jacksonville. Is there a player at a position that maybe is one of the top guys taken we don't expect? Maybe is there a way Nate Wiggins is the first corner off the board? Say, Emmanuel Forbes last year, going ahead of Christian Gonzalez?
But maybe when you get into that discussion of the guys after the top two, and it's could a team come up and fall in love with Ennis Rakestraw and in the 26th selection take him? Or after the top 3 or 4 wide receivers, it's anything can happen.
Worthy, I think, is going to go a lot higher than some people think, just because
there's a draft special over at FanDuel right now that's plus 390 that Xavier Worthy is going to be a Buffalo Bill or a Kansas City Chief. I really like that.
I don't want to see him be a Chief, man. I don't want to see Xavier Worthy. I mean,
but it makes sense. We're talking about
trust me, I know. Having him and Hollywood Brown, that's not fair.
They're going to have speed. They're going to have athleticism, but that's why wouldn't they do it? But it really comes down to fit in that once you get past the 20, who likes who where? At offensive line, what teams have needs? Does a team fall in love with the Jackson Powers Johnson over some of these other guys? Is Zach Frazier a Tyler Linderbaum-like selection who's just a true center and shocks us? I think all of those picks, though, if they go before Philly, that's a good thing. That's going to be a good thing. The more offensive linemen go, the happier Lou is because there's a lesser chance. You should want Lou, Troy Fatanu, Fuaga, all those guys to be gone by 11.
Go.
By
please.
11.
Get out of here. Go somewhere else. Yep.
You want the receivers to go. You want somebody to fall in love with Brian Thomas. You want somebody to fall in love with one of the other corners potentially. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to draft a linebacker. I don't think anybody's going to draft a safety. That would be insane. Running back,
there's not one worth it. I think even a linebacker, as much as I want one for the Eagles this year, Edgerrin Cooper is the only guy I'd consider. And I wouldn't take him at 22. I would have to move down from the 25 to 32 range.
Eminem being on stage with Roger Goodell is such a wild scene, man. This is why it's the best.
It's kind of cool that the NFL's taken it on the road, the draft. Like, I used to love the vibe and the aesthetic of Radio City Music Hall, but nobody will do it better than Philly. Being at that draft was one of the coolest experiences of my life. But it is cool to see them in like Detroit and Chicago and Cleveland, because a lot of these cities don't, like, Detroit's not going to get a Super Bowl, like Cleveland's not going to get a Super Bowl, Philly's not going to get a Super Bowl. So it's cool that the draft goes to these other markets for sure.
When was that? 2017.
2017. That was right before the Super Bowl. Yep, that was the Derek Barnett draft.
Unbelievable, how far we've come. And
Hassan Reddick was taken that year too.
Tomorrow in his
Barry
home
Sanders.
state of Michigan, Brandon Graham, Michigan great.
He'll announce the pick.
He will announce the Eagles' second-round pick, and he's going to be...
Or picks plural, both, if they pick.
Ooh, have they released the list of guys that are going to be picking for all the teams?
I believe they did. I think the NFL tweeted it out a few hours ago, yeah.
Yeah, they usually have one or two guys. I think if we're looking back, David Akers as an all-time one, going to Dallas and just a kicker, just putting on a show down there. Brandon Graham, I'll be happy to see him up there tomorrow, man, because that's what we have to look at when it comes to the draft. Like, you might not love the selection right away. You might not love it year one, but you let that thing develop. You trust in the guy. You trust your coaches to develop him, and you get the Brandon Grahams. You get the Fletcher Cox of the world. You get these guys that you can hold on to for 13 years. Other teams don't do that, and it all starts with the draft. Like, you're hoping you get a 3-contract player tonight. That's realistically what you're hoping. You're hoping you could potentially retire this guy's jersey, potentially put his gold jacket in the Hall of Fame. And anything less than that, Lou, you're not doing yourself a service tonight. Like, if you're just going in there and saying, like, oh, we'll get a guy, and, like, if he's good enough, he's good enough. No, like, Howie's going to go in there tonight, target his guy.
He never settles. He's not going to sit on his hands.
Settles, dude. No, he is somebody who is never happy. When it comes to the draft, he always wants to move up. Hopefully these first couple picks go quick. We kind of know who they are already.
Sounds like Chicago's about to go on the clock.
We got one more good boo for Goodell.
Yeah, he's still announcing everything. So it's about to kick up. I think, Gino, no matter what, though, I'm trying to put this in perspective. Even if the pick sucks, that A.J. Brown extension, that fired me up. Not that I thought he was going anywhere, but it just kind of reshaped my thinking, of how good this offense is and it's going to be. And even last year when this defense was just so terrible, that team was still 10-1 beating great teams because of that offense. That's how you win in the NFL. I'm not saying defense doesn't matter. Of course it does. This pick tonight, hopefully, I think needs to be on defense. But when you have Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, and Saquon Barkley, figure out the rest. That is so electric. I cannot wait to watch this offense.
Though. How do you look at last season?
Yeah.
Write a pros and cons list of what went wrong and not say that defense is the selection. Yeah. You can't look at the offense after what you just did in the last couple weeks and extending all these guys and say, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and draft another guy on offense with as bad as my defense was last year, because that's what was the downfall. It was the defense. You couldn't stop anybody to the point where you had no confidence. The Arizona game was the death of that team. It was the death of that team. I mean, right. San Francisco was the first notch in the armor. After you lose to Arizona, when you don't make a stop outside of a single pick six,
that is where they died. It was because if they win that game, they're 11-2 at that point. I mean, it would have totally changed everything. And of course, the defense is the main reason they collapsed down the stretch, but when they were just playing okay on defense the first 11, 12 weeks, they were still 10-1. That's what an elite offense does for you in the NFL. And you look at the Kansas City Chiefs, they had an elite defense this year. It kept them afloat. When you have an elite unit, it's so huge. And I would rather, if I had to pick one, of course you want both units to be great like 2022, but the offense, you want it to be great.
You got me with that quote.
What? What quote?
If you have an elite unit, you want it to be huge. That was
okay.
That was
my
great.
bad. I was
great. We'll always get one or two of those, man.
Please don't clip that.
I think it was John Butchergross the other night.
Do not clip that, listeners.
Said, He got a nice strip of Johnson, I think was the exact quote. And yeah, we always get one or two.
8-14, I'm 14 minutes in, and I've already done that.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah, hell yeah.
Phenomenal.
Yes,
But Caleb Williams sitting down. The Chicago Bears are on the clock. So here we go. The NFL draft has officially began 2024. Let's have a night, everybody. Let's do this.
Enjoy it. Enjoy it. I hope it never ends. Like, I hope this goes till 2 a.m. Eastern time.
Why am I nervous? I'm nervous too. I mean, the draft always kind of gets the butterflies going. So I totally.
If you're not nervous, you're not human at this point.
Yeah. I would love to. I wonder what it's like to watch this and say, man, let's just see what happens. I can't. I'm too into this. I'm too invested.
Yeah, the people that are like, oh, like, I want to go to bed after my team picks. Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Go to bed? Like, I'm probably not going to sleep in the next 72 hours or so. Like, between Friday night to Saturday morning, it's just like a pure adrenaline rush throughout the entire thing. And
Chicago Bears, I'll say, Gino, real quick, that's a team in the NFC long term to keep an eye out for. If Caleb is legit, like, they are a roster along with like Green Bay, like a young team, not like immediate impactful threat to the Eagles this year, but like one of your long term threats. I like Chicago and what they're building.
I think we were a year ahead of schedule calling Chicago.
Yeah, because I said last year they were going to do it. Yeah.
Justin Fields no longer there. We'll see what he does.
Still a Fields guy a little bit.
In Pittsburgh, we were part of that domino with the Kenny Pickett thing. Like, that's kind of crazy that without the Eagles taking Kenny Pickett, like, just Justin Fields actually get traded to Pittsburgh, and then we're in the Caleb Williams situation. But he's going into a very good setup. And you look at some of the top picks in recent class. This guy, he's good. And say what you want about him. You can make up whatever story like WIP does, right? Like, just make up a narrative. I watched every game the kid played because I'm a Pac-12 guy. He's special. There's things the guy does that other guys can't do.
Oh, yeah. He's one of the best off-script quarterbacks coming into a draft I've seen in a very long time.
When you look at the special traits of this guy, the moments where he can hit the Patrick Mahomes, you don't see that in other places, man. Like, you don't see that in other places. He's better than the rest of the guys in this class. I would put him up there with any of the first-round quarterbacks since Trevor Lawrence. I think it would be a good argument who would be taken number one between those two if they came out in the same year. He's got good receivers. They got to beef up that offensive line. We'll see what they do with the second pick. But you're going into a division it's going to be competitive, but who's to say that young team with Green Bay, who's young now, and Chicago, who's young, and Detroit, who, yeah, they were good last year. They do lose some pieces on the defensive side of the ball. Things change quickly. And with quarterback, that's what you need. That's what you need to succeed, man. Like, if you're ever going to doubt a position, don't doubt a quarterback who's shown bright moments like that. Like, especially because he's been this special since high school. He's been this good coming out, and I'm happy for him. I think Chicago did right. Like, to keep Justin Fields would have been a disservice. Like, doing anything else in this situation, which they'll probably never get again.
Well, keeping him and drafting Caleb too would have been a nightmare scenario, especially after hearing Caleb talk about the Rattler dynamic there in Oklahoma. I always wonder what would have happened if Carson Wentz decided to come back in 2021. It would have been such a circus, especially in Philadelphia. Neither guy would have been set up to thrive in that situation. What a toxic environment.
Talk about that anymore. Goodness gracious,
right,
man.
We've come a long way. Although I will say I do enjoy the civil war we had on Eagles Twitter in 2021 after all of that at quarterback. But I will say having an established franchise quarterback does make things a lot more peaceful, a lot more enjoyable for sure.
Lou is going to write a book one day in the near future about.
I'm already working on it, my friend. The Carson Wentz book.
Wentz and Nick
What
Foles.
Went's wrong is going to be the title.
What went wrong? Hey, I like it.
I think that's the title. Patent pending or whatever.
Yeah, with that. you better get a trademark on that real quick. Pick is in for Chicago.
So first pick of the 2024 NFL Draft is officially in. Chicago Bears.
We know what it's going to be. We know that
Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams.
Washington definitely taking Jaden Daniel, right? Jaden Daniels.
I would suspect, and then New England.
I think it's the right pick.
Drake May. I mean,
are we gonna have two rookie quarterbacks in the NFC East this year? Is if JJ McCarthy goes to the Giants?
Ooh, I would love it. I would love it so much if
I'm
you
okay
made the
with it.
same mistake twice in New York. Like, oh, let's draft the guy who has, yes, he did win a national championship and everything, but like one
Sure.
very good.
So did Mac
not even like
Jones.
not even a very good year. Like it was a
He threw
average
20
throwing
touchdowns, I think. 22
they-
passing touchdowns.
year. A run first team who had the best offensive line, the best.
If you have a
pass
star quarterback that you trust that wins you games, you're not a run first team. Ever.
no.
So, although
Caleb Williams, I mean,
we'll see if
grown
Harbaugh
now.
makes the Chargers run first this year. Like the talk is, despite having Justin Herbert, maybe that's just Harbaugh. But I think maybe it's not fair to the kid to say McCarthy is Daniel Jones 2.0, but that's the vibe. Like the hype around trading up for him is just, I don't know. I don't understand it.
Well, we're gonna find out in a couple minutes, like if it was all just a smoke screen, or if it was 100% real. But here we go. Enjoy this first selection because we're gonna get 31 more of them after this.
All right, I want to check our delays. Gino, my pick has already happened. Is it for you?
Yep.
So we're both okay.
I think
Caleb Williams' pick. I think we're right on in sync. Perfect. Because
sir.
the 1 year, 2021, I think they took Devontae Smith, who was your guy, and I give you all the props in the world for maintaining your composure. That you had to wait like 10 seconds for me to react before you lost your mind. It's still my contact photo for you. Is you screaming
really?
when they got Devontae Smith. So we were on a little bit of a delay there, but I think we're in sync. I think we're in sync this year.
Oh, he just ran up the stairs. He's walking through this little square.
Oh, he just got the hat for me. Riveting content, I'm sure, for our viewers.
I think I'm 6 seconds behind you.
He just hugged Goodell.
Yeah, I'm
okay,
6 seconds
so we're at like a 6 second delay?
All right, don't ruin anything for me.
Okay, I won't. I'll try really hard.
We'll get there. All right, we're rolling along here. So things are playing out as we suspected. If you put
so Caleb's going to go 1. Daniel's going to go 2. I don't think New England's trading out of 3. I know there's been rumors. I think you're nuts if you don't have a quarterback. Drake May has plenty of potential that's worth that 3rd pick. I'm a little nervous for him if he has to play right away because that's not a great situation to be thrown into. No. But from a Patriots perspective, I think you have to make that pick. Because next year's class I don't love. And you're going to go in with Jacoby Brissett? I don't know. That's just... I don't know how you see all these, like, if you're Gerard Mayo, how are you saying I gotta be D'Amico Ryans getting my CJ Stroud? Like, you gotta do it.
Maybe the worst situation in the NFL right now, New England.
Yeah, I don't know what's second. I mean, it's a bad. There's no weapons. You don't have a great offensive-minded head coach. I mean, that roster's picked clean. Their front office right now is in such a weird spot. Yeah, the Patriots are not a good situation.
I'm glad I'm not a New England Patriots fan because it's like when you get the quarterback, right? Like, where do you go from there now? Like, we need to get everything. And the Eagles were in that state where it was just like, we don't have anything at one point, and like, you have to just rebuild. And that's where they are. Like, why were the Eagles picking 4th when they picked Lane Johnson? That's what happened. And all things come to an end. Like, Rome falls eventually, man. And look what happened with Bill Belichick.
Yeah, absolutely. Chicago Bears now got an offense of Caleb Williams, DeAndre Swift, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Cole Kmet. It's a pretty solid offense in the NFC for sure. That's a good division overall, too. I mean, maybe Minnesota moves up for a quarterback if they go after Drake May or
I think
J.J.
they
McCarthy.
want JJ. I think they're the team to watch for JJ McCarthy because you talk about a situation where that quarterback can really come in and succeed right away. You have a premier left tackle. You have a guy that you could throw the ball to. Is your running situation a little up in the air? For sure. But I think McCarthy is not going to be somebody who his confidence wavers in that first year. Yeah, it's going to be a tough division. Absolutely. But Kirk Cousins, if he had another year or 2 in Minnesota on his contract, you're talking about that team probably getting another weapon to compete and hopefully shoot for a wild card spot. They're probably not going to be there this year, but they're not a team that's too far off when it comes to pieces wise. Like, they're not in New England. That's just bare bones.
I just had another corner thought real quick. So I'm just looking at the draft order and like who are some threats here. And of course, like 12 at Denver is a big target, but Gino, I think you got to get in front of Indy at 15. Like, I'm not comfortable even being at 16 with Seattle unless the board falls away. I don't think you make the trade with Seattle until it's like right before the pick. right? Because I think you've got to watch the Colts there, the Saints too. Where like Lattimore might be on the move, like they could use a corner. Vegas, their entire secondary is terrible right now. I mean, there's a couple, like the first 3 teams in front of Seattle. I'm a little nervous they could take one. Even Denver could take one. Like, can you imagine them saying, let's just put Pat Surtain across from Quinyon Mitchell? I mean, so I think like you might have to get to 12.
If Vegas takes a quarterback in Penix, that's going to be the one thing
we really need to root for that.
You really want that.
We want Penix to get to Vegas. Yeah,
same
absolutely.
With Minnesota as well. The Jets are the one where it's Bowers is in that range. You can realistically talk about him being the one that they go and select. Mm-hmm. If not,
we need Bowers to go early too.
Because if it's an offensive lineman, I'm sure another team is going to want to trade up to get Brock Bowers at that point, which then pushes down these cornerbacks.
Yeah.
Vegas, yes, they have a need there. Indy definitely has a need there. I think Indy is better suited to draft a corner because they have more pieces on offense. Their line is better suited.
Correct.
Vegas needs just about everything. And in a really deep offensive line class, you could make the argument they go there. You could make the argument they take a quarterback. Jacksonville is another one that's like,
they could use one too.
How are they going to go? They could take
it. Sounds like, though, the reports have been that they want to trade up for a receiver. Like Roma Dunze might be a target for them, or not Brock Bowers. They've got Evan Ingram entrenched there at tight end, but it sounds like Jacksonville could also be thinking receiver. I could totally see Doug saying, although it might be redundant in style with Gabe Davis being there, like saying Brian Thomas fits what I'm looking for.
There was the report from, I believe, Diana Rossini that they were looking to potentially move up for a pass catcher. So were the Rams.
Yep.
Those are what
a lot of teams are. The Buffalo Bills, we know.
Yes, the Buffalo Bills.
The most obvious pick of this draft, Gino, is the Buffalo Bills taking wide receiver. They have to.
After Arizona, it's going to open up. Like, it's very chalk right now. We know what's going to happen. We're kind of just going through the motions at this point.
Yeah.
If the Chargers pick J.C. Latham, expect chaos. Mm-hmm. Expect chaos mode to ensue.
Because then a run on tackle could go. I think the Tennessee Titans need to get involved. I mean, they need a tackle, although they've been rumored to be. I think so, too. Although there's been some Dunze rumors there. They've got Calvin Ridley, though, and
Chargers,
Hopkins.
And you don't take Joe Alt, though? Like, why? What are you doing? Like,
I don't know, though. If I'm the Chargers, but their receiving core is terrible. Like,
get my guy some wide receiver. He hasn't had a wide receiver.
Like, look at the Bengals.
Ever.
They needed offensive tackle really bad. They could have took Penei Sewell, but they got Jamar Chase. Like, if I'm the Chargers and I can get a Dunze or Marvin Harrison, I'm probably going that route actually over offensive line. But I think the betting favorite is definitely Joe Alt.
All right, so the pick is in, and this clock for New England is at 8:41 right now. So this thing is going to get moving quickly. I'm so happy they moved it from 15 minutes to 10 minutes. That was the best thing they ever did in the first round. Washington's going to get their guy right now.
So here we go. Here's the Washington pick.
All right. You got 6-second delay, all right? All right, chalk.
Yep. Just says we've drawn it up so far. Mm-hmm. So nothing.
Yeah, just as us experts here over at Locked On Eagles.
I'm taking all the credit in the world for these first two picks.
Nobody else on planet
nailed
knew
it.
that would come.
Nailed it. I like Jaden Daniels a lot, though. Sometimes I'm skeptical of a player that took that long to pop in college, right? But I mean, he just has all the traits that
false. I was watching him when he was playing at Arizona State, slinging the ball to Rashad Bateman and Brandon Ayuk.
He's pretty raw back
in
then.
Oregon. He was, but he has everything that you and I, Lou. If this,
that's what I was saying. Like, he's not a Sam Hartman that has to play in college that long because he knows he's not a NFL guy. Like, Daniels has everything you want. He just needs to stop running the minute he feels any sort of pressure. Play like it's NFL Street 2. Like, that's his thing he's got to fix.
Playing like NFL Street 2. But if the Philadelphia Eagles were in this situation that they were to evaluate all of these quarterbacks, and you and I were sitting here and we were having the discussion, after Caleb Williams, what quarterback do you believe would fit the Philadelphia Eagles the most?
It's Jaden Daniels. He's very similar to Jalen Hurts. Very similar.
There's nobody even close. I mean,
physical, mobile, fast.
The thing about
very good vertical passer.
Taking hits as a quarterback, like to where the point of him taking off, you kind of want him to take off at times because he's a difficult guy to take it down. Like he's a Jalen Hurts type when it comes to that regard, but he has the arm. We're going to get to see a lot of Jaden Daniels in Philadelphia, folks.
Yeah, he's got Terry McLaurin and Jayon Dotson to throw to. Washington, I don't know, Gino, long term, I think Washington has a better future right now than Dallas, who's on the downturn, and then the Giants.
You draft to beat your division, right? What is one thing that this division has a lot of? Mobile quarterbacks. What if the Eagles had a lot of trouble taking care of the last couple years? It is that mobile quarterback, and Jaden Daniels is going to be another big test for them.
That's why you need fastballs on the edge. That's why you need Bryce Huff to pan out and Nolan Smith. And that's why you need a guy like Devin White to pan out that can track
Sam Howell was pushing the ball down the field last year.
Well, Gino, that's why I like it fly. That's why I like an Edgerrin Cooper so much, to have that sideline to sideline type of speed player to spy on these quarterbacks, because it's very difficult nowadays to guard these kind of guys.
I think Edgerrin Cooper at the end of the day is going to be a Dallas Cowboy in the first round.
Interesting. I would hate that, but I
would hate it, but it's like this.
Him and Micah Parsons on that defense.
Yeah, it looks the part, man. Like
it does look the part.
If this was 1994, like he would be a first round Dallas Cowboy draft.
Do they just make him an edge rusher like Micah Parsons and not even bother this time playing him and stand up?
Yeah.
Just do, because at first they took Parsons thinking he's a Mike, or maybe not a Mike, but a stand-up guy, Gino. And then they're like, oh, never mind, he's one of the best edge rushers we've ever seen. Like, we need to put him there. I wonder if this time they're like, because of that, Edgerrin Cooper, we're just going to have him rush the quarterback. Because Cooper has, I mean, he's not like a Parsons, but his main trait is probably getting to the quarterback.
Yeah,
this pick, Gino, like we're saying, Arizona's when it gets weird, but I mean, this should be Drake May, but I could see a trade here. I mean, they wouldn't like switch up anything about the drafts because it's going to be Drake May no matter what, but this is where we could be a little bit shocked if somebody moves up. Nope, pick is in. Never mind. New England's going to take Drake May.
Who's going to move up to 4? Who's going to move up to 4?
Final prediction. Look, if I'm Arizona, I would probably want to stay put, but if they move down, I don't think they want to go past 6 because I think they want Neighbors or Harrison. So I don't think they'd say we're okay moving down to 11 with Minnesota, because at that point, you're not even getting a Dunze. So I think it's got to be the Giants if that trade happens.
Brian Daboll and Joe Shane are probably sitting there saying, if we tie our tenure to Daniel Jones, we are getting fired. Like, we are not going to have jobs. Right. We have to be willing to take a risk on somebody. And if it's not JJ, it's probably nobody.
This really isn't the draft to take a chance, though, if you can't get Drake May, and they can't now. Unless this is JJ McCarthy. I mean, could you imagine?
Oh my God.
If Gerard Mayo and Robert Kraft get that Michigan Tom Brady blinder in their eyes.
Robert Kraft is sitting there. He's happy.
This is the smart pick, though. This is the smart pick.
But, like, if I'm a New England fan and I just saw Mac Jones and you're like, oh man, we're going to draft Drake May, and this guy can't run and like he's not mobile either. I mean, he's more mobile than obviously Mac Jones was, but oof, man. If I'm Buffalo or the Jets or Miami, like I'm chomping at the bit to play New England twice next year. I'll just say that much.
I'm starting to get a feeling this is McCarthy. I'm just thinking about the Michigan Brady thing, Mayo, Kraft, like
Tom called up Kraft. He's like, hey, this kid's a winner. Won us a national
championship. And Gerard Mayo, I think, buys that. Like, he's a Patriot. This is still kind of the Patriot way. It's not a new era, really.
They are a team that make crazy freaking selections, dude.
And they're probably thinking, we need a safe guy, a field general, while our roster stinks. We don't want to risk it with Drake May.
But who is Drake May? Yeah, like, who's he throwing the ball to? Who is he throwing the ball to?
I think Bourne. All right, Goodell's coming to the podium. I got to listen to this one. This is fascinating. All right.
Chalk. All right, time for the fun.
For a second, I thought it was going to be McCarthy, but that's smart. The Patriots made the right pick.
That was when Buffalo picked Josh Allen, and I heard the Rosen.
That was me in 2017 when they took Derek Barnett because I wanted Dalvin Cook.
You did that with Jalen Reagor, too, because they showed Justin Jefferson, starts with a J, and you're like, son of a... They're going to take Justin Jefferson. You're like, yeah, they took Jalen.
That would have saved Carson Wentz's career, though.
It would have.
It would have.
I love a good what if. All right, 3 quarterbacks taken as suspected. Caleb Williams to Chicago, Jaden Daniels to Washington, Drake May to New England. Here's where the draft officially begins, with the Arizona Cardinals at pick 4. Of course, if they stay here, it's absolutely going to be Marvin Harrison Jr. If they trade down Gino again, I think it has to be with the Giants. Unless, let's put our tinfoil hats on,
Minnesota.
The Chargers.
For what?
They trade Justin Herbert somewhere. So Harbaugh gets his boy, J.J. McCarthy, who he says is the best quarterback in the class.
Going to get traded in the next 10 minutes?
I don't think so. What team would even trade? Minnesota. He sends him to Minnesota for the 11th pick. They take J.J. McCarthy and then another Michigan guy. Blake Corum at 11. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm currently getting my board all together here. Got all my stickers all ready to go. Getting the actual draft board. I'm a sicko, folks. I love this stuff. So that was
Schefter. Schefter's not tipping picks, is he?
He's not doing the Woj, hopefully.
Let me just check.
Woj always gets creative.
He was the one that broke the AJ Brown trade for me.
Warriors have all intents and purposes to draft player X, Y, and Z. I love it.
I do need to follow Schefter because that's how I found out about the AJ Brown trade live. So he's not tipping picks. Okay, but here's a little scoop, Gino. The Arizona Cardinals are not expected to trade pick number 4.
Okay.
So
Marvin
they're going to stay put.
It's got to be.
So it's going to be Marvin Harrison. So chalk continues.
Yeah, chalk continues.
Chargers then.
Josh McCown coached legend Drake May, right?
He did.
Was he the coach?
He coached in high school.
That's what I thought. Dude, Drake May has a wicked Texas accent. He also put out a rap song that was pretty good. Like him and the boys put out a music
Drew
video.
Lock 2.0.
No, much more swagger than Drew Lock and a much better arm.
Drew Lock's got some swagger, man. Dropping pills on the Eagles on Monday Night Football. That's what he said, but he called it a pill. I loved it. I'm like, damn it.
Backpack.
I
can't believe that happened, man.
I can, but it was James Bradbury.
Game.
He did. 40-year-old Josh McCown with a completely ripped hamstring had the Eagles on the 25-yard line with 3 minutes to go, down 8. What a ridiculous time to be alive. The 2019 Eagles were just crack.
All right, Arizona's going to go Marvin Harrison, and then I guess it starts with the Chargers then, because then we're going offensive line for them. But the Giants are probably the ultimate hang-up pick, Lou, because what if they just sit there and then they draft JJ, and now the wide receivers start to fall, or they take the receivers and a team is sitting there wanting JJ. Thought Arizona and Jonathan Gannon was going to give us something good, but absolutely not.
Jonathan Gannon. I unfortunately kind of like what the Cardinals are cooking up a little bit. And it does not please me because I cannot stand Jonathan Gannon. But
why don't you go be a Cardinals fan?
No, thank you.
Go support dollars.
I'm not going back to that.
Yeah, they'll sell their team just like they did with Arizona, the Coyotes.
All right, Cardinals are on the clock. Then we got Chargers and Giants.
Draft caps this year. What are your thoughts? You're the fit guy. What do you think?
I don't like them. Can I be
honest?
You don't
like them? I think they're better than the last couple years, I'd say.
It's a low bar. The draft caps have been bad for
last year.
They
were like half white on one side, half midnight, and it was just
they haven't been good in a while. I'll say the best draft cap ever, 2017 actually, when it was in Philly. It was this glossy. I have actually.
Oh yes, I know what one
awesome glossy shiny logo, and the Bills were actually
kind of beveled a little
bit.
Out,
and the cap was actually the logo. So the cap had the eagle eye. It was half of the logo.
I know.
It was super cool. About. Since then, I haven't really loved it. I haven't bought a draft cap since actually, and I used to buy them every year.
Our banner here now that we can. Well, let's keep the draft order. I think we know which way we're going.
All right, Arizona's pick is in, so it's going to be Marvin Harrison. Again, they lost DeAndre Hopkins 2 years ago or last year, traded Rondale Moore. Hollywood Brown is now in Kansas City, so Kyler Murray needs some receivers. Trey McBride had a little bit of a breakout at the end of last year, but they definitely need receiver help. So this is one of the best. Gino, there's been some great receiver prospects, but Harrison coming out is one of the most developed prospects you can think of.
If you were going to put money down who is going to be a Hall of Famer out of the get-go,
Harrison would be maybe the favorite.
Marvin Harrison Jr. Yeah, it's got to be Marvin Harrison Jr.
Unless this is Malik Neighbors. Let's see. No,
here we go. 6 seconds. 6 seconds. Chalk. I usually listen via podcast. Interesting to put the face to the voice. Yeah, I'm ugly as hell. I understand.
Are you disappointed?
yeah, it's not.
Let us know, Justin. What are your thoughts?
No, maybe we don't. Like a draft grade.
0 out of 10. Rank me. Yeah.
Nil. So we're 4 for 4 on offense. 4 for 4 on offense, as
we expected. Chargers, that's going to happen too. If this is not a Dunze, it's Joe Alt. And then the Giants is where do they take J.J. McCarthy?
You'll see an all-time reaction out of me if that happens.
Or I could see them trade. I could see the Chargers trading down right here with Minnesota. Because maybe the Vikings think they need to get McCarthy and jump in front of the Giants. Yeah. Chargers trade down. They can still get a tackle. If it's not Alt at that point, it's Latham or Fuyaga or, whichever one you want.
If the Giants... Yeah, you have to believe that the Chargers will go O-line, Tennessee will go O-line, Atlanta will be the one team that goes defense. If the Giants really wanted to, they potentially could move back a couple spots here and hope other teams don't jump them.
Mm-hmm.
And probably still walk away with one of the top 3 wide receivers, which they desperately need there, and I don't think it would be good for the Eagles, but I think it would also be great to push our narrative to draft the cornerback.
Yeah. All right, so far so good. It's been very predictable.
Yeah, as chalk as can be, and I'm trying to find, where are you? Marvin Harrison Jr. There we go.
It's funny about Marvin Harrison, too. He has just not participated in any off-season act. He's just like, I'm not doing
power to
any
the players. If you're putting out the tape like that, like, I wouldn't test either. Like, why would you? Why I would do the Jamar
Let's go,
Chase.
Justin. Let's go. We're not disappointed. Let's go. Thanks, man.
For the boys, man. Yeah. Good-looking fellas. Good-looking fellas here.
Oh, he said only disappointed if we jump up for an offensive lineman. Hell yeah.
Well, if we go up for an offensive lineman, I will be accepting resumes for a new co-host because Lou said he will quite literally never host an episode of this show again.
Let the record be straight. I said if they trade up for a tackle when Mitchell and or Arnold are available on the board, then I quit this podcast.
And I think that's warranted. I really do think it's warranted because it's like, man, you're going to let this guy sit for a couple days.
I don't think they would do it. I think they could trade up for a tackle if those guys aren't in striking distance.
Fuaga would be the guy?
Yeah, I think it'd be Fuaga.
I think they really like him.
He makes the most sense for Stoutland, I think, stylistically.
I think Fatanu is the smokescreen in that equation.
Or, excuse me, Fatanu, I actually think would make more sense stylistically.
And you think Fuaga
I think Fuaga is the more likely pick.
I think so, too, because if you look
I think Fatanu makes more sense. I think Fuaga is a better overall prospect. I think Fatanu fits.
They put Filey on an island a lot there at Oregon State. And
which they do with Lane every play.
Yes,
so.
And if you're talking about like how they use their offensive linemen outside of just the body profile on them.
Right.
That's exactly what they want.
Yeah, I agree. So I think Fuaga would be the likely pick.
What do you think about this?
the wild card.
Does Brandon Ayuk get traded tonight? AIYUK, just for reference.
I don't think he does. I think the Niners should smarten up and just pay the man. But I would say
good wide receivers. Why? How would you do that?
Yeah, right. Foreign concept for everybody except for us.
Wait, did the Philadelphia Eagles really just pay AJ Brown $96 million and 80 some out of it is guaranteed, dude? Could you imagine 80 million guaranteed dollars coming to your bank? I mean, taxes, of course, but like, hey, tomorrow you're gonna get a big shipment of money
Must
coming
be nice. $57 million a year invested in Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. Look at how much money they are spending on offense. They have 3 of the top 10 highest paid offensive linemen. They have 2 of the top 5 highest paid receivers now from an annual perspective. They have one of the highest paid quarterbacks. I mean, the cap hit right now is still very low. One of the highest paid tight ends. One of the highest paid running backs. Just throwing bags on the offense.
You just saw Devontae get market value at 25. Micah Pittman, he just resets the market. AJ just resets the market. But Justin Jefferson still has to go and get his contract. All of these other really good wide receivers, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, somebody's going to acquire them. How much are those guys going to go for? Like, it's already a bargain at this point. Like, the Jalen Hurts deal, bargain. Landon Dickerson, bargain. Jordan Mailata, bargain. All of these guys are already on bargain deals because Howie Roseman hats off to him, is proactive as any general manager in football. You see Jerry Jones skedoodling and just drawing all over nonsense all over his paper when he's talking about Dak Prescott. Oh, we're going to wait and see. And like, oh, we got to wait and see on CD. What do you have to wait and see? Wait and see for a good player to leave the building? You don't want to be the GM that one of your best players is hoisting a Lombardi trophy.
Or even like A.J. Brown literally got his GM fired from Tennessee when they played the Tennessee Titans in 2022. Their GM got fired. I've never seen an actual revenge game where it literally cost the guy his job. A.J. Brown got that man fired a day later. It was one of the most badass things I've ever seen in the history of sports.
Maybe a blessing in disguise for the Titans because Rand has been
because he's been doing a great. I like what the Titans are building right now, actually.
Dude, they went into a season with Will Levis, gave him a chance. Now they're making moves. They go out there and outbid a rival for Calvin Ridley, right? And they're putting together an offense where you don't overpay for Derrick Henry and you draft Skoronski last year. And the Andre Dillard, Lou, I think the Andre Dillard move, moving on from him and admitting you made a mistake is like a really good step in the right direction for franchises that have to say, okay, we have to be better. That's like that's when I realized the Eagles were like a team that year after year are going to be competitive because they're not a team that if they see a position that needs to be upgraded, they're just going to sit there and sit on their hands.
They don't say, well, we took Jalen Reagor and J.J.
Sunk cost does not matter to them.
Yeah, we're not going to just sit on our hands. We can't take another receiver. They said, no, we're going to invest actually 2 more first-round picks in a Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. Absolutely. There's a lot of teams that do that where they say, yeah, it didn't work, but we've invested enough in corner. We need to now, change gears. Or like quarterback hasn't worked the last few times. Let's settle and get our Jacoby Brissett and not try anymore. Like you can't, if it doesn't work, you have to try still, especially at valuable positions like wide receiver.
So the idea of sunk cost, you can't look at something you already spent. It's out the window. It's behind you. It's like the Lion King. Like I think it was Timon, like pokes Pumbaa, and it's like, oh, that hurt. But like, oh, that was in the past or whatever that scene was. Like that's what it is. Like you drafted Jalen Reagor. Does that mean you don't draft Devontae Smith? You drafted Carson Wentz. Does that mean you don't draft Jalen Hurts? That's sunk cost.
Well, that's a little different. Your quarterback just won you the division. Let's not get started with that.
Oh my gosh.
You didn't like the pick at the time either. Don't revisionist history me right now.
All right. Here we go.
I don't know what this pick's going to be. Honest, genuinely. This could be a Dunze. It could be Alt. It could be Fashanu. It could be Latham. It could be McCarthy.
It's an offensive lineman and it's not Alt, I'm going to have some like real questions about like how much power does Jim Harbaugh already have, right?
Tired discussing Wentz versus Hurts. Wired discussing Herbert, J.J. McCarthy quarterback room. That's about to happen.
Oh my goodness. Man, cut it out with the Oregon Cats, dude. Like, cut it out. It's got to be Joe Alt.
It's got to be Alt. Yeah.
It's got to be Joe Alt, right?
I think so. He's clearly the best tackle, right? Is there a gap, do you think? Because like we've been talking a lot about Fatanu, Fuyaga.
And if it's Alt now, things are going to get fun because what does Tennessee do? Are they going to trade down? Man, I feel bad, Tyler Rowland, if this is Joe Alt, dude. Shout out Lockdown.
Tyler Rowland loves Joe Alt more than I love Quinyon Mitchell.
Extras, it's Alt. If you just tip that pick, that's a lifetime ban. That's a lifetime ban. You better say that was a guess right now, or you're banned.
I don't think so because Goodell's going to the podium. So let's find out. Uh-oh.
We might have a ban on our hands. Woo! Man, Justin Herbert's going to have some protection, cuz. I like that. Good. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it, dude. My cousin, who's a Titans fan, now what? I don't know, man. This is where it gets fun.
This could be Neighbors. I'm surprised Neighbors fell outside the top 5. I thought he for sure was going top 5. Actually, no, I shouldn't say that. Top 6. Yeah. No. He should definitely be the pick with the Giants.
If I'm Minnesota, though, I stay put and just wait for J.J. McCarthy now at this point, right? Like,
you got to be nervous about Denver and Vegas behind you. They might do the Trubisky like move up a spot just to guarantee you get him type of thing, because you got a couple teams right on your back that might try. Also, can we? Yeah, that pick was correct. Can we please not tip picks?
Yeah, no.
Please don't tell us.
You're done. You're done. You're done.
I was waiting for Gino to freak out, but he took the rational route.
My wife just got home, and if she tipped the pick, she better leave the house. That's all I'm saying. We don't tip picks, folks. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not fun. But if you are here having fun, subscribe to the show.
Yeah, right. You can stay. You can stay.
Yeah,
just don't do it again. You get one. You get one strike. Giants on the clock. Yep. New York is on the clock right now. 6 overall. We've had 5 straight offensive picks. FanDuel, again, as Gino mentioned earlier, the over-under on defensive prospects going inside the top 10, you said, right, was a half? Was 0.5?
0.5. I think it'll probably be with Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah. 0.5.
Because I can't see Chicago going defense. I can't really see Tennessee doing it.
Ted E, I turned off Twitter because I don't want sport. I'm doing the same
wow,
thing.
Could the Giants take J.J. McCarthy here? I really hope that's the pick. Give me Daniel Jones 2.0. I'm really rooting for that.
Oh, if you want to see a reaction, hold on to your bootstraps, folks.
Please take a quarterback.
Hold on to your bootstraps. If they go JJ, they're one of the dumbest organizations ever.
Shout out to my guy right here, Sam Becca. That's my boy. G-Men got to go JJ. I hope so.
One of the dumbest franchises ever on any sport in mankind. Like, there's no way you go from Daniel Jones to JJ McCarthy.
It's the Spider-Man meme. It's the Spider-Mans pointing at each other. Like, there is no.
But how does Joe Shane and Brian?
Move.
How does Joe Shane and Brian Daboll go from coaching and being the guy to bring in Josh Allen, and we're gonna go from Daniel Jones to JJ McCarthy?
No, if you're Daboll especially, it's like because he was there.
Like, dude,
I believe
I coached
with Tyrod.
A freak of nature. I coached a freak of nature.
I'm not sure if Daboll was with Tyrod in 2017, but if he was, like, how do you not see that you kind of went from a McCarthy type and Tyrod to Josh Allen and say, no, now when I have a gig, I'm just going to get my Tyrod. That's insane. And I know he won a playoff game with Jones, but, I mean, it was against a choking Minnesota Vikings team. But for the Eagles, I absolutely hope this is McCarthy. If they were smart, it would be a Dunze. And they haven't had a good receiver since Odell Beckham.
For their own sake. I
think they go receiver. Huey, shout out Huey. I agree. I think they go receiver.
Don't tip picks. Please don't tip picks.
Yep.
I'm not even looking.
No JJ slander allowed. All the JJ slander, especially if he's a Giant.
JJ McCarthy?
Yeah.
The guy who got ran to a national championship behind Blake Corum in that offensive line?
I'm also not a big Michigan guy, so I'm not really like going to defend Michigan players.
Never. If people are still slandering my guy up at Oregon and Justin Herbert, and now I got to defend Bo Nix to the death. Bo Nix is going to be he's going to be a Denver Bronco by the end of the day.
That feels right. Like if Denver trades down with Philly, Gino, and they get to 22, they're taking Nix there, right? At 22?
Got to be Bo.
100%.
Bo Nix actually has a lot of friends. He's a well-liked guy.
This is the first pick where I have just no clue.
I have no idea.
Because with the Chargers, we knew it was all down here. It should be a Dunze, but all right, here we go. Goodell's making his way to the podium.
All right, 6 seconds.
Let's go get that bad back moving. Let's see this pick.
Yep.
Yeah, damn it, they were smart.
Mm-hmm. Good pick.
Damn it. I really wanted that to be McCarthy.
But they're rolling with Daniel Jones, though. Like,
well, I mean, it's smarter. It's not like they could get to one of these other prospects. I mean, their hands were tied. I think it's smarter to not force the quarterback pick if there's not a if there was a guy like that had the upside that's worth it, sure. But McCarthy doesn't have the upside. Like, that's a floor player. Malik Neighbors is a really good receiver.
View him as the ceiling guy, JJ.
I think
they
that's crazy.
View him as the guy with the traits. They view
he
him
doesn't
as
have a
guy
huge arm. He's not like the tallest
I know
kid.
what people are saying, Lou. That's why I don't know what people were watching. Like, what are we comparing?
He gives me like Purdy vibes. I mean, he's a taller Purdy. I don't know. Like, I think he could be a good quarterback in a really good system, but he's not system proof. He's not situation proof. I mean, nobody is in a way, but, you know, he can't do what Wentz did in 2019 or what Jalen Hurts could do with a bad roster. I mean, no.
All right, Titans are on the board. Shout out my boy Epo in the chat. Actually, one of my good buddies. Who we thinking for Tennessee? He asks. Dude, I think they got to trade
up
down.
Here. Shout out Eric.
Yeah, that's my boy. They got to trade down at this point. Like, I mean, they'll probably go offensive line. I still think drafting Rome Odunze is like the smartest move for them, in my opinion.
Yeah, because not like Hopkins is a long-term piece there. Calvin Ridley you have locked up, but I mean, he's not the youngest receiver. He was old coming out of Bama. I think you give that trio to Will Levis. He has no excuses left. I mean, that defense has some good pieces.
And they drafted Skoronski, right? Like, you see your best at left tackle. Like,
they've got Tony Pollard in the backfield, and who's the kid from Tulane from last year? Sharp?
Yeah, Tajay. Yeah.
Tajay?
Yep, exactly. Good call. No, not Tajay Sharp,
bro. That's the old Tennessee Titans
wide receiver.
He was a Temple Owl.
Dude, Tajay Sharp.
Tajay Spears. I'm sorry. Tajay Spears.
Tajay Sharp, I was going to say, was one of the guys that I'm like, this guy's going to be a fantasy stud, dude. They didn't have anybody that year, and I think he got hurt that year, and he just did absolutely nothing for them. But Tennessee, if I'm them, I'm saying, I'm calling everybody behind me, all right, who wants to come up, get a QB? Like, make me the best offer. I'll take one of these offensive linemen. Let's go from there.
Well, here's some scoops. Adam Schefter. In recent weeks, both the Patriots and Vikings reached out to the Chargers to see if they had interest in trading for Justin Herbert. Or trading Justin Herbert.
Oh.
So that was a real thing. The Patriots and Vikings called about it. You had to know, they had to wonder about the McCarthy-Harbaugh thing.
Yeah, I thought you meant, like, the Chargers called to try and get Justin
Herbert. Vice versa. Vice versa.
Okay. It makes sense.
I thought I just saw another thing here.
There's actually
the Vikings and Giants did try to get the Patriots to slide out of 3. So the Giants did try to get Drake May.
Oh, intriguing.
And that's smart. If you can't get him, you don't force the JJ pick. No. Minnesota too desperately tried. I think both teams were smart, and maybe the Vikings still go McCarthy, but I think both teams smartened up and said, we can't get the quarterback blinders, the tunnel vision of forcing anyone. It was May or bust, and the Patriots made the right call. Interesting, though. That's fun. The Herbert talk is, you had to wonder.
Discussion. NFC East quarterbacks.
Rank them?
Jalen Hurts far and away.
It hurts Dak, Daniels, and Jones. I'd say.
Yikes.
Dak might be gone next year. Is it Trey Lance? I don't know what the hell is done.
You gotta be
quarterback.
Feeling good as Eagles fans. Folks.
I feel pretty good.
After that,
I'm telling you, Washington's the team to watch for the long term, for now at least.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Washington did some good things. I don't think they're dangerous as like a playoff team, but I like the Frankie Louvu signing in free agency. They brought in our guy Jeremy Chin, Bobby Wagner.
Could potentially be like the Dream Team 2.0. That's just like
that's just old with names.
It's just like a collection of guys that
that's
are
true.
well past their prime.
But if they nail the Daniels pick, they're good. Their system. This isn't like Drake May with nothing to work with. Like Washington's not the best system in the world. It's not what Philly has right now, but it's not terrible. I mean, they have a true wide receiver one. Dotson has been very underutilized. He's like the Rashad Bateman of the NFC right now.
Yeah, no kidding. But it looks like the pick is in for Tennessee.
I would vote.
I think they go
this
with
is Odunze. Yeah.
You've pronounced
I'm never name get it
700 different times, dude. Like 700 different ways. It's perfect.
It's Odunze?
Perfect. Rome Odunze.
I thought his name was Romeo for a little bit.
No, not Romeo Odunze.
That shows how little of work I did at receiver because we've got our guys $57 million a year.
$57 million a year. But how hard am I take? One of the guys said Romeo Odunze is an NBA draft prospect, but Rome Odunze is an NFL draft prospect, and that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm trying to retweet the link to get people in here. Retweet the link, folks, to get people into the draft room. We got like 50 people in here at a time. Like, that's really good. Keep subscribing, subscribe. We're getting on close to 4,000. I would love if we could get to 4,000 followers by the end of the draft.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty lit. That would be pretty cool.
What offensive lineman do they take here if it's one of them? Between Fashanu, I'll say Latham,
Probably
and
Latham.
Fuyaga.
I think probably Latham would be the guy because you talk about
that's a lot higher,
bigger and better. Like you get rid of Andre Dillard, you get rid of that the soft mentality, right? Like they want to get big physical linemen.
Latham's powerful for sure. He's a dog in the run.
What about like
game.
an outlier and like an Amarius Mims, like just out of the blue?
Okay.
I don't know.
All offense still so far. All
Also,
6 picks have been offense.
NFL, we got to get on the Formula One wagon where we go commercial free through the whole thing here. Like,
or at least have an option where
we're in round 1. We're in pick 7, and we've had 2 commercial breaks. Come on.
Appreciate you, Ted. All right. I think this is probably a Doomsday. They really need line play though, outside of their one tackle spot.
Back to our point on defensive players, I think Chicago would be really, really silly to let a near clone of Jalen Carter in Byron Murphy slip past them once again.
Ooh, fair point.
As much
I never
help
thought
as
of Murphy
they do on the offensive line. It's the same exact pick they were at last year. It's the same type of prospect, which they need. They have the edge help. They got Montez Sweat. They did that trade. Could it be Dallas Turner if Atlanta were to skip on him? I could see that. Or does Tennessee shock us and go defense here? I mean,
do you think that the reason there's not going to be many defensive prospects taken in the top 10 and 15 is based on the class itself, or is it just because of how good the offense is? It's just that good. Is Dallas Turner an edge 1 in a normal class?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think
so. That's weaker. But some people were asking me about Quinyon Mitchell and Terry Arnold. Are they CB1 and CB2 in a strong? Are they a Stingley Sauce caliber? I don't know if they're that good, but they're close to Horn and Surtain for me. Yeah, I think so. I don't think they're the best of a bad situation.
They'll probably be overdrafted tonight because of that drop off.
But I will say linebacker stinks, safety stinks.
Oh my goodness, man! It couldn't.
It is somewhat weak too, though.
It couldn't be a better year for the Philadelphia Eagles to have the needs that they have. You talk about the strengths, wide receiver, offensive line. You talk about cornerback is 40 guys deep. I mean, it's such a deep room to where tomorrow you could go back to back. Heck, you could even trade down at 53 if you don't get corner today and still walk away with the top guy. Even tomorrow, if you get a Patrick Paul type of player or a Roger Rosegarden, that would be great. Here we go. 6 seconds. 6 seconds.
Yep, got you. Whoa.
Am I good or am I good?
You nailed that.
Am I good or am I good, baby?
You nailed
that. See what I'm saying? Luke?
Wow. JC Latham goes 7th overall. I thought he was an option at 22.
Tyler Rowland is probably losing.
I got to see what our boy Tic Tac Titan is saying right now.
Yeah, let us know. Pilatus, I would love to hear what you think of JC Latham. Think it's a safer prospect than our boy Isaiah Wilson a couple years ago, that's for sure.
Ooh, yeah.
Take O-line off the board, Lou. Take O-line off the board. We'd love to see that. Another one. Let these guys go. Let them keep going, Lou.
All right. He sounds just kind of mid about it. He said, Latham it is. Missing an alt in Neighbors because of the Week 18 win hurts. But we'll see what Callahan can do with Latham. First question is, can he play left tackle, or are they calling Pete? Whatever that means.
Ooh. Skoronski. No, it'll probably be Skoronski at left tackle and Latham at right tackle. Good pick. I mean, that's a very good selection for them. It's not going to be one that you're like, oh, you're going to celebrate it right away. Offensive line is offensive line, right? But you look back at the Isaiah Wilson selection a couple of years ago, that really threw a kind of crazy wrench in their plans. I mean, they haven't found those offensive linemen to fill in the gaps there, and they got one in Skoronski last year. They get one in Latham now. It helps out the Philadelphia Eagles in the very best way possible. First real shock, I would say, of the draft.
Yeah, I agree. I thought he was going to be an option at 22, Gino. But I think he's just as justifiable as the second lineman pick off the board as
That's
Fatanu would have been.
Yeah, that's what it was going to come down to.
I don't think it's
come down to what your
Guyton,
preference was with those guys.
Like Tyler Guyton would have been a reach. Amarius Mims would have been a little bit of a reach. But I don't think Latham's a reach here.
With all the talk, though, of the Chargers potentially wanting Latham, I don't know why we would be shocked that he just goes 2 picks later, right? I mean, I think there might be an equal evaluation on those guys closer than maybe some of us thought, and good on them for not just trading back and just taking one guy because, like, they stuck to their guns. Good on Rand and that team in Tennessee right now. Shout out to them. It's the number 7 pick. I'm getting a little behind here on my stickers.
Another offensive player. So now we've got Atlanta on the clock. This is where the first defensive player should likely go. However, it's not like they're loaded at receiver, Gino. I mean, they did bring in Darnell Mooney to complement Drake London, but could they go
drafted
Roma Dunze?
Bijan Robinson last year, Lou. Would you be shocked if they brought in another offensive player in this?
No, if they brought in a Dunze.
And what
if they just said, what if they just, to continue to mess with Kyle Pitts fantasy owners, they just say Brock Bowers, the local Georgia guy.
I was going to say, what do you have with Kyle Pitts? That was going to be the one, do they want to move away from that bigger type of body and go get Roma Dunze, somebody who's a clear, true number 1? I mean, is Drake London a number 1?
No, I don't think he is, man. I think London's good, but he shouldn't have been the first receiver off the board in that draft. He's good, and I think he's been underutilized because they've had bad quarterback play. But in an ideal world, he's your wide receiver too, like a very high-end wide receiver too.
And he's one in the same, really, of what you already had in Pitts. That selection really never made any sense. And
he's not Brandon Ayuk or Devontae Smith.
And if you're Kirk and they're
Jalen
pitching
Waddle
you the plan, right? Wouldn't you say, how can we get better on offense? If I'm coming to Atlanta, how are we going to get better?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, he's a better player than Dallas Turner. When you talk BPA.
Or do they shock us and go Latu? I still think Latu ends up with the Rams.
That'd be the safe pick if they're just we need a guy we know will produce on the edge.
Latu.
It's not safe, though, because of the neck injury. It's safe, production-wise or floor-wise, but...
Pick is in for Atlanta. This has to be our first defensive player. I would say Dallas Turner more than likely. That has been the talk. The fit is bang on. The need is bang on. We'll see if they can actually develop a player. And if this is Penix and Bleed Green 26 just tip this pick, see you later. If this is Michael Penix, Lou.
Come on. No way.
No way. There's no way.
Over JJ McCarthy when you just brought in Kirk Cousins on a huge contract and he's not young.
Way.
What's he going to do? Sit behind, what is this, the Hendon Hooker pick?
Yeah, very equivalent to Hendon Hooker, but you're expecting him to play right away though, dude. But Kirk is there. What's he going to learn? He's 24. He's just as old as freaking Bo is. But seriously, all right, here we go.
Okay, let's see if this is Penix. Make it make sense. Oh my God.
Hey, Bleed Green though. See you,
yeah,
bud.
You're done, man.
Yeah,
please don't tip picks for the love of God.
Don't tip a pick. Seriously.
No, not I got you.
Live for get out of here.
You can actually ban somebody. Did you just ban them?
Yeah, get out of here. I told you. You know what the laws are. All I gotta say to that pick. Dubs down. But let's go, sense. Luke. Let's cook now.
That's huge because JJ McCarthy's probably still going to go. Getting 5 quarterbacks inside the top 15 was not something that I thought.
I am shocked.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any. Why did you bring in Kirk Cousins?
Dubs down.
I gotta see what reporters are saying.
This is Jordan Love. This is a Jordan Love.
Hold on. I gotta watch this. Ian Rappaport's trying to explain it. I gotta watch this.
Yeah, go ahead. But I'll try to talk through this. I mean. This kind of seems very reminiscent to Jordan Love with Aaron Rodgers a couple of years ago, where Atlanta's probably in a situation where they're thinking they're going to be much better next year. They bring in Kirk Cousins. Of course, he's going to probably lead that offense to a team that should compete in that division, very poor division. If not, they're going to compete for a wild card spot. They're probably not going to be in striking distance to get a quarterback that they want. Michael Penix, though, 4 season-ending surgeries, 1 great year with 3 great wide receivers. Best of luck. Best of luck in Atlanta, man. I mean, he's not going to see the field for X amount of years. I mean, how much longer can Kirk Cousins play for, Lou? Like, a while. A while.
And it's not like Penix is a 20-year-old kid that can just wait. So Rap Sheet said it's Arthur Blank has been very hell-bent on succession at quarterback. That a lot of it had to do with after Matt Ryan, they didn't have a plan B. Like, they didn't have another guy. They brought in Marcus Mariota, but I mean, Kirk Cousins wasn't a 1-year Jacoby Brissett kind of contract for $8 million like New England, where Drake May obviously is going to come in the next year and play. That, I don't know. The Falcons, that seemed like a win-now move for a roster that's really pretty solid in a bad division. And then you bring in the oldest quarterback that has like injury history too. That's a floor player that doesn't really need much more development. He's played in college forever. None of it makes sense, dude. None of it makes sense. Everything I just laid out, even in my own head, I'm like, that just I don't get it. But for the Eagles, hell yes, because Minnesota's probably going to take McCarthy, or one of these teams is going to. Vegas,
Denver's
maybe.
Going to sit and take both. No, I don't know.
Oh, that might not be good though, because they might not be willing to move now.
I know. Or maybe JJ's their guy. Or maybe JJ is their guy, and they might move up a couple spots. Maybe all that was smoke that way to Bo.
Wow, what? That's the first shocker. J.C. Latham's got nothing on Michael Penix.
No, that's great. That's crazy.
I wish the pick wasn't tipped though, man, because that reaction I would have never thought.
Do that.
But then see, that's the exact reason I don't.
I would literally rather have you punch me in the face while I'm not looking on the street than tip a pick. Like, like literally, this is Christmas. Why didn't my parents just tell me what my Christmas gifts were on Christmas Eve and tell me Santa wasn't real? Why didn't they just do that? This is like telling me Santa's not real on Christmas freaking Day. Come on.
You've made 2 Christmas references on the show. Interestingly enough.
I'm pissed off, man. I'm a little pissed off after that.
Will this be the first? Or this is a Dunze, probably. Chicago at 9. I keep trying to throw a Dunze on a team. If I'm the Buffalo Bills, I am going to get him. I'm giving up a 1 next year. Like, they need a Dunze before the Jets get him. Although Chicago's pick is in. Adunze probably goes in these next 2 picks. Between Chicago and the Jets, I think Adunze goes. Chicago could take Murphy, like you said. Dallas Turner still available.
Dude, I cannot find Malik Neighbors on this list. I've looked through these stickers 100 times. I'll find it later.
I'm getting nervous, though, the more Turner stays on the board for the Eagles.
That they're going to trade up? All right, here we go.
For like Dallas Turner.
Chicago.
Let's see, this one I don't know. I love what Chicago's cooking up, dude. Yikes. A trio.
How about them Bears?
A trio of DJ Moore, Keelan. Whoa.
That's a really
Keenan
good pick,
Allen,
man.
and
That's
Roman
a really
Dunze.
good selection. What?
Whew.
Lou, you got
Justin Fields got to be so pissed off, right?
You got to draft corner, man. Like, there's too many teams with too many good
with
wide
duos
receivers.
and trios. Like, this is insane. That
Bills
is
are
such
unserious.
a good trio.
Dunze to Chicago makes a ton of sense. Yeah, the Bills are unserious. I'll echo that sentiment all day long. So the top 3 are off the board now, Lou. You think Brian Thomas is the next wide receiver to go?
Yeah, Brian Thomas is definitely the next guy. Xavier Worthy, dark horse, though, I would say.
No defensive players taken in the top 10 in the first time since...
I don't think the Jets are going with one.
I
think this is either a tackle, like this is Fashanu, or Brock Bowers. I could see them going Bowers.
With Rodgers, you got to think an instant impact type of player, like a Brock Bowers would be the guy. T-Zine TV. What's up, guys? If you're just joining us here, thank you for joining us. Subscribe. Do not tip picks. We have already banned one person.
I was about to let you be the good cop, and I was going to say it, but I appreciate you taking the lead.
Please do not tip picks. Please do not tip picks.
Michael Penix went to the Falcons, man. That's unbelievable.
Don't even say that they're football players. Tell me like hockey scores or like basketball scores. I don't know what's going on in the world right now. What's playoff hockey looking like? I
think the Sixers are on tonight. Not that I've been.
They're going to lose.
Trade. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock at 10. As I mentioned, a Trubisky type of move to get their guy. One spot to guarantee nobody jumps in front. So ideal for the Eagles. 5 quarterbacks, Gino, going inside the top 10. When was the last time that happened? J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix, top 10 quarterbacks.
Was 2018?
No, I don't think so. It was Darnold and Baker, top 2, top 3. Josh wasn't top 10, was he? Oh, he was. My bad.
7. And then
I think so, because Rosen was. Yeah, but no. After that, Lamar was the next pick. He was the 5th guy off the board at 32.
Okay. Yes. Good call.
Look at that Bears offense. Oh my gosh,
dude, that is a nice offense, man. Hey, we were a year early, Lou. We were right to the track to say Chicago was on the way.
I don't have to be. I'm not jealous. Isn't that great? I don't have to be jealous.
What rookie quarterback picked number 1 overall comes into a better situation than Caleb Williams?
Right. Great.
That's a good.
When was the last time somebody came into a situation like that?
Finally found Malik Neighbors sticker. We're moving now, folks. It's got to be J.J. McCarthy. Also, Lou. During my mock draft where I battled you. I moved 1 spot with Minnesota so they could get a quarterback. And people said, why would Minnesota move 1 spot just to get a quarterback if you know that the team behind you is not quarterback needy? Guess what they literally just did? They're going to pick J.J. McCarthy.
Sixers score update, 64-62.
Okay.
It's going to be a dogfight with the Knicks every single
I won't say that they're going to win.
Trade details. Vikings get the 10th round overall, and then a 6th round pick. They give up 11, a 4, so they give up a 4 and a 5 for a 6 to move up 1 spot.
Not bad value at all.
I was going to say, they didn't have to give up a 3 or anything like that.
Yeah, so 129 is...
129 and 157 for 203. And then they get
43
10 from
points, and 157 is 28-6. Yeah, fair trade.
Shout out to Zine TV. Appreciate you, man.
So we go 10 picks, 10 offensive players, probably 11 offensive players. Do the Eagles trade up to get the first defensive player, Lou?
And in that way, it's not good. Gino, I don't know if they're going to go for a tackle or a corner. They might go get like Byron Murphy or Dallas Turner.
Dude.
Oh. And that's going to be
you said the name that I want more than anything, and Byron
Murphy.
Fletch
I won't be as mad as if they moved up for an offensive tackle. I'll say that. It wouldn't be my favorite thing, but I love both prospects enough where it's kind of like last year with Carter and Smith. I love both prospects enough where even if it's not the position I want, I think I could get on board with that depending on what their alternative plan is at corner. I would prefer tackle over edge, though, defensive tackle. I would prefer Byron Murphy over Dallas Turner, I think. But, man, can you imagine, Gino, you have an edge group of Josh Sweat, Marcus Huff, Nolan Smith, and Dallas Turner? Excuse me.
Bryce Huff.
Marcus Huff. Bryce Huff. Who am I thinking of? Marcus Huff is a player. Was he? No, he's not.
Josh Huff was picked by the Philadelphia Eagles out of Oregon.
Yeah,
and
I don't know who Marcus Huff
charges and released, but that's about it.
And then Brandon Graham, that's your group of 5.
Ted E asked, did the Viking jump into
Jet
spot? Yes, how great sense. Did the Viking jump into jet spot?
James going after our chat.
No, why use more? Why use more words when less works? I appreciate the efficiency, man.
I won't be mad with Murphy, honestly. Yeah, I wouldn't be. He's such a good player. And I don't believe in Jordan Davis to be a 3-down player, so I think defensive tackle is a need. I like defensive tackle more than edge and offensive
I think
tackle.
Byron Murphy is closer to a Jalen Carter caliber player than a Dallas Turner is to a top edge player.
Good point. Totally agree. That duo inside, Gino, rotating in with Jordan, then I don't need Jordan Davis to be a – I mean, it wouldn't be a great pick, a great look to trade up for Jordan Davis at that point. But again, kind of a sunk cost thing. You don't not take Byron Murphy for that reason. And Jordan Davis
you're not going to trade up that far to go get that player unless he's like you have him in.
But you might not have to go far, man, because this run continues. The Jets aren't going defense. I don't think Denver is.
We haven't seen a big time trade yet. And that's going to be the very interesting thing is when that trade comes.
Gino, you said the Falcons could do anything tonight, but I didn't think you actually. Yeah, you did say that.
Dude, Dom, this is my buddy I talked to for an hour and a half.
The Gino Jigs.
Brother, you want to talk about a team that just threw a dart at a board and said wherever it lands, it lands. Michael Penix at 8. But the question is, Lou, was Minnesota going to take Michael Penix? Was Denver going to take Michael Penix? Could they not have traded down to acquire Michael Penix?
I don't think he was going top 50. Maybe he was. Maybe they thought the Raiders were taking him. Or Seattle at 16. They've been rumored to like him.
It had to be Vegas. It had to be Vegas. Like Minnesota didn't show their hand. They didn't know what Vegas was going to do. And then they're like, yeah, we'll just sit and pick. But Arthur Blank, to sit there and say the reason why I made that selection was because we didn't have a succession plan before goes into the sunk cost fallacy. You can't just say that because of what happened. Like, is Michael Penix one of the best quarterbacks you've evaluated in the last 4 years? Is it?
He's old. He's a floor player.
You picked Desmond Ritter.
You signed a multi-year deal for Kirk Cousins. Make it make sense. I love it, though. There's always one thing, Gino. We've said it on the show. There was going to be something that we reacted this way.
One up on Michael Penix, bro.
Appreciate Ted with the Sixers updates. 71-66 Sixers leading over the Knicks.
What are the hockey games going on? I need to know. I know the Avs aren't playing right now. I know Toronto lost last night. JJ McCarthy
could he be like the Will Levis of this year?
But then,
because remember, Levis people thought could go to the Colts in the top 5.
Yeah, and you also thought
he's more of a second.
Malik Willis was going to be the first.
Ted, he's more of a second rounder than Will Levis is, in my opinion.
You thought Malik Willis was going to be the first,
or not Willis, Will Levis. Excuse me. I did though. I did.
You did.
Let's see the pick real quick before I answer that question.
I think we're gonna have a little speech here, quick. 3-2 Canes and 3-2 Panthers.
Yeah, we were probably gonna get a speech. What are your top 3 my guys right now? For me, Quinyon Mitchell. I'll say Terry and available. I'll say Quinyon Mitchell, then Terry and Arnold, then I'll say Byron Murphy.
I mean, look at my tiers. Actually, I got this here too.
I do have my big board here.
When does Fashanu go? That's the question. Fashanu is the guy that I'm thinking, like, could he be a sneak pick here?
True. My top players on my board right now are Quinyon Mitchell, Terry and Arnold. Then I had Dallas Turner actually ahead of Byron Murphy. So those are my top 3 guys.
Or do they pick the other quarterback?
Bo Nix.
Talk about going from Kirk Cousins to Kirk Cousins, bro.
Oh, somebody just said that. Bo Nix said it.
That's where I got. Yeah, that's where I got.
All right, here comes the pick. I don't get it, but cool. Whatever. I'm glad I got our quarterback. And it helps the Eagles.
Ted, I appreciate it. It's Gino, and I messed up Terry Arnold's name, his age, bad. But folks, give me some slack. I literally watched these guys from high school to the NFL. The guy got there at 18 years old. I apologize. I really did get some crap for it. My bad. But JJ McCarthy, Minnesota Vikings.
Gino, listen to the 3 traits that I see on NFL Network right now for JJ McCarthy. It says winner, efficient, and Alex Smith. That's not someone you take in the top 10.
Get out of here, dude. I don't like that JJ pick.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
JJ pick.
That's settling. We're gonna lose Justin Jefferson if we don't get a guy to give.
That's
him the
Mac
football.
Jones, bro. That's Mac.
Yeah,
Jones,
it's a more mobile Mac Jones, honestly.
Mobile Mac
College
Jones.
winner, national champ on a loaded historic roster that's accurate, that has a high floor.
I hate that term. They're a winner.
Yeah, I think so too.
Besides Jalen Hurts, guy is a winner.
Yeah. All right. I mean, 5 quarter. I didn't. The Penix pick is just still blowing my mind.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? You must have won a lot of money if you made that bet.
What did I say before the show though? If you're gonna bet anything over at FanDuel, You bet on the quarterbacks, dude. Teams are going to overdraft these guys, like it or not. Like it or not. That's a great quote. Read that one, Lou.
That's a franchise. This is my boy Frank Arcuri. Shout out Frank. That's a franchise quarterback if I've ever seen one. Says every mediocre team ever.
Yeah, that's quite literally what it is.
Jets pick is in. What do you think about this one? I think it's
Brock
Fashanu or Bowers. I think, this is probably Bowers.
Bowers, I would say.
Sleeper pick, Brian Thomas or Xavier Worthy. They're comparing McCarthy to C.J. Stroud right now on NFL Network.
Okay, that's certainly something to say out loud.
Who is smoking crack on NFL Network running this graphic?
Dude, that's why I hate player comps. Like, what are you talking about?
I hate player
comps. You sound insane.
That's nuts. I'm sorry.
I love that I'm covering up the fantasy Desmond Ritter sticker with a Michael Penix sticker.
It's very fitting. It's very fitting.
Yeah, man. That's quite a pick. That's quite a selection.
Wow.
I mean,
shout out. Yeah, I love this shirt. Mock draft GM.
That's great.
Gonna miss doing mock drafts. Maybe we'll do an episode in like June when it's the dead zone where we'll do a 2025 mock.
Oh yeah. I'm down for that. So JJ just went. The Jets are up. I think this is Brock Bowers. There was a lot of talk of him going in the top 10. I believe the Jets realized that if they could move down one spot, they could acquire some assets and still land the guy that they want. I think it's a smart move.
I think it's Bo Nix.
For the Jets?
Rodgers going to play one more year?
Dude, could you imagine, man? That would really be something.
Someone compared J.J. McCarthy to a less athletic Trey Lance. I think he's a much more polished passer, probably.
Player comps.
Gino, I would have rather traded for like a Trey Lance than draft a Michael Penix or take a J.J. McCarthy. I don't know.
Good thing we're not in that situation, brother.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm so glad we didn't have to waste a second of our breath talking quarterbacks. Because we got Jalen Hurts, who also has A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Jordan Mailata and Landon Dickerson and most of his offense locked up through quite some time.
Let me update the viewers just in case you missed this before the draft show started. Literally 10 minutes before the Bears went on the clock, the Eagles did extend A.J. Brown 3 years, $96 million. $84 million of it is guaranteed. The $32 million a year is the highest per year average of any receiver in football. We're going to have a podcast after reacting to the pick, and we'll talk A.J. Brown as well. So we'll have more content on that later. Let's see the Jets pick.
That was in the works, so glad to see that. 6 seconds. Don't spoil it. Ooh, interesting, but very smart selection for them.
Yeah, I love it. Let the tackles fall, Gino. Let the tackles fall.
You mean let them get picked is what you mean. Like
I meant fall off the board, get off the board. But yeah.
J.J. McCarthy, little brother of Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson actually does have a little brother who is a 2026 quarterback commit, and he can sling the ball.
All right, just be ready because the Denver Broncos are on the clock here at 12. This is the spot where many NFL insiders said the Eagles could trade up. It was for Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold. Most of the reporters were throwing those names together with the trade idea. However, Dallas Turner and Byron Murphy are still on the board. We know how much Howie Roseman loves to invest in the defensive line. He's invested so many top picks in that spot the last 3 or 4 drafts. So if this is, and the pick is not in, this one's taking a little longer than the last few picks. If they do trade up, I'm not feeling as confident it's going to be for a corner as I would have if the board fell differently.
You think Tali
like defensive line is suddenly I wonder what FanDuel's line is right now. I'm starting to think defensive line might be the favorite with the way this is between those two players.
I'm refreshing FanDuel as we speak. To be, let's see. Well, they don't have the odds for the 22nd overall pick on the board, which is very interesting.
Go get the corner. Ugh, go get the
Lou.
corner.
Oh, pick is in for Denver. It's got to be Bo Nix. I don't think they're going to wait around after this run on quarterbacks. It's got to be Bo. Bring him home. Bring him home. Cowboy Bo.
Could be Dallas Turner. Could be Byron Murphy. I'm hoping it's one of them. Gino, as much as I like those prospects, I don't want to give the Eagles the chance to take them. I don't want them to take a BPA. I want the need pick.
If Tali Fuaga's on the board in like the next 3 picks, like probably expect the Eagles to trade up and go get him.
If they do that and Murphy, Turner, Mitchell, and Arnold are on the board, I'm going to lose my... Oh my gosh. I'm going to lose it.
As I said.
If not only the corners were available, but the 2 best defensive linemen.
Or what you said, Lou, maybe the Broncos start the corner run. Maybe you jinxed
D
yourself.
just wrote that in too. Broncos might start the run on corners.
Maybe you jinxed us, kid.
Maybe it was me.
Finally, it wasn't me. The QB stickers are going quick. Ramadunze was selected number 9 overall by Chicago. Very good selection. 11 offensive picks in a row. I think Bo Nix.
Still not a single defensive player.
I think Bo Nix.
3 tackles have gone off the board, 3 receivers, 5 quarterbacks. Bauer sliding to Indy? I hope so. I would take him. The Colts are another team in that corner market. Here's an idea, Gino. Could you see Cooper DeJean being the first defensive back off the board?
No. To who, though?
I don't know, man. I think
give me an idea.
Corner might. I think a team like Seattle, like that star position, Jacksonville.
Yeah. Seattle makes a lot of sense. Seattle does make a lot of sense now that you say that. But I don't know.
I don't think so, but I'm just thinking of a position where like a surprise first guy could go, and maybe it's corner.
We did have that discussion, like where's going to be the surprise, like first one?
Are we surprised Brock Bowers didn't get drafted yet? I don't think so.
Maybe Vegas will probably be the one that switches it up. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, you're good. I think 10 to 15 or 10 to 20 was the range for Bowers. I don't think he was supposed to be like a Kyle Pitts top 5 slam dunk pick. There's too many good receivers, tackles, and we all knew the quarterbacks were going to go. Gino, that just shows though how desperate teams are, how important it is to get a quarterback, and how much teams know that now versus the past. That you're taking a Penix and you're willing to take a Penix and McCarthy are not close to, from a BPA perspective, not even close to being top 10 players.
No, not even.
But quarterback again, it's a whole different universe.
You pay a premium on it, and the fact that the Eagles got Jalen Hurts at 53, but even more, Lou, that going back to the Carson Wentz pick. They never got thrown for a loop when it came to like organizationally having to really change things when it came to moving a pick to get their guy. Other teams have thrown away many future, like look at Denver right now. Like this isn't their pick. Like they had to go out there and get first round picks. Like they had to acquire first round selections because they moved multiple first round picks for Wilson.
This is an interesting point. Justin Smart writes in, do the Eagles hold on to trading since there are no defensive players off the board yet? I mean, the board is falling very well for them. Maybe they don't have to make a huge trade. Maybe, Gino, they can keep both second-round picks and still get their guy. Because trading up from like 22 to 18, I don't think it's going to require 53.
I mean, in my tier 1A, I still have Tali Fuaga, Amarius Mims, Jared Verse, Byron Murphy, Dallas Turner, Quinyon Mitchell, Terran Arnold, and Cooper DeJean. And you're 10 picks away from where you want to get to. I would wait. I think Bo Nix is going to be the pick here.
I would still make a trade. Like I would still want to go get my guy. I want to like get to 16.
Is where I
want to get to 16. I agree.
And you're not going to have to give up that 2 to get there, in my opinion. You might, but you might get 3 back.
Which I would love to get back into that third round.
Uh-huh.
Especially when that's kind of the run on linebackers and safeties probably that are going to go. All right, let's see this pick. This one I have no clue.
Yeah, Bo!
What is happening?
Oh, come on, Bo! I'm gonna see Bo Nix play for $10 over at Game Time next year because the Broncos are gonna be so bad. I can't wait. Let's go, Bo!
The demand for a quarterback in the NFL has never been higher. Teams are reaching like an MF. It is unreal. All 6 quarterbacks went inside the top 12. I'm sorry, man. Penix, Nix, and McCarthy. It's insanity.
Lars Lewis coming out of the blue says still 0 natties for Oregon. Hey, Lars, what's going on, man? What a legend.
2019 Locked On Eagles co-host. That's my guy. What's up, Lars?
Dude, what a shout out.
What a reference.
No natties. We don't got one.
I mean, I'm boys with Lars, but for you.
Yeah, welcome to Denver, Bo Nix. I like it, man. I like that pick for them. They needed it. Shout
Dude,
out,
teams don't draft for need, right?
Shout out Tez Johnson. Shout out Bo Nix, baby.
Oh my gosh.
I'm literally going to see this kid play for like $0 next year because the Broncos are going to be so bad. Shout out Bo Nix, man. Good for him. Talk about development. Talk about a guy who at Auburn was downright horrendous. I mean, downright horrendous. You talk about an undraftable type of player. Goes to Oregon and really erases that narrative, man. I mean, really.
Oh, a Lars army is forming.
Lars, that's unbelievable. But no, but shout out to Bo. He's going to be able to sling it out here. I don't know how good Denver is going to be over the next couple years or so, but it's better than Zach Wilson. It's better than Jarrett Stidham. 6 quarterbacks, Lou.
That's a shock. I can't believe that. I really can't. Vegas' pick is in. This is probably defense. Maybe?
Lou,
I don't know. Their offensive line stinks.
Every pick up to the 22nd overall pick is on the board, and after the 22nd overall pick is on the board at FanDuel. So something is going on with the Eagles right now. Vegas has no confidence in what Philadelphia is going to do.
I have zero idea who they move up for.
Does Rattler go tonight? Oh, good question. Andrew Hadlock, does Rattler or Travis go tonight? Man, does Spencer Rattler go tonight? Potential, could he go to the Raiders? Dude, who knows? Who, man?
I have zero idea. There are so, and it's probably a good thing, Gino. The Eagles have so many options. It could be Dallas Turner, Byron Murphy, Terrion Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell.
Sit and wait, though, dude. Sit and wait. Sit and wait right now. Like, try to give up as little amount as you can.
Unless they're hell-bent on a certain position like I am, yeah, you probably wait.
So unless the defensive run,
they might not have to move at all. They might not have. 22.
New Orleans is going to go line. Seattle.
Indy might go tight end. Bowers is going in this range, and so is Brian Thomas.
Dude, unless his medicals are that bad.
Gino, Jacksonville, although I'm scared they could go corner. Jacksonville, very likely to go pass catcher. There could be 3 more pass catchers that go here.
There were talks that they wanted to move up to get a pass catcher.
All right, here's the Raiders pick. Sweat this one out. Please don't be a corner. My bad. Oh, he had his headphones out. Good.
Wow.
Good.
Vegas.
Let's go. What? That's surprising.
That's big. That's big, Lou.
That's huge.
Never. Folks, we just witnessed history. Never in your lifetime, your grandparents' lifetime, has there ever been 13 straight offensive players to start a draft. We are witnessing history tonight. And Sam Mecca, it is great for the birds, as you say. This is working out perfect. Literally, Lou, we talked about best case scenario to the 13th pick. Like, what could be the best case scenario till now? Exactly what we're saying. Now you're in striking range. 16 is looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good.
There are so many good options. It's a great time to have your offense be invested so heavily with huge contracts. To need defense right now. You have your pick you have the whole farm. Pick your animal. I mean, that's probably a bad
Jesus,
comparison.
Man. Yeah, man. Like,
I'm just
down,
shooting from the hip.
I get what you're saying.
At least I call myself simultaneously, but you knew what I meant in a very respectful way. In a very respectful way.
Yeah, no, I get it, man. Like, you're gonna get a dog.
God,
You're
can
gonna
get anybody.
You're gonna get a blue chip prospect here.
I almost don't want the optionality though, Gino, because I don't think the corners are the best players available. You know what I mean? I don't think they are.
What if they went off?
They are for me. Dude. If they go offensive line, I'm going to riot.
Covering the Russell Wilson sticker with Bo Nix. I love that. First tight end. Probably the first and only tight end we see in the top 50 selections or so here.
Yeah.
I like this one here, Lou. Oh, wrong one. Sorry. No trades in general is just kind of crazy, says Connor Duncan. I totally agree. I mean, the only trade you see was with the Jets in Minnesota. And Minnesota goes up to get their guy, and J.J. McCarthy giving up limited amounts of value to go and get him. And the Jets, you talk about a trade from the Howie Roseman tree, Lou. Joe Douglas getting that one together. Good on them. We get all this hype for defense just for the Eagles to take O-line. Yes.
If you want a good reaction, that'll be a good one.
But what is Vegas going to do? Like, what are they doing over there?
I don't know. Shout out Lawrence. What's up, man? Long time no talk.
Absolute madness is right, dude. Absolute madness is right.
Frank Arcuri, my guy. Could you see wide receiver for the Saints too? Interesting.
Ross Jackson over at Locked On Saints is very, very hell-bent that this team is going to go offensive line. Especially because they made a massive mistake drafting Trevor Penny a couple of years ago when the Eagles acquired that pick from them.
Can you imagine if the Eagles take a guard?
T-Zine TV, Gino, why don't you have a Locked On mic? Would you like to buy it for me?
This is not a Locked On mic. It's a mic flag.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
Yeah, the flag. I'll take it as a gift. That'd be cool.
Can you imagine if they take like Graham Barton?
Who? New Orleans?
Eagles. No.
Oh,
the Birds.
I could.
Jackson Powers Johnson.
If JPJ is an Eagle, I'd be happy, but that's too early for him. Way too early for him. Where's Vegas?
So Lars writes in over. It's a good question. Over under at this point, what number of defensive players get taken today?
The run's got to come at some
because
point,
yeah, but I think another receiver run is still coming.
Mm-hmm. That second,
and there's still a bunch of offensive linemen that could get taken between Fuyaga and Fatanu who are still on the board. So are Mims and Guyton. Like that's 4 more offensive linemen. Maybe one of the interior guys slips through. No more quarterbacks.
Okay, what pick are we at, Lou? We're at pick 14, right?
14.
Okay, so let's say
no, Bowers went.
Let's say New Orleans makes that 14th pick, right? Indianapolis is up next. According to the Jimmy Johnson trade chart, that's 1,050 points. Let's go to Seattle to get to 1,000 points clean. Seattle has to come up with, or the Eagles at 780 points with pick 22 have to come up with 220 points. It's probably going to be a second, and they give you a third, is what it would look like.
Which you want to go to 16.
Me. I'm good with that all day. Because you're still going to get either 50 or 53. You're not going to have this long lull between 53 and 120, which we knew Howie Roseman's not going to sit there and wait an entire round.
Vegas did not get Quinyon Mitchell. Brock Bowers was the pick at 13.
Yes.
Just an update there.
New Orleans is taking quite some time. Potentially could be moving. We'll see. Make sure you guys subscribe. Don't blow any picks in the chat. You're going to ruin it for everybody
else. I got
else.
on my Twitter mentions too, just in case. If the Eagles pick gets tipped, I'm going to lose.
Yep. No, that's the worst. It can't be happening. If you guys like that, who do you take at 16? Quinyon Mitchell, if he's there.
Quinyon Mitchell for me. I think it would be Murphy or Turner, though, honestly. Either way, board could not have fallen better. If you wanted optionality, Gino, if you wanted BPA, could not have fallen better. 6 quarterbacks. I can't believe Penix and Nix went. I knew McCarthy was going to be a top 10 pick. I can't believe it.
Bo Nix to Denver was like the biggest known secret in the world.
I guess that's fair. Maybe even a trade down, though, just straight up at 12. Again,
But
teams have never been more desperate.
Panic.
If you don't get quarterback right in a year or two, you're fired. So it's the reality. You have to reach. So it sucks for quarterbacks, though, Gino, because if it doesn't work in a year or two, there's no patience anymore either. Like,
not in today's NFL. I mean,
the Packers are such a rarity.
Look at Atlanta. Look at Atlanta. They just drafted Desmond Ridder 2 years ago. They're like, oh man, like
dead. That entire class already given up on. 2021 already given up on. Trey Lance never even got a shot.
Good question here, Ted E. Been meaning to ask you guys, what's the name of your Bleacher Report show? We're just the Locked On Eagles podcast over at Bleacher Report. We'll be there tomorrow morning. Subscribe to our podcast here at Locked On Birds, please.
The Bleacher Report app, there's the live stream section at the bottom, the lightning bolt icon. If you click on that, there will be a list of all the live streams going on, and it's on the Eagles page. So our live show is there.
Just changing around the draft order since there was.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Pick is in for New Orleans. I'm going to say this is Tali Fuaga. They need offensive line bad. That Trevor Penning pick really hurt them.
Let's keep this perfect board running. Yes, please.
I'm really worried, though, Lou. Indy could go corner. Jacksonville could go corner.
Cincinnati could go corner.
Cincinnati probably goes line. The Rams, I don't know. Cincinnati could go defense. Trey Hendrickson did just ask for a trade. They could potentially go edge.
They could go receiver. Boyd's gone. Higgins is on the block. Even if they don't trade him, they're not going to be able to pay him.
Those draft hats are ugly now that you say that.
Right? They're terrible.
Yeah, I don't like them. Saints need a QB. Yeah, Spencer Rattler. Could you imagine that, man? I would faint.
Mickey Loomis strikes again.
Nothing was as worse as Davenport. Davenport is an all-time. Shout out my best man, Chet. Snag some Davenport, bud.
All right, Saints pick is in. Goodell's head to the podium. Let's see this one.
6 seconds. Don't ruin it.
Let's go, Gino. Let's go.
I'm
Come
humming.
on. Keep taking the lineman.
Now.
Let's go. Howie's going to have his pick of the litter. What?
Yep.
Howie's going to have his pick of the litter. What defensive prospect do you want?
Dude, this is... All right. Indy is, folks, cross your fingers. Also, folks, we're still witnessing history. 14 straight players on offense. 14 straight players on offense is banana land.
I'm getting nervous. Here comes the corner needy teams. I'm
Troy
a little nervous here.
Lou, he's still he's the wild card in this situation. Troy is the last one. But Amarius Mims is still there. Does a team fall in love with Amarius Mims?
Get me to 16. Get me to 16. Give me Quinyon Mitchell. Get me to 16. Let's just do this now. Don't go edge. Don't go defensive tackle. You've done enough even there. Please. You have the pieces. Yep.
We're going to see a trade up soon. We're going to see a trade up soon. Somebody's got to start moving. This is
let Indy take one of them and you take the other. Whatever. Or they could go line. I could see the Colts going Troy Fautanu or Mims.
I think Mims would be a really good pick for them. Stoutland, he might fall in love with that.
Could the Colts go Brian Thomas? Get a deep threat for Anthony Richardson's cannon arm. He doesn't have a deep threat. Xavier Worthy with Anthony Richardson would be very fast.
There was some talk of the Colts picking Xavier Worthy.
I think that makes with the two big receivers of Michael Pittman and Alec Pierce on the outside, and you put Xavier Worthy in the slot.
Onto something here, Lou. You might be onto something here.
It makes all the sense in the world to put Worthy in that offense with Shane Steichen for sure. Jonathan Taylor in the backfield.
AR needs some help. AR needs some help for sure. I think offensive line.
All right, we're heating up. Here's when the chaos begins. Let's go.
Are we moving relatively fast right now?
Yeah, the picks are flying.
This is going
It's
quick.
only 9:45 and we're at pick 15. Like, that's crazy.
I'm with you, Lars. I think Xavier Worthy is like a low key, like the second run on receivers could potentially pop out right here.
All right, the Colts are on the phone. Shane Steichen's on the phone.
So they
Eagles great. We miss you, Shane Steichen.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if they get one of the corners and they don't have to trade? They do. They'll have to. They're gonna go.
Why would you even say that, man?
I know. My bad.
You're good.
I can't believe 6 quarterbacks.
So
That's unreal. I love the draft, man. God. Just chaos.
It's the best reality television you'll ever see.
It's so good. How do people not get into this? I don't understand. Like, there's someone at home right now just watching The Office. Like, or reading a book. It's unreal.
Office stinks.
Wrong take, but it's okay.
I used to be a huge fan. I think it aged like a bag of milk. I think
that's fair.
Yeah, there are a lot of things in there.
Bag of milk. Interesting analogy.
Yeah, for our Canadian friends.
Yeah.
Which is oh no. My TV is about to turn off. Oh my god.
Refresh it. Do something.
I'm trying. I got 10 seconds. Oh no. Oh no. Come on, Roku.
What if you click a button, it'll work, right?
I don't have a remote though. We got it. Bang at the buzzer.
Yeah,
literally 1 second.
Speaking of that, if somebody can send me a Sixers update, I'm not going to go on the internet right now, so I'd appreciate that.
Yes, NHL updates as well would be great.
Help us out.
Did New Orleans not have it? Oh, really?
Cam Miller, how much farther does Dallas Turner drop before Howie just can't help himself? Ah, man, Cam, I'm with you. I think within the next few picks, he can move up for him. He can't help himself. The NFL gave him an opportunity, and I wanted them to not give him the chance. You can't leave a bowl of candy out. You can't leave bacon out in front of the dogs and go outside and expect them not to eat the entire plate.
My dog, Twyla, we just got her 4 years ago today. She is obsessed with jumping on the counter. Well, she used to be, and eating loaves of bread. Like, I'm talking chunks of sourdough bread, dude. And this is just like a 40-pound poodle. It's wild.
Sixers are killing the Knicks right now.
Good.
Big. And then Hurricanes, thank you, Frank. Hurricanes still up 3-2. Panthers win 5-3, up 3-0 in the series.
Nice.
Cool.
Looks like Tampa's going down.
Thanks, boys.
Nobody
Appreciate you with the updates there. Sixers
if you're watching,
3-0 at this point.
If you're watching from anywhere that isn't the United States, I would love to hear.
Yeah, well, we got our boy Tony from Scotland's been watching.
Yep. Oh,
I don't know if he went to bed
Tony.
at this point, but
shout out Loch Lomond.
What time is it in Scotland?
Go buy some Loch Lomond. That's our boy.
Yep.
Probably some people in New Zealand, Australia. I'm sure.
We have a pretty good following overseas for sure. There's the Eagles fans everywhere, man.
Best fans in the world. Best fans in the world.
I'm sure there'll be a pretty good turnout in Brazil. I think so.
Oh yeah.
I would love.
Can't wear green though. Can't wear green.
That's right. That'll be a black jersey.
Insane by the NFL to pick 2 green teams to go play in a stadium that the rival wears green. That's crazy.
Shout out Steve from Jersey. What's up?
Jersey, foreign territory outside the United States.
Turner, yeah. If you guys are a different country, let us know. Shout out New Jersey.
I love you guys. I got it. Shout out Nova Scotia.
Here we go, Nova Scotia.
Here we go. I'll take the Canadians. I'm just messing.
Turner, Murphy, Mitchell, Arnold, 2 more offensive players are picked. We guarantee one of them. Yeah. Oh, that's true. That's a good point. You would be guaranteed one of those guys. Yeah.
Yes. This is the pick where I'm starting to get nervous because if a corner is picked,
yeah, me too, man.
You'll probably see something happen in terms of a trade up.
Yeah. If this is Mitchell or Arnold, I think the Eagles trade up to 16
and get the other guy.
I mean, I hope that's what my heart wants, but
pick is in. Seattle's on the clock. We'll see what Mr. Goodell has to say.
Oh, here we go. Watching from South Australia. Appreciate you, Nick.
We
look another we look different than we sound comment.
I get that I'm ugly. Like, you guys don't have to keep rubbing it in, man.
Our last boy said we look good.
Let's do this YouTube. They make us put our faces out there. I'm just kidding.
We didn't do video for the first, 3 years, actually?
Yeah, I believe so. Shout out South Australia.
All right, here comes Goodell. This one. Let's go.
Right,
give me Worthy. Xavier Worthy.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
See you, Latu. Didn't want you. Was going to be the pick I liked the least.
Oh, boy.
Hell yeah.
I knew Latu was going to be the first defensive end.
Wow, what an interesting first defensive player to be
taken.
You
weren't selling me on Dallas Turner, dude. You weren't selling me on Dallas Turner.
Bye-bye, Latu. No thank you. Neck injury, floor player. No thanks.
Dude, Jared Verse.
Derek Barnett vibes.
Jared Verse at 22,
Barnett
I'm jumping through that window. I'm jumping out my second floor window.
Out of excitement?
Dude, I would love Jared Verse at 22.
I don't know, man. Now with the dude,
you gotta
get to 16.
You gotta
get Quinyon.
Yeah, go get Q. I just want to
shout out Sean. Shout out Sean.
Yeah, 2 cute fellas, man. Just
Hell yeah,
2 cute fellas.
2 cute fellas talking corners.
Latu. I will say, watch a lot of Latu, obviously, being a Pac-12 guy. Guy is a technician. Guy knows 10 to 15 different initial moves, counter moves. If he works out and that neck stays healthy, he's the best defensive end in this class. Like Dallas Turner, I think there's a limitation position-wise where he's going to be. Latu is going to do everything for you. I just look at Leighton Vander Esch's neck injury, excuse me, and it gets me really nervous on guys like that. So I'm with you, Lou. Like, thank goodness Latu is off the board. Like, I like that he's not there. I like that he's not there.
A lot of players I didn't want, the Eagles are not getting a chance to take.
First defensive player at 15, though, Lou.
Yeah.
Byron Murphy still on the board, Lou.
Would have never thought it was Latu to be the first pick.
Surtain for 22. That would be dope. Surtain for 22, Lou.
It's not going to happen. They just picked up the 5th-year option.
Tony Marafa from Australia. I'm an Eagles fan, and my brother's a Cowboys fan. Doesn't get better than that. That's dang right. Shout out Australia. Folks, if you're not from Australia, there's like double the amount of kangaroos than there are people in Australia. That's like the craziest statistic. There's like 30 million people and 60 million kangaroos. That's my fun fact of the day for you. But Latu off the board, Lou. Both of the top cornerbacks are still there. Cooper DeJean is still there. Byron Murphy is still there. Jared Verse, Dallas Turner are still there, and you are 7 picks away from picking.
Save the second-round picks. At this point, Amazing K just wrote, take the best corner available at 22. Even if you trade up, Gino, you're not going to have to give up 50 or 53.
No, we're talking 120. That's it. Yeah. Like maybe the 4th.
Shout out DJ from Calgary. Go Birds.
Shout out the Calgary Stampeders. Big CFL fan. Locked on CFL. That would be. Oh yeah. I would be the host of that.
All right, this could be the spot. Seattle not going corner, so that we know. I mean, they have Woolen and Weatherspoon, and if they go corner, go trade for Reek Woolen, in my opinion.
Ooh.
Although the guy that benched him is now an Eagles defensive line coach, so I don't know if that would make much sense. But
we're not gonna say nothing negative on this podcast about Clint Hurt, Gage Chilai.
He benched my boy.
Gage Chilai alum. I don't care.
He benched my guy.
That's my high school, bro. Gage Chilai.
I know.
Shout out.
He benched the ultimate Lou DiBiase corner.
He benched my best friend, bro. Chill.
All right. I'm getting nervous.
Jacksonville is going to.
There's too many options. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Get fun with it.
6 spots until the Eagles are up, and I doubt they will make that pick. They're going to move up still. Got to get in front of Jacksonville. Maybe not.
No other trades have happened outside of just Philadelphia, man. Like it's been relatively quiet. Like one trade in the top 15. If you were to tell me that a month and a half ago, even yesterday, I would have told you you're crazy. Like, this seems like a chaos scenario.
What if they took Brian Thomas?
Yeah, another potential wrench in the machine here, Lou. Like Brian Thomas. Could Buffalo...
What if the Eagles took him? Just threw him in the slot?
A.J. Brown. How long till WIP is talking about they trade A.J. Brown?
You can't, because that's a guaranteed. Now that both guys are extended, it's a guaranteed one contract player. You're not doing that.
All right, Lou. FanDuel has the odds of the 22nd overall pick. You want to hear them?
Yeah. I want to hear them?
-180, the odds-on favorite, cornerback.
Let's go. Love hearing
Defensive
that.
line at plus 230. Offensive line at plus 380.
I'll be so proud of Howie if he has all this temptation around him and he still takes the corner from me. People are dangling the linemen in front of him.
His hands together like a little
the
kid.
Trenches are just being dangled around him. And he still goes corner? Then he's a changed man. Signing a running back this year, going corner in round 1, Howie's a changed man if that's the case.
Fatanu is the guy that it's like, if he's there, I'd be really scared that they could just sit and take Troy Fatanu. I think Seattle would be smart to take Troy Fatanu. Says the pick. Are we really going to be on a commercial when this pick comes through in the first round? Oh, no. Pick coming up live. We are entering hour 3 of consecutively talking here on this live stream, and it feels like 2 seconds, folks. So thank you for hanging with us.
We're
I mean,
3 hours in.
Yeah, three hours in. Much better when we have people joining us. So thank you. Subscribe. Hit subscribe.
Yeah, this has probably been the best chat we've had on a live show. You guys this has been great. This is super fun to interact with you guys.
Oh yeah, man. I this is literally a dream come true. As I was saying,
Andrew.
Talking
Make my dream come true. Let's go. Hell yeah, Andrew.
I got my Devontae. I want you to get your guy, man. Like,
I've never gotten my guy. I don't think. I mean, I got Wentz.
I just hope Troy Fatanu comes off the board in the next 4 picks.
We need to get Fatanu off the board and Turner. I need Turner off the board too. Thanks, Pedro. Shout out.
Pedro.
If Seattle makes this pick, what is it? Fatanu, maybe. Washington kid.
Yeah, I think it's Troy. Or JPJ. Biggest shock so far, Lou. Outside of Michael Penix.
Okay.
Outside of Michael Penix.
Probably Bo Nix, dude.
No,
all right, I'll say non-quarterback. Non-quarterback.
Yeah,
Latham, probably going top 7. Oh, that's not like super
I think
shock.
Bowers to Vegas. Like, I get that he's like a really, really good, but like, what does Vegas have? Like, I get they have Devontae. Who's their quarterback?
Bowers to the Raiders is surprising.
Gardner Minshew's about to ball, bro. Gardner Minshew's about to ball with Brock Bowers.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's a surprise.
Yeah,
I don't know. Outside of that,
Mars makes a great point. Seattle couldn't pick a 5-number Powerball if there were 5 numbers to choose from. This could be the pick that throws us all for a loop right here. What are you laughing at over there? I see you giggling at something.
It's just someone like. Can you imagine if someone said the guard thing again to me? They just I think people want the reaction out of me, and I don't like it because I want to be happy tonight. I want to be happy tonight. I don't.
Ooh, I like this point, Lou. Yep. Justin Smart. Another great thing about all these O-line guys is that Dallas has less options to choose from. Dude, who's Royce Freeman and Ezekiel Elliott going to run behind? No disrespect to Royce.
That's like 2018 Eagles running back bad.
Royce Freeman, dude.
That's Josh Adams running around, dude. That's Josh Adams and Wendell Smallwood. What a terrible
That's
1-2.
Ryan Matthews and DeMarco Murray right there is what that is. Watch it be a linebacker. Yeah, Lars. Like that would be a total Seattle pick. Like Edrin Cooper. Shout out Detroit though. Packed. Looks absolutely packed there right now.
Are we trading back if Arnold and Mitchell go? I don't think so. There's too many good options that they probably like at other positions. All right, let's see the Seattle pick. The pick is in? Who the hell are they taking? It's got to be Fatanu. Turner?
Dallas Turner?
Who else would it be? Byron Murphy? Ooh, it could be Murphy.
Did they lose Darrell Taylor or did they re-sign him?
No, they re-signed him.
I don't think they would get...
And he was a restricted free agent for some reason. I don't know why. That's rare
Murphy,
in the NFL.
I don't think Seattle takes him because they just got Williams.
True, they did extend Williams.
And then
who's there?
Draymond Jones. They signed Draymond Jones.
Yeah, you're right. Never mind. You're right. Never mind. Edge? I mean, Boye Mafe's been solid too. Maybe it's not edge.
Yeah.
It's probably not defense.
It's not
Fatanu.
corner. Yeah, it's got to be.
It's not
It's gotta
receiver.
be offensive line. They need offensive line.
It's got to be offensive line. JPJ? They need interior help. Graham Barton?
Maybe the JPJ second round was a smokescreen that we've been just like everybody likes him. But Graham Barton makes a lot of sense too. Versatility. This pick's taking forever. I'm sure this Jacksonville pick's going to come in quick.
Shout out, Mark. Oh, sorry, pick. We'll shout you out in a second.
Wow, dude, that's a really good defensive unit, man.
Perfect. Get one of these other linemen off. I need Fatanu off the board. I need him off the board.
That's the guy you got to worry about. But man, Seattle's going to be a problem, dude. Seattle's going to be a
their defense has a lot of young pieces. I like,
and their offense
on all
is
three
legit,
levels,
dude. Like their
if
offense
they could just get why
legit,
they were not
dude.
interested in Justin Fields. I don't understand because their roster is. I like it. I need Fatanu off the board. I'm freaking out here. I need him off the board.
Back-to-back defensive players, Lou. This is where the run kind of starts. Jacksonville's the team we got to worry about. I think Cincinnati
goes catcher. I think they need a receiver. You can't go in with Gabe Davis and Christian Kirk. I don't think that's enough.
Brian Thomas
or Worthy. Peter Schrager in his mock draft had Worthy at 17 at Jacksonville. Can play in the slot, although Kirk is a slot too. Might be a little redundant. I don't know.
Byron Murphy going at 15 isn't.
Although Doug Peterson once had an offense with Golden Tate and Nelson Aguilar on offense, so maybe he's okay with two slots.
Liatu. Minnesota on the board? Oh no, this is bad, Lou.
Minnesota's on the board?
Yeah, they just traded with Jacksonville.
I think they need corner help.
They
need edge, though. They lost Daniel Hunter. Could it be Dallas Turner?
Maybe they like Dallas Turner. We better hope. Don't blow the pick, though. Thank you for letting us know the trade happened, but don't blow the pick.
I'm getting nervous, man.
I am too. I think the Bears are legitimately.
My stomach's in knots right now. Minnesota trade 17 for 23, round 5 this year, a third next year, and a fourth. Wow. To move up 6 spots, the Eagles might have to give up a 2 to move up.
This is either offensive line or a pass catcher.
Get Fatanu off the damn board.
That's a haul, dude. That's a haul. No way that's for a corner. Dude.
It's for Dallas Turner or Fatanu.
Yeah.
You got your quarterback, maybe get... Unless they just
you gave up that much for a corner. That's crazy.
They do need corner help, though. They need a lot of help everywhere on defense. So, all right, here we go.
All right. Yep, it had to be.
Go.
It had to be.
Come on,
man. Come on. Let's cook. Let's cook.
Get Fatanu off the board in its corner. Get him off the board in its corner, man.
Folks, I would highly recommend you retweet the link. Get anybody you know that's an Eagles fan ready to go because action is about to happen. Action is about to happen, folks.
Oh, man. Get Fatanu off, and then to me, Gino, because what else would they do? Guyton or Mims over one of those corners? No way. Because even from a BPA perspective, Arnold and Mitchell are 2 of the best players on the board now.
Dude.
They're better prospects than Fatanu removing position.
This is getting fun. Like pick of the litter almost, man.
Pick of the litter.
Retweet,
the defensive run is starting, though. The defensive run is... Although, was that only the second defensive player? No, Murphy, 3. So it went Latu, Murphy, Turner. Wow, this is fun. Let's go.
Whew. Maybe a team... Maybe Cincinnati goes Jared Verse. Rams are going to probably panic if Jared Verse goes because they need defense.
Dallas Turner at 17 is really good value. Like Gino, like you said, he's not a true edge 1 in a better class, but he's a good player.
Getting picked there, yeah, I 100% agree.
By a team that lost Daniel Hunter. I mean,
they gave up a lot though, man. Does Cincinnati take a cornerback?
I think they could.
They need defensive line help. They need offensive line help. I don't know.
Could they trade?
Anybody could trade now. I got to update this graphic.
That's fair. Shout out to our live viewers. We've hit over 100. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
They're getting ready for the pick.
Subscribe.
Please subscribe. We got a reaction podcast that's going to drop after the first round as well. We'll have some A.J. Brown extension talk too. Might actually just throw in for the people that missed it, because I thought me and Gino had a great conversation about the Brown extension in our pre-draft show. Mm-hmm. Might actually make that the third segment. So
yeah, for sure. That was actually smart.
Yeah. That might be the end of the show.
4 picks away, man.
4 picks away, and they're still there. I thought we were going to have to get up to 12.
I'm shocked Jared Verse is still on the board, man.
This has been one of the craziest drafts. I mean, I can admit.
Yeah. I mean, trade-wise, not a ton, but, like, goodness gracious.
People don't want to move. They want these offensive players, and now there's so much value on defense. People want to stay put and take a Byron Murphy at 16.
So good. Jacksonville moves to 17. Minnesota. All right, so updated that. Updated draft order. There we go. I just don't want to see a team jump ahead of Philadelphia. That's what's going to give me nerves. Like a team from like out of the blue.
Yeah, true. Who's a corner needy team behind Philly? Jacksonville right now. Tampa,
they got to be.
You could say they
got to be kind of
confident. Detroit could use a corner bad.
But I think Jacksonville might be confident if they do need
Baltimore
corner help.
Too. Yeah,
that they are going to get their guy behind Philadelphia, and like they kind of know what Philly's going to do.
Oh, what could the Rams do? My bad.
When does Brian Thomas go now, though? Like Buffalo's got to be kind of like itching a little bit, right?
Gino, give me a second. I'm gonna get some water.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we've been talking for 3 hours and 11 minutes. I haven't drank any water. Haven't eaten. Kansas City could use them. Yes, yeah, they did lose L'Jarius Sneed. Sam Mecca, still no cornerbacks taken. That's what's nervous. That's what's nerve-wracking is the position that you want. Either one, are you overvaluing that prospect, or two, are teams going for the guys at positions that the Eagles kind of have right now? They have offensive line. They have defensive line. And the Eagles can just sit and pick. That's not the worst place to be. To sit and pick at pick 22, and you could potentially get this corner. Cincinnati's got their pick in, Lou. After Cincinnati, we are 3 picks away from what the Philadelphia Eagles are going to do. It feels surreal. It feels surreal that we're actually here.
This has been one of the, again, for the Eagles too, of like not knowing what's going to happen.
If you walk away with Quinyon Mitchell or Terry Arnold, Lou, and they didn't give up any assets,
and we can sit and pick at 50 and 53, this will be one of my favorite drafts ever.
Get out of here, man.
Shout out Carolee. Appreciate you.
Hoping we
can somehow get CB1 or CB2 without trading up.
Don't
I can't believe this is a possibility, but it is.
I mean, Troy Fatanu's got it. What about Amarius Mims? Like that's another one that you're sitting there. Like he could potentially be taken. Cooper DeJean, like the wild card of it all. Brian Thomas, another wild card.
What if they go DeJean over Quinyon and Arnold? That's what I was bringing up earlier.
I don't see it.
I don't either.
I mean,
but
you're gonna get a good player. Like
I could see Vic Fangio being like, he's the guy. I don't know.
What did Minnesota give up for that move? They gave up a lot. Lou, do you have the actual trade for the Dallas Turner move?
Yeah, so it was 17 for what was their pick, 23?
23, yep.
And then they gave up a 5 this year. Then next year they gave up a 3 and a 4.
That's a lot. That's a lot. But they needed
5. Let me confirm.
I think you said 4 originally,
if I'm not mistaken. Let me just confirm. So it was, again, Vikings get 17, Jaguars get 23, a 5, and then, yes, a 3 and a 4 next year. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
For 6 spots.
But they probably are saying Cincinnati probably was going to go for him. So now I'm thinking, does Cincinnati want to go for Jared Verse because of the Trey Hendrickson potential trade? Or do they go pass catcher because of the unknown with T. Higgins?
Yeah.
Or do they go Cooper DeJean? They need some safety help. They
watch Kool-Aid be the first corner off the board.
I really don't know anything if that's the case, Lou.
Between Arnold and Mitchell, I have no idea, even for the Eagles or who teams like more. It's 1A, 1B. And I don't know who 1B is. I think it's Arnold. I like Quinyon better.
I love Quinyon Mitchell.
I do too.
There's no way this is going to happen.
He had a game where he had 4 interceptions, man. I mean, give me that ball hawk.
Played a lot of zone. They're going to move him to probably like a press man type, but man, he showed.
But he's a 4-3 player that showed he can do it.
Yeah, he showed he can tackle. He's physical.
When I was at the Senior Bowl watching him, he was the best player on the field. And he was playing
without a doubt.
Really good receivers and one-on-ones. And he was playing press. Because he wanted to show the league that's what he could do. So the entire week, that's what he was doing, was playing jam at the line of scrimmage.
And that's mirroring what they do,
guys. Yeah, which is great. It's why it's so important, I think. Oh, the Bengals got Zach Moss. I was wondering who got Zach Moss this offseason.
They could be a sneaky team here for Troy Fautanu. Like, Fatanu's got to go in the next 3 picks. Like, Pittsburgh taking Troy Fautanu makes a lot of sense.
There's still 3 tackles I'm nervous they could take. So no matter what, I'm not going to be comfortable.
Not worried Miami will take a corner. I mean, yeah, you got to worry about anything.
Howard's gone. Ramsey's older. Oh, if they take Marius Mims, dude. I got to stop preparing for that.
I don't know what this is another one where I really have no idea. Like, I think we've had a pretty good general sense of like the direction of some. I mean, outside of Atlanta, like that was downright.
But they lost Chidobe Awuzie, so I mean, I think it could be corner. I'm scared this is Quinyon.
If it is, expect Philly to move up. All right.
I can't believe how perfect this is going.
Man, this is weird. This is like the opposite scenario of the Andre Dillard class. Like, we're like, oh, if the defensive linemen don't go, like,
Fatanu is such an Eagle, though, dude. Ugh.
But he's also a Steeler pick, though, dude. Who's there? Andy Weidel.
Yeah, Dom.
That's my boy.
You just said that. Yep. Fatanu is such a Steelers pick, yeah.
Chelsea.
Good, though. Get another offensive lineman off. I mean, it's now between Guyton and Fatanu. One will go.
I kept telling you I thought Latu was going to go to the Rams. It's got to be Jared Verse. This has to be Jared Verse here.
If Arnold and Mitchell are there, who do they pick?
Q. It's got to be Quinyon. But hold our horses. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch here, folks. Well, that little run of defensive players stopped at 3. Okay, like that.
Yeah, cool with me.
If they pick
three linemen too,
I'm out. If they pick Kool-Aid, I'm out. Like, see ya. I'll see you later.
I'd be pretty upset with that. And I want corner, but
no show tonight.
Not over the other 2.
Yeah. He's a big dude, Amarius Mims, man.
I would like to remind new viewers, please do not tip the pick.
Yeah, we banned one person. We're at 1. We're doing good.
Gino banned somebody pretty early on. I think it was like it was the Penix pick.
Pick. The best one. The best pick.
It was pretty frustrating. When I saw that, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, you get sent to the gulag, my friend.
Because I would have never in a million years thought that pick was coming.
No.
Gino, your boy almost did it.
Yeah, Dom knows that. I'll lose my mind. He knows better than that.
I think the Rams need a corner, actually.
The Rams need
They could use an edge, though. They could use defensive tackle. They lost Aaron. Well, no. They have one of the best interior rookies in the league.
All right. Who just made that Cincinnati? Just pick.
That was Cincy.
Perfect. Fatanu's got to be a Steeler. Or could the Rams take O-line help, too, man? Like, they need bookend help.
Somebody asked me on Twitter, would they risk a small trade back? I don't think so.
No, don't get cute. This is not the time to get cute.
Nope.
Sixers won.
Nolan Smith was on the board.
Dropped 50. Shout out Joel Embiid
Let's go.
carrying the city of Philly.
2-1.
I mean, outside of the Flyers right now, it's like Bryce Harper, Joel Embiid, AJ, Jalen Hurts, and Devontae Smith. Like, that's a pretty good face of Philadelphia to have.
I wonder what the record is. I would love to know. I feel like a team never loses home game 3 when they're down 2-0, especially when it's like a close series between two even teams.
Cornerback is now minus 230 to be the favorite at pick 22 for the Eagles.
Are they trolling? Does Vegas
no, this is FanDuel.
bet that?
No. yeah, they're like, I want Lou to move this line.
Yeah.
Clap your hands, everybody.
Got some Sixers supporters in here.
Yeah. 76ers. I don't like the Sixers, but that's a catchy tune.
I gave up on them a long time ago, but they're kind of and I'm sorry for this analogy, and people are going to hate it. They're the Dallas Cowboys of the NFL or the NBA. They lose in the second round every year.
That's bad.
It's true, though, unfortunately.
You're going to get a lot of heat for that.
It's fine.
But I jinxed them against, what do you call it? Against the Knicks the other day. Bad. That was really bad.
That was brutal.
The
refs did worse than you did, though. So
yeah, for sure. Pick us in for the Rams, Lou.
Nobody's trading.
Dude,
what did we have? 2 trades today?
Yeah, and Minnesota did both.
What were they? Yeah, right. Yeah. The Vikings the only team that's traded.
Yeah. Quessy's like, I got to do something. I got to be the guy here.
I'm getting so nervous, man. Come on. The Rams
are
did
literally sweating right now. Like,
yeah, this is
nervous.
Tough. Outside of Fatanu, though, I just don't know who you'd take out. That's not a corner.
Trey White. That's right. I forgot about that. And Cam Curl. They're going to be better. They're going to be a lot better next year, for sure. Carson Wentz.
The lost. It said lost, and then I see Carson Wentz. I asked on Twitter if Arnold and Mitchell are both on the board, who do you take? And everybody's saying Arnold. Surprising. Maybe it's not surprising, but
they're the Buffalo Bills of the NBA. Yeah, they are.
At least the Bills got to the AFC title at one point, though. Dallas has never gotten there, and the Sixers have not gotten to the conference finals. So the Atlanta Hawks beat them. Shout out to my guy Sam Mack, a diehard Hawks fan watching right now. Don't know why.
Atlanta Hawks.
I love it.
This is Lou time. All these corners on the board. Subscribe, folks. Subscribe. Keep subscribing. We love this. We love being in here with all y'all in the stream. This is the best reality television. Like, people are gonna laugh at you. They're gonna say, "Oh, you watch all these guys' names get selected." Well, they probably watch soap operas. They probably watch the Jersey Shore at some point. They watch Real Housewives or something. This is our reality television, folks. And you can't write a script to have Michael Penix going to Atlanta at 8 and J.C. Latham being the pick at set. Like, you can't.
I'm looking at something safe that I can throw at my desk just in case they take Fatanu.
No. All right, here we go.
Rams pick. Come on, man.
I'm on, though. I'm cooking right now. Jared
Yeah,
first,
you're nailing
baby.
these picks, man.
I might know.
All right, I need Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh
something.
takes Fatanu. We have corner in the bag.
Yeah, I got to run to the bathroom, though, before this happens.
Go.
Because this is going to be bad.
If Troy Fatanu goes to Pittsburgh, Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold is a Philadelphia Eagle. One of them will be an Eagle. I don't know who else it would be. What, Johnny Newton at defensive tackle? Tyler Guyton's making me a little nervous, too. He's got the Oklahoma Lane Johnson connection. They have a close relationship. Very athletic tackle that Jeff Stoutland would like. Doesn't have right guard tackle versatility, but he's raw. They might see him as a developmental player for a year or two. Yeah, I'm with you, Jonathan. Please, Pittsburgh, please take Fatanu. He's such an Eagle. He's just such an Eagle. He's versatile. He's so good getting down to the second and third level in the run game. Just a really quick first step. Speed to power. And I like Fataanu. As a prospect, I really do. If it was a year we needed tackle, if Lane retired, I'd be okay with it, but not right now.
Dude, I'm so nervous.
All right, Lars, have no choice. Have to choose which one you take. We both said Mitchell, right? Yeah, it's Mitchell for me.
Gotta be Quinyon.
What round is Trotter's kid projected for? I would say, Matt, end of round 2, early round 3.
At this rate, probably closer to round 3.
But linebacker is so up in the air. If he was the first linebacker off the board, I wouldn't be surprised. If he was the 5th guy off the board, I wouldn't be surprised.
All right, Lou.
What if we got Chop? I'll hate that.
I'll throw something. Throw my whole computer.
2 picks away, man.
All 3 screens and the other computer I got here.
We might get them without having to move.
I know, Lou. I know. Don't count your chickens. We're getting there.
I'm counting them.
It's kind of
going to make it all the more frustrating if we don't do it. Because
I kind of felt that way with Devontae. I get it.
Silver platter. Here, you don't need to do jack to get him.
No, you don't. You didn't have to move a second.
Nothing.
You didn't have to move.
And if they're like, nah, we want Tyler Guyton, I'm going to lose it. Tony, 3:24 a.m. in Scotland and waiting for Lou to go bonkers when he gets his corner.
This is why we do it, boys.
Appreciate you, Tony.
This is why we do it. We do it for the Tonys of the world.
3:24 a.m. Insane.
That's a legend move. That's a legend move right there. I think the next 2 picks, I think Miami might get a corner. And I think the Eagles are going to take the other one, but they're confident in who it is.
Take Arnold, so they don't have just let Quinyon fall right into their lap.
It's got to be Fataanu.
Develop next to his favorite corner.
This has to be Fataanu for Russell Wilson, right? Or pass catcher.
Like Brian Thomas would make a lot of sense with George Pickens. 2 tall, vertical threats. Damn it, it's going to be Fataanu, man. They've done so much work at corner, Gino. Like they've met with everybody, top 30 visits for all these prospects. All these reports about them liking these guys, trying to trade up for them, considering it.
I'm really starting to sweat, man. Like physically sweat. Like in years where we're like, it's too good to be true, it usually doesn't come true.
There wasn't a tie like this that I had to a prospect or a position last year. Like there wasn't a scenario where I would have been very upset. No. Even the year before, I didn't really want Jordan Davis, but like I wasn't in love with Kyle Hamilton and Trent McDuffie. This is the first time since 2020, if they took Justin Jefferson, which looks terrible now, but the fact was I hated it. That scenario, or like the Hurts pick right after, where I was adamantly negative. This is the first time where I'm going to feel so passionately one way or the other, I think. Unless I take like DeJean, and then I'll be kind of in the middle, probably.
With it, but
that's the only scenario I'm like, okay.
But how could it work out any better in a year where you needed this position that you're potentially going to luck into one of them falling right into your hands? Or like Jalen Carter last year. Like, how did that happen? Like, what plane of existence are we on that actually?
Yeah, with Howie, sometimes the board just falls so perfectly.
Pick is in. Miami's got 4 minutes left on the clock. The Philadelphia Eagles are very, very close.
Just look at 2022. The reason you were a historic defense. You had a historic pass rush, but it's not a coincidence you finally had 2 all-pro corners and you make a Super Bowl. Like,
FanDuel has officially taken it off the board what the 2022nd pick or the 22nd pick could be. Did I say 2022nd? Yeah, 22nd pick could be. So they must know. It ended with the favorite being minus 240 being a cornerback, not quarterback. I would be. Talk about an all-time reaction. Spencer Rattler. Come on down.
If this is Fataanu, we get corner. This is a massive pick. If Pittsburgh takes Troy Fataanu, I am, knock on wood, so adamant it's corner.
With Russell Wilson, with the plan to have Justin Fields take over after that, you want to get somebody that can be a bookend there. Like, you brought in Isaac Seumalo. He's doing a great job. Now you got to just have another guy there to protect that quarterback. Could be Brian Thomas.
Look at Howie, though, if he goes corner, paying running backs this year, taking corners in the first round for the first time ever. That's what I love about him, though, if he does it, is that he's always willing to switch things up. Like, he's not even taking trenches early. He'll flex on that a little bit if he needs to. He'll be flexible.
God, what a board, Lou. What a board.
Can you imagine the Eagles go Brian Thomas?
That Miami picks at 6:30. Dude, we're going to find out who the Eagles are picking in the next, 12 minutes or so.
Shout out to our viewers, but when the Eagles, after this pick, I probably will not be looking at the chat for 10, 15 minutes. Yeah, just in case. I can't risk it.
I think Troy Fautanu here. I think Miami. Potentially Johnny Newton pick. Losing Christian Wilkins. Be the second best interior guy. Could potentially be a corner. The Eagles are happy with what they get there.
All right, here we go.
Right, Pittsburgh is up.
Better be Fautanu. All right, we got a little announcement going on right now.
Yeah, see ya, Walter. Don't say who gets picked. God damn.
I shouldn't have looked, man. I looked.
Seriously, you're just a loser if you tip the pick. I don't care. I will call you a loser. You're a loser. I'll tell your kids that Santa's not real. All right, Cam Hayward, we get it. You're a great guy. I understand. Santa's not real. Or the Easter Bunny, if you don't know.
The Steelers about to save the Philadelphia Eagles. Save Howie from himself.
I mean, you have, if it's Fautanu, which...
There's no one left to take except for Guyton. You have to take the corner. And they're the best player available.
Graham Barton. Careful. Yep, yeah, and we had another tip pick. Thanks, awesome.
So I'm not going to look at the chat for the next little bit.
Yeah, thanks.
But
that was so cool.
Gino, this is huge. That was the pick that had to happen. We've needed that for 10 spots now. We needed Troy Fautanu off the board.
Such a Steelers pick, man. Good on them. Good on Andy Weidel. Good selection, man. Really good player. Really good player.
And if Miami takes, they're guaranteed
I think Miami
now.
Could take Graham Barton here. They really need interior help.
I almost want them to take Arnold, Gino. I'm scared the Eagles like Arnold better than Mitchell. I can't believe this is playing out the way it has.
Dude, I know.
This is unbelievable.
Well, thanks everybody for the last 4 months, taking this journey with us, man. This is what it culminates to.
3.5 hours live during the draft too.
Yeah, and
just such a great interaction. We've had a few bad eggs in here.
Yeah,
we've had the Penix tip and Fautanu pick.
That's all right. I mean, Fautanu was. We knew that was coming. Anybody with a brain could see that.
Only 2 tip picks. I think that's a much better ratio than what we've had in years past.
What do they have Troy as? Offensive guard. There we go. That's a big kid, man. That's somebody who can move.
Real quick, I did look at a chat. 3 reasons why Mitchell is better than Arnold. Go. Better ball skills. I think
more physical.
He's more. I don't know. I think Arnold might be more physical.
Yeah?
I think he's a better tackler. I don't know. It's close. I think Mitchell is better in zone. I think he's just a more complete player right now. I don't know. It's close, though. It's splitting hairs. I mean, Arnold's one of the best run-defending corners I've seen in a while come out of a classic corner. He's a dog press man. You can put him on an island. I think he's a lot better at playing against physical receivers compared to Mitchell. I think Mitchell's better against like the speed. He's faster for sure than Arnold.
Miami's pick is in.
I don't know. It's close.
The Eagles are on the clock. Don't say anything in the chat, please. Don't tip the pick. Don't be that person.
I'm not looking. Just please don't look.
I'm not looking.
I want you to enjoy the moment. Don't look. Do not look. All right, good.
I just had to look. I looked back for 1 second. I gave the chat the
I see your eyes creeping, man.
That's
I need
what
you
I
to
get
not
for
look.
being a good person. Man.
Yeah.
That's what I get for being nice.
You're a big YouTube comments guy. I need you to not look.
Oh yeah, man.
Miami commercial.
I think.
I don't know.
Graham Barton is like that. Him or Jackson Powers Johnson.
Johnny Newton. They lost
Johnny
Christian
Newton.
Wilkins.
Yeah.
I think you said that earlier, if I'm not mistaken.
And then Dallas is gonna do something dumb in 3 picks, and we can all laugh at that. I still think Green Bay.
What's the funny Cowboys pick they can make?
Edger and Cooper.
Yeah.
Just like Jared.
Although I kind of like Cooper.
It's like 1976. Take that off-ball linebacker.
They could go. No, it'd be funny. No, they wouldn't do it because of the DUI. But Tavondre Sweat, just take another.
Oh my God!
Who was the kid they drafted from
Just
Michigan last year?
Remember when they drafted Randy Gregory?
Bad, yeah. Cowboys have had some bad drafts.
I'm not the one to say it. That was all you.
Who's the kid from Michigan they drafted last year? The interior.
The one that some Cowboys fans were trying to say was going to be better than Jalen Carter. Yeah.
Yeah. It was between him and the Oklahoma tackle, which is funny. Harrison. Neither one I thought was
it? Mozzie Smith. Yeah.
Mozzie
Smith. Yeah.
Not good, by the way, last year.
No, not whatsoever.
I'm seeing so many notifications on my Twitter. I can't look. It's blowing up.
Dude, don't even.
Well, we're not on the clock anymore.
And we're on a commercial.
Yeah,
NFL, we got so much money, man.
This is why people tip picks, because of this. This is why we have the rebellion. It's because of this.
Yeah, we're all just sitting on the rebel base in Star Wars. Tipping picks.
I can't believe they didn't have to trade at all, dude. I mean,
I just want to see it confirmed before I say anything.
I know.
I mean, it could be Johnny Newton, and we could be sitting here. It could be Cooper DeJean, and we could be sitting here, and
it could be Brian Thomas.
It's not going to be Brian Thomas. You keep saying Brian Thomas,
dude. It could.
They just signed AJ for $32 million a year,
but they could say 5 years of Thomas, Smith, and Brown together.
I mean, you trade Dallas immediately after that. Then, can't pay him too.
Well, Thomas is going to be cheap. He's going to be on a rookie deal. That doesn't impact that.
That's a good point. I have no arguments against your point.
What if it's Edgerrin Cooper? What would you think then?
If the Eagles pick Edgerrin Cooper,
I'd be upset. Because I like Edgerrin Cooper, but I'd be upset.
There's so much good defensive talent. Just say, I'm going to go with Johnny Newton here.
Please be Johnny Newton. Or an Arnold.
Those two make a lot of sense. Or
Arnold is Daniel Jeremiah's top player. His top 2 players available right now. So even if it's not for a need, BPA for Howie would be corner. Arnold's number 1 here for DJ. Quignon's 2.
You're going to get a top 15 player.
Yikes, I forgot about Chop. He's the one guy I'm worried about because he's a fastball on the edge, and that's what Howie likes.
I don't think so. After getting Bryce Huff.
And Nolan Smith, that feels redundant. Miami's pick is in. Still nothing, though. Of course, now is when it slows down, right before the Eagles pick.
We were cruising. But heck, man, we're only 10 picks away from this first round completely being over, which is banana land. Tomorrow's going to move even faster. Saturday's going to be a free-for-all.
Want to let everybody know again, we're going to have a reaction podcast tonight. So we will have a recorded show for audio and for YouTube as well, outside of our live show.
Subscribe while you're here. Subscribe while you're listening. Tell your friends.
All right, Gino Goodell's going to the podium. Here we go.
All right, man.
All right. Dude, they have their pick. They took the one guy that Howie could potentially get. The Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock.
Oh my God.
And Terry and Arnold
and fresh air. Oh
my
Terry
God.
and Arnold and Quinyon Mitchell have fallen into the Eagles' lap at 22.
Oh my God.
They do not need to trade up. Gino Camilleri, who is the corner you're selecting? If that's the pick,
it's got to be
Q. It's got to be Quinyon Mitchell. A Darius Slay clone.
No, dude. No way they took
This board has fallen better than any draft I've ever seen for the Eagles.
Yeah, really, Lou. Seriously, man. Like, to where the point where it's like, yeah, Johnny Newton, Cooper DeJean, Quinyon, Terry, and we picked Nate Wiggins a bunch of times here. Like, Graham Barton is still an offensive lineman that you could talk yourself into, but it's got to be
I can't see it.
Mitchell.
It's got to be a corner. There's no other pick that makes sense outside of, like, Johnny Newton. It's like he's the only, like, the receiver talk, like you said, it doesn't make sense because there would be no second contract. You can't take a first rounder.
Don't unmute your mic until I turn around, until you see my reaction.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. I heard you, like, breathing into the mic. I was like,
oh, okay. Yeah. I'm a heavy breather. You don't have to read into the breaths. There's nothing behind them. Just struggling. Allergies. It's just allergies. Yeah. Man.
Literally.
There's a little bit of stress, but because I don't know which corner it's going to be. I mean, this is just what an unreal dream scenario that's played out. If they can just finish the job,
For as many mock drafts as we went through, I didn't think that Terry and Arnold and Quinyon Mitchell would be on the board at 22. That's insane, dude.
I was nervous one of them might not be there at 12. I mean, you're going to have 50 and 53 to work with still.
They might trade up again. Like, they might trade up.
Go get both.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be something, huh?
Get rid of Slay. Get rid of Bradbury. Let's just go full on Arnold and Mitchell. Howie's on the phone. They just showed him on NFL Network. He looks happy.
Let's see.
Oh, Tyler Guyton's the only guy, and Johnny Newton that could.
Eagles War Room. Looking good, man. Jeffrey's on.
I have no idea which one.
On standby.
No idea. I mean, I don't care which one. If it's Arnold, fine. I'll take Arnold.
It's got to be Quinyon Mitchell, man.
It's got to be Quinyon Mitchell. Instant jersey purchase. I don't buy jerseys anymore. This would be the first jersey I think I get in a long time.
I can't read these guys in the war room. What they're
I can't
like.
either.
I can't. I tried to get.
I didn't see any fist bumps. Very reserved. That gives me lineman vibes, which makes me nervous.
Oh, Lou, don't even start with me, man. Don't even start.
All right.
Final guess, Lou.
All comes down to this. I'm going to say Terry and Arnold. Head says Arnold. Heart says Mitchell.
Yeah, I think same.
The Bama thing. Devontae Smith gave him a, endorsement. I think Vic Fangio would love that mentality. The leadership thing. I think they would really like that.
There's nothing else it can be other than corner, though. Like, there just can't be.
Newton or Guyton would be a stretch here. Even from a BPA perspective, DJ has Newton as the 7th best player available here, and Guyton right behind him at 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 6 and 7. The 6th and 7th best player available. Mitchell and Arnold, pick is in. Here we go. I got to stand a little bit.
That's what we do it for, man. Just wait till I turn back to the...
I got you. Don't worry. I got this. I got this.
You got to do the Devontae.
I'll do the Devontae.
Enjoy this moment, folks. This is cool. This is what we love this draft for, man. Like, we get to see somebody don this jersey hopefully in the next 5 to 15 years, realistically. And hopefully it's at a position that we've been talking about. And that's why we do the show. We think we know a little bit of something about the Philadelphia Eagles.
I'm going to do a Gronk spike, I think, if they take a corner. I got this football in my hand ready to go.
What if it's Nate Wiggins?
I didn't think of that scenario.
That one didn't play out for
Didn't we actually never mentioned? We always kept saying DeJean and Kool-Aid. I don't know. I'll let you know if that happens, what my reaction's going to be. Oh, man.
The pick is in, man. It feels surreal every year when it happens. I'm shocked they're picking at 22. I mean, that might be the biggest upset of the day.
I agree.
That they actually stood here and are picking.
Come on, man.
Hasn't happened since Jalen Reagor. Let's change our fortunes a little bit. I think Jacksonville's confident they were going to get their cornerback, and the Eagles are taking the one that they want. I think
so?
That's how it kind of all shook out.
Man.
My heartbeat's going nuts.
I know, me too, dude. I can't
don't have my
this.
Apple Watch on to tell either. It's got to be Quinyon Mitchell.
It's got to be Quinyon.
It's got to be Quinyon Mitchell, dude. It has to be.
You were dead last in passing categories, defensive passing categories.
Or we just don't know
costing you games. Maybe all these years they've been just saying this is who we are. We've been showing you for years. You've been trying to change us.
Yeah.
We're not. People don't change.
No,
but he does. He signed. Saquon was the sign he can change. He's not a gaslighter. Howie Roseman is not a gaslighter. I believe it.
He tells
my
you.
heart.
Yeah, we said that earlier. He tells you exactly what they're kind of going to do here. So time is moving so slow. Like,
yeah, this is crazy, man.
This is
like
terrible.
the longest 2 picks, of course. Here we go, man. I think he's headed out. Yep, here we go.
All
Good
right,
luck,
Luke,
brother. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
I got you.
Of course, Roger had to do this.
Come on. All right, Mailata's making the pick.
That's right. Matt Leo before him did absolutely nothing. Come on, Jay. Come on, Jay. The floor is.
We got our boy! Come on! Let's go! Grogspike! Let's go!
Kid. Hell yeah, man!
Come on!
He's better than your GM! I'll say it again! And 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 again! And again! He's better than your GM! He's gonna keep doing it! Q! Come on now, Quinn! Let's go!
This is the first time. This is the first time in my career of doing this podcast that the Philadelphia Eagles have taken the ultimate Lou DiBiase, like my number one player in this class. Howie Roseman can change. If he can change, you can change. What's the Rocky quote? We all can change. Rocky IV. He took a running back in free agency and paid him $12, $13 million a year. He has now taken a cornerback for the first time in the first round ever in his career, and it is a damn good one. Don't worry about the Toledo College background. Quinyon Mitchell is a 4-3 corner, elite in zone, a ball hawk, the best ball hawk of this class. He once had a game where he had 4 interceptions, showed at the Senior Bowl that he can play press, sticky man coverage. Just such a good player. Makes so much sense. Look at all the offenses that are having 2 to 3 studs at receiver. You need corners. And the Eagles don't have a long-term plan at corner. Now they do. Quinyon Mitchell, who, by the way, grew up loving Darius Slay. That's the guy he emulates his game after the most. I can't believe they didn't have to move up, Gino. Just, they got him to fall in their lap. Unbelievable.
For the folks saying anything negative about Quinyon Mitchell, oh, he's a workout warrior. Oh, he didn't play top competition. This is scouting, folks. I don't care what your helmet says. I don't care that Terry Arnold played down at Alabama. Quinyon Mitchell was an identified outlier that Howie Roseman said, we have a need. We have a position that there's a huge hole. We don't have anybody that is a top-level player. Darius Slay's going to be gone. James Bradbury's going to be gone. They haven't made a pick at cornerback in 20 years. That's the sunk cost fallacy, folks. Quit it. Quit it with they haven't taken a cornerback in 20 years. It just happened. They got Quinyon Mitchell. They got a player who's going to translate immediately to a Vic Fangio defense. Immediately. You want to talk playing boundary, the other side, away from Darius Slay? There's your guy. We talked this up. We wanted him, Lou.
I can't believe he's actually an Eagle. I am ecstatic. It's just unbelievable. And I had the opportunity to talk to him in Mobile and like hear the maturity and the way like he was even talking to me. One of our lockdown guys asked him a question about, because, you know, he's 6 foot, 195, not as physical probably as Terry Arnold. And he played a lot of zone. They asked him, like, what's going to happen when you cover these more physical receivers? And I loved hearing how he talked about playing them differently than other receivers. And it just like hearing his football IQ. It's just, this is such a good pick. And Howie Roseman this shouldn't surprise you as much as if he went linebacker or safety, because he's shown in the past that he does care about corner. He knows the value of it, but he's always gone in alternative routes and trading, signing big name free agents that are veterans, but he's never just taken a guy early that you know you're going to have long term. After 2 or 3 years, he's always had to have a new plan. In a corner, you don't want that consistent turnover, not in the modern day NFL. And he got just the ultimate lockdown.
Eagles got the top cornerback in the draft at 22 without having to move any assets. They didn't move a single asset.
Without moving a single asset. We have the 50th pick and 53.
Now you're playing with house money. Like, now those picks are house money. Like, you're going to have more selections than we thought. You thought you were going to have to get up to 12 to get Quinyon Mitchell. And you got the best you got the best guy that is going to translate into this scheme seamlessly. Take over for Darius Slay when he's inevitably gone. He's somebody that can tackle, somebody that can play press, somebody that can play zone, somebody that is going to have all of the ability to be the number 2 for you, Lou. Like, he's going to beat James Bradbury out of a job next year. There's no way you.
He's starting from day one. This is not a redshirt situation. It's Quinyon Mitchell on one side and Darius Slay on the other. And how cool is that? Again, because, dude, at the Senior Bowl, he mentioned Darius Slay's name at least 10 times. He continuously brought him up in the style of play, the way that he plays press, off coverage, the differences and how you approach things, how you approach different styles of receiver and watching their techniques. It was just so interesting to listen to. And the fact that you got those two now, it's a very Cam Jurgens, Jason Kelsey like thing, but they're going to be playing together like, well, Jurgens and Kelsey were last year. So I love that.
What did I say a couple weeks ago?
When Howie was talking about wanting a guy to learn behind a veteran, a legend.
Everybody was saying offensive line, they're going to take a guy to go behind Lane Johnson. And I said, hang on a second. Darius Slay and James Bradbury are 2 all-pro players, and I would say Slay is probably on his way to a Hall of Fame. What if it's cornerback? What if it's a guy in Quinyon Mitchell who fits the bill, Lou? Like, it's not that you overdrafted him. It's not that you threw out all these assets to get up to 12 and, like, we had to go and target this guy. You just waited and picked your guy. You got your guy. And I couldn't be happier. Couldn't be happier for you. Couldn't be happier for this show. Couldn't be happier for the Eagles. I couldn't be happier for Darius Slay to have somebody that he could
That's my favorite draft moment since they took Carson Wentz.
That's great, man.
That is my favorite moment. I mean, that I'll never forget that.
That's what we do it for.
Just what a night.
In your lifetime, dude. You haven't been an Eagles fan when the Eagles took a cornerback in the first
round.
And
every year I talk it to death, and it just has not happened since Sidney Jones in round 2 of 2017. And we thought that'd be a steal, and he was a top 10 prospect, but he tore his Achilles, so there were always questions about that. He had a whole red shirt rookie season. This is different. Quinyon's coming in. He's going to start right away. And, Gino, you've got a good corner room now with a lot of young talent. I imagine they get rid of Bradbury because you don't want an old, slow backup that doesn't play special teams. But you've got Isaiah Rodgers, who was reinstated, Keely Ringo, Eli Ricks, Avonte Maddox is back. You could still take another slot corner later in the draft if you want to. Like, this is a great situation. Suddenly, your defense has a lot of young talent. I mean, outside of linebacker, you were looking pretty good.
Talk about tenacity, versatility, physical ability between Quinyon and Darius Slay, and bring back Chauncey now. You throw Reed Blankenship and Sidney Brown like that. You have an attitude back there again, Lou. Like, you have a presence. Like, you know what you are probably going to be on the back end. And this was the right pick. Like, it was the right pick from the.
And I'm so glad it was him over Arnold. I had doubts. I really thought it was going to be Arnold, man. I really did.
Wouldn't have been a bad pick either. And
no, I would have been happy. I would have reacted almost as ecstatic. But Quinyon was, like, for Devontae, I'm sure if they took Waddle that year, you would have been happy, right? But Devontae was the guy. Quinyon, and for you too, was the guy. Couple Quinyon Mitchell stats here. In true top man coverage grades for PFF last year, he was ahead of Terrion Arnold and Nate Wiggins. Only Renardo Green, Kamari Lassiter, and Jerry Jones were ahead of him. So two of the FSU kids and then Kamari Lassiter. He recorded some of the best advanced coverage metrics of any corner over the last 2 years, according to Trevor Sycamore for PFF. Again, he had a game where he had 4 interceptions, man. Like, that's the best part of his game. Like, the 4.3 speed and the super game smart figure. Football IQ, the ability to play man and zone, but the ball skills, like, that's what this defense was missing so bad last year. And we said that when Chauncey came back, like, that was your playmaker in 2022. But Bradbury was getting picks too that year in Slay, and that went away last year. Quinyon and Chauncey coming back, turnovers are coming back. The turnover chain, like, get the masks back or whatever the turnover thing's going to be, because the ball's going the other way.
I hate comps, you know I do, but Daniel Jeremiah put one up there that said that he comped Quinyon to Jair Alexander, and it makes so much sense. Somebody who's around the ball, can play inside and out, is constantly getting their hands on the football, and is probably going to be somebody, much like an Asante Samuel, Lou, that is going to come up in some big situations and bring that ball back the other way. Like, that's the type of playmaker that you potentially are going to get in this guy. Somebody who crashes downfield like a lightning bolt. He's not afraid to come and tackle. We talked about why you might not like Nate Wiggins at that spot. You got the complete opposite of Nate Wiggins, somebody who's going to do exactly that for you. And who better to come into a building behind than Darius Slay? And say what you want about James Bradbury, but the knowledge that he's going to be able to give this kid and Quinyon Mitchell in a room that's going to drive competition, with Keely Ringo and all those guys in there. We'll see what happens at the slot, but man,
it's not over for Ringo or Rogers or Ricks or these young guys, because Gino, Darius Slay after this year is probably not going to be in Philadelphia. Like, there's another boundary spot that's there for the taking. This just gives you optionality, and Quinyon's going to hold down one of those spots. I didn't want to bank on Ringo and Rogers. Like, there's been some flashes in the pan with both, but not enough to say, like, that's our future. It's such an important, like, if it was safety and you had those style or caliber of players, you could kind of justify it, or linebacker. I'm still not comfortable, but at corner, like, you can't play around anymore. I was sick of playing around and the Band-Aid moves of signing a guy after in May, and yeah, maybe it works out, but you can't, that's not sustainable. Like, this is sustainable.
A year of outliers. Howie Roseman never signs running backs. Signed Saquon Barkley to one of the largest running back contracts you'll ever see.
Market inefficiencies. He saw this year in the draft, it was all offense.
Everybody's going to go offense.
Corner.
Let's go
and defensive line, let's go corner. Yep, and that's what I love about him, man.
In the draft.
He has his philosophies that he does not waver from. Trenches, quarterback, paying receivers. But what I love about Howie is he's self-aware. He's willing to say, oh, maybe the strategy isn't working anymore, and the league is going in another direction. Maybe I should go the other way. That's what I love about Howie. Like, he's not somebody that says, I will never take a corner in the first round. I will never pay a running back. Like, he's open-minded, and that, like you just said, like, this has been an offseason of outliers, and he's proven that, he's willing to do anything to get an advantage in this league. And again, it's not like he's zigging when the rest of the league is zagging at corner. Corner is so important. Look at the Bears receiving core. How are you going to defend with Bradbury and Rogers and Ringo? Like, you're going to go up against a Dunze, Keenan Allen, and DJ Moore with that? No way.
No chance, man. No chance.
Or Ayuk and Debo and Kittle? Look at what happened last year against San Fran and Dallas. That's all you need to know about how badly this team needed a corner. And a speed corner, too.
They got it, man.
They got it. Just a couple pick updates. Brian Thomas did go to the Jacksonville Jaguars, so Doug Peterson got his deep threat. The Detroit Lions just traded up to 24. So haven't really missed much. The draft is kind of slowing down for sure.
Detroit moved up to 24 with Dallas. I think they're going to probably pick Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, right? It's got to be.
Yeah.
That makes so much sense. They need a corner badly.
We're 4 hours into this. We still got to do a recording, man. Like I couldn't be happier, man. Like this is unbelievable.
All right, Gino, I'm gonna bounce out for a sec. I gotta record a quick now, but I will be right
for
back.
Sure.
All right,
folks. This is Alex Clancy, our host of Locked On Cardinals. Says, imagine the rosters the Eagles have had over the last handful of years with only one Super Bowl appearance to show for it, and they have Jonathan Gannon as their head coach. I just want to say that, but. Man, what a night. What a night for us Eagles fans, man. Like, 20 years ago, Lito Shepherd, Sheldon Brown. You haven't seen a first-round pick since then at the cornerback position. Second-round picks you've seen, Nate Allen, Jaquan Jarrett. Like, you haven't seen good football players like Quinyon Mitchell come into this building. As big of a fan of Sidney Jones as I was, and Lou loved Rasul Douglas. Like, those weren't the caliber of player that Quinyon Mitchell is. And you have to take the idea of not scouting the uniform. This time of year is about looking at the player, removing all outside narratives. Strip away what you knew before. If you turned on the tape and showed me Quinyon Mitchell and Terrion Arnold and the rest of the corners in this group, I'm going to tell you that the guy out of Toledo is the best one. I don't care where he's playing. Like, I don't care where he is. He can tackle. He's around the football. What more do you want? The Eagles, they need that at cornerback. You watch James Bradbury get absolutely decimated by some of the lesser wide receivers in this league, man. And you saw Leotis McKelvin in 2015 on one leg trying to run and track guys downfield. And I was lucky enough to witness the Bobby Taylor years and the Sheldon Brown and Lito Shepherd and Troy Vincent in this room that is just like everybody made everybody else better. That hasn't happened. That hasn't happened at the cornerback position in quite some time. And now they're there again. Like, what's going to happen day one at training camp, man? Like, these guys, corners like talking. Like, that competition is going to be, it's pretty live. That competition is going to be really live in the best way. In the best way. Anybody else telling you it's a bad pick? I don't know what to say. Like, what could you have wanted the Eagles to do here? He runs a 4-3-3. He could tackle. He intercepts the football 4 times in one game. It's pretty good. Doesn't matter what school you play at. Comes down to the Senior Bowl. Plays press. Plays man. And now you have him to pair with Chauncey. You have him to pair with Avante and these guys on the inside. And Isaiah Rodgers is back into the equation now. Like, This is going to be. I was saying while you were gone, Lou, like, I was lucky enough to see the early 2000s Eagles, but like, you haven't had a competition, a legit competition that is going to make each of these guys better with legitimate players in quite some time. Like, it's been nearly 20 years, man. Nearly 20 years.
I don't remember. And they've been top heavy. They've had some good talent, but to have this many options, especially the age, like, it's such a good position to be in for sure. What are you thinking? Not to move forward too quickly, but 50 and 53, like, they have both seconds still. I mean, I didn't think they were going to be able to have their cake and eat it.
I think we're talking about a trade up for an offensive lineman at some point tomorrow, like into the mid 40s. Like, at some point, Tyler Guyton's got to come off the board. Like, JPJ is your second pick in this draft would be not a bad pick. Like, if that was a guy.
Graham Barton he's been taken. No, he's still available.
Roger Rosen. Yeah, he hasn't been picked. There hasn't been any selection since you walked away, which is shocking.
Yeah, it's definitely slowed down a bit.
You missed
Roger Rosengard, another tackle I like from Washington. Athletic.
Did you see what Alex Clancy said in our lockdown chat? I'm putting him on blast.
I did not.
He got smart. Said with all the Eagles rosters that they've had over the couple years, they've only had one Super Bowl to show for it. Says a guy that is watching Jonathan Gannon coach his team. I'm like, oh, pretty cool.
Nothing can kill the vibe tonight, Gino.
No,
Nothing.
not at all. Like he could take his loser Twitterless victory lap, but that's all right. Sorry, Clancy. All good fun. Lions are up. They got to be taking Tarian.
Outside of the AJ Brown trade, Gino, like I don't think a moment has, for me at least, topped that on our live shows. I don't know. Devontae was great, but
Tarian, dude, the Eagles got their guy at the perfect time. Tarian Arnold's off the board. You didn't have to move, and you still got in the cornerback run before the cornerback run happened. And Lou, we were talking about moving a second-round pick and then some to go up to 12 before this.
I was willing to give up 50 or 53 and more. I mean, the trade we did on Mock Draft Monday, we gave up the 4th-round pick, too, for Quinyon Mitchell. Or was it Arnold or Mitchell? I think it was
Arnold. Yeah,
it was
Arnold. Moved up for Arnold. And the Eagles got... I'm like at the maniacal laughing point like I was with Jalen Carter last year. Like the Eagles...
It feels the same like we robbed the NFL.
You let the best cornerback in the league, who's a top 15 player all day long, fall. Because teams wanted to overdraft offensive line. And Michael Penix, Lou, like, hell yeah, Michael Penix, you helped us get here, man. Bo Nix.
Well, that's the thing is, like, it just kept going quarterback, receiver, and tackle. I mean, that was just the entire first round. And then we thought a little defensive run could start, and it just went, what was it? Latu, Murphy, and Turner, and then it stopped. And then we had Verse. We had Verse go in front, too.
This is from our friend Jeff Kerr over at CBS. The Eagles cornerbacks, Darius Slay, James Bradbury, Quinyon Mitchell, Avonte Maddox, Keely Ringo, Eli Ricks, Isaiah Rodgers, Josh Jobe, Zach McPherson, Tyler Hall. I mean, you're 9 deep. There's going to be a competition, man. And this is the league that you're in. You're in a league that you have to defend.
I think they're all fighting for 3 and 4 at this point.
And look at who teams around your division or players around your division that you're going to have to defend, like CeeDee Lamb. They didn't have anybody that could defend him last year, Lou. Like, he's probably going to be first up after Darius Slay to be that guy to get that assignment. And the Terry McLaurins of the world. And now you got to go out there and defend Malik Neighbors, right? So all of a sudden, you're sitting there and you made the right selection all along. You made the best pick you could make, Lou, and they didn't have to move. It feels so surreal that in 2 years in a row, to acquire arguably the best defensive player on your board, I bet Quinyon Mitchell was the best defensive player on their board. Like, I would be hard-pressed to argue.
I'd imagine. I think he was the best player available on most boards.
Because if the other guys were, they probably are moving up. Like, they're probably shooting up the board to go and get him, right? Like, if they're going to target that guy. And they didn't have to move at all. They didn't have to move at all. And 50 and 53 are going to be such a plus. I think a trade up and a trade down are most likely what's going to happen. For the second
I would
time,
like to get it. I would like to get back in the 3rd round. I think that's a focus.
Yes. Yeah. At some point, like you're not going to go from 53 to 120 without making a selection, right? Like there's no way that's going to happen.
Right. I don't think so. I think the next position I would love is linebacker for an Edgerrin Cooper, but I think you're right. They're going to probably, like, offensive line, they know they're thin there for depth. I think they're going to want a versatile player there.
We didn't get Asante Samuel Jr. when you wanted him.
I'll take this. This is the same level. It's
got to be, right? Like, it's a very similar type of player. Like, a little bit bigger, can tackle on an island.
Because I don't think there was a corner last year. Asante and Mitchell were my two favorite corner prospects of the last.
You didn't have to overdraft Chop. You didn't overdraft another offensive lineman. You didn't talk yourself into Cooper DeJean. Awesome.
Because I would have had to talk myself into it a little bit, I think. With McKinstry and DeJean, there were things I liked about them, but I wasn't in love with any of those guys.
There was only 2. It was Tarian Arnold and it was Quinyon Mitchell all day long. And now, Lou, 50 and 53, after you make the cornerback selection, let me ask you this. In such a deep corner class, what if they went with another one?
Like Max Melton? Can you imagine Max Melton in the slot, Quinyon Mitchell on the outside, Darius Slay on the outside? Vontae Maddox is only on a 1-year deal. He never stays healthy. You don't really. You still don't have a true slot.
Zags.
You still do not have a true slot backup. I mean,
Zags
Isaiah
and
Rodgers,
everybody
somebody
else
they
zags.
project could play inside, but and you're not doing the Bradbury thing like you did last year again,
No,
right? I can't imagine.
you can't do that again.
Would they
right?
consider that? I don't think so. I mean, they were willing to last year.
This feels surreal. Like I'm
can't
really
believe
just
it.
processing. Like we spent all this time and energy like trying to will this into existence, and for once we didn't jinx it.
It's never. This is the first time it's ever. They have had some like
Never.
my guys like Quez
Yeah.
Watkins, Moro Ijomo last year. I mean, I guess you could say
I mean,
Devontae,
that's
but
on
not.
their ball, dude.
This is like the guy, the number one player, like instant
At
favorite
22.
player on the team.
But nobody made nobody forced the Eagles' hand. Like you're not bluffing the Eagles. Like, oh, we're gonna get Q. Like we want you to move up. Like nobody was saying that. Was that had to be the Howie Roseman smokescreen all along? That they're
Probably.
moving up. They're moving up. They're moving up, and the Eagles don't move up, and they just had their guy fall to them. That's pretty nuts.
The draft has certainly slowed down. I mean,
Yeah.
this is what.
Pick 25. Green Bay's up. Got 7 left. I mean, I don't think anything's going to top the excitement that we just went through. Like that was
No, nothing will.
I
think
surreal.
Broke my microphone. Just kidding.
Did you?
Just from screaming into it. It just
Attaboy.
overmodulated to it. Ooh, Kirk Cousins going to demand a trade Sam Bradford style the minute he signs an extension like a month later. I think
Me
people
too,
remember
fella.
that. People forget about that whole drama. Like Bradford, the minute they took Wentz, was like, "I'm out. Get me out of here." He didn't show up to camp for a bit.
What about tomorrow, Lou? What do you think?
All right, I would say preference would love to target Edgerrin Cooper with this next pick if he doesn't go for the rest of tonight. I would like
Good.
linebacker. I know they're going to take offensive line though. They're not leaving tomorrow without a lineman.
No, there's absolutely no way. We said in any combination, it would probably be cornerback, probably go offensive line.
Yep.
I think there's a steep drop off on the defensive line. We'll see what happens here with the Packers. Got to be Cooper DeJean. Oh no!
There's a weird.
Oh no!
People said Jordan Morgan might slip into day one at the
Uh-huh.
end, so this doesn't shock me. That would have been the pick I would have lost
Oh,
my mind.
no.
Gino, can you imagine if that's the Eagles pick? That would have been the one where I lose my over Tyler Guyton.
DeJean was there. It was the match made in heaven. The match made in football heaven. Lou, tomorrow could be good because we still haven't seen this second run of wide receivers happen yet. We thought
Right.
teams might overdraft Xavier Worthy, might overdraft A.D. Mitchell. There's going to come a point within the next 7 picks or so, probably early day 2, that these guys start to go. Like Troy Franklin comes off the board. And then what happens? The linebackers start to fall. Some pass catchers are probably going to go off the board faster than we thought. So what do? You zag when everybody else zags. That's what Howie Roseman is doing. You have to go market inefficiency the rest of the way here. You have to.
I'm kind of cool with receiver. I think receiver would be really interesting.
Add a third.
Like, or just like tomorrow, a Malachi Corley.
That's a little early.
You think so at 50 or 53? I don't know. What are the receivers are
I don't know.
available?
I'm trying to
Worthy's still on the
process.
board.
Like, yeah,
Xavier
that
Worthy's still available. A.D.
This-
Mitchell still
this
available.
second-
Xavier Leggett. There's some
dude.
good
Nate
options.
Wiggins is still on the board. DeJean still. Like, there's so many top level guys. I mean, Johnny Newton not being picked yet. I could see him going here. To
I would
Tampa.
like Newton tomorrow, but I think he's still going to go tonight.
Like, man, like a player like Marshawn Nealand is going to be a steal tomorrow, and Darius Robinson is going to be on the board, and these offensive linemen. Like, yeah, there goes Jordan Morgan, but like, when does Kingsley Suamatia go? And Tyler Guyton is still out there. Like, thank God we didn't draft one of those guys with these guys on the board, Lou. With
Right.
Quinyon Mitchell on the board, you draft Jordan Morgan. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine that, dude?
What a night. What a night. Shout out Shane. Appreciate you, man.
Shout out everyone. Please subscribe.
Yeah,
subscribe.
You guys were incredible today. Honestly, this was probably my favorite live draft show we've ever done.
Oh,
just from like an
doubt.
interaction perspective, like just Gino's friends tuning in, some of my friends coming in. I think I saw my mom commenting.
People
for a
from Australia. We had Canadians. We had people all over the world, man. Like 4 hours and 15 minutes, and we started out with extending AJ Brown, and then you walk away with Quinyon
what a
Mitchell,
night.
Man.
They pay AJ Brown. And then they get a guy that can stop an A.J. Brown type.
Dallas traded back again. Oh, no, Dallas traded to 29. That's right. But
so
no, we will have – go ahead.
I made my big board, and I combined I assumed the top 6 picks were going to be 4 quarterbacks and then Harrison and Neighbors. So I ranked 26 players after that the Eagles could take. So I combined like best player available, need, positional value, depth of class. The only player I had ahead of Quinyon Mitchell on my board, he was number 2 on my board, Rome Odunze. That's it.
Yeah.
Like the only player, if the Eagles had their pick, both of them in a vacuum, I'm taking Odunze just because of just filthy. But Mitchell was my number 2.
And they got him.
And maybe there was a little like need probably in my preference definitely went into play there, but I don't think it's crazy to say that in a draft where like Gino after pick like 8 or 9, a lot of these prospects very close together. I feel like there wasn't he was in a
tier above everybody else when you're looking at that. Same with Terry and Arnold, right? Like he was a tier 1 guy for me. There were no other tier 1 guys on the board at that point besides Cooper DeJean. It's a great selection. It's a great selection, and I think the excitement was warranted. Like we had been wanting this forever. Like you haven't seen it in your lifetime. We're going to be able to break down after the show a first round pick at cornerback, and never have I been able to do that. Yeah, it never happened in your life. And for once, like Howie didn't overthink it. He didn't get cute, and like he didn't move down. Like he stood, took his guy.
This is old school Howie going with Toledo. No Bama, no Georgia. But again,
we're back, baby.
You can't, like Gino always says, you can't scout the helmet. And Quinyon Mitchell, there's nothing about his game that says small school can't project to the next level. Again, the Senior Bowl is not something that you only use that as part of the process. Same with the Combine and Pro Days. But seeing him down there going up against the Roman Wilsons and the Ricky Parasols and Xavier Legette, who's a more physical receiver that he didn't really go up against a lot in college. Seeing him go up against those guys and strap them, that for me was like all you needed to know. And there's just nothing about his game that won't translate. So you don't yes, of course, as me and Gino mentioned earlier in the show, Bama guys I'm sure have an advantage. If you're great at Bama versus being great at Rice, of course that's going to play a part in this. But it's only one small part. So I'm glad he's not suddenly married to only SEC, only this, only that. Howie's not only anything, which is what I again love about him.
Yeah, he's like an amoeba. He kind of just changes shape as kind of things. I mean, he is like, how do you put into context somebody that has 15 years of examples and like every year has been completely different? And you got a guy that we had this discussion before. If it came down to it and they were like 1A, 1B, you can't separate them. Yeah, you take the SEC guy. To me, making that selection over Terry and Arnold, you had him that much higher on your board than Terry and Arnold. Like it was clear in a way the pick. Like there was no decisiveness. Like, well, we'll take one or the other. Like I can't wait to hear what Howie Roseman has to say about it. I'm sure he'll say, yeah, that was our guy. We went and got our guy. But it truly feels like they sat there and got their guy. Like with Jalen Carter last year, like they sat there and got their guy. And like everybody's saying they were going to trade up. The target was correct. It was Quinyon Mitchell. A lot of people were connecting them to Quinyon Mitchell. And look what happened. They didn't even have to move up and they got him.
Unbelievable. All right, the Buccaneers are on the clock at 26. So to our viewers, I think we'll probably go for another 5 minutes. I do have a lockdown show to jump onto. Then Gino, I have our recap show. So we're probably going to wrap things up in a few minutes here. But want to let you know, make sure you subscribe to Locked On Eagles on YouTube because we're going to have a recap show recorded and posted on YouTube soon. And then we'll have it's going to be available on all audio platforms as well. So, and then we'll be back tomorrow. We've got our Bleacher Report show at 11 a.m. We're going to be churning out a lot of content on Twitter. All of my best players available left for day 2, as I always do. So But again, we still have over 100 people watching right now. We've said it a lot tonight. Thank you so much. Like this has been very memorable.
Yeah, this is what I have dreamed of, man. Just like sitting behind a computer to talk about the Eagles every single day, and like, what are we gonna do after we get off of this? We're gonna go and talk about the Eagles. And
we had people from Australia tuning in, Scotland. Shout out to our guys in Scotland.
Subscribe. It'll pop right up onto your YouTube. It'll pop right up onto your Spotify. And
shout out to our boys from New Jersey tuning in.
Follow us on Twitter, Lockdown Birds at GC24_football at DBACLOE. Follow all the Locked On podcast shows, all the Sixers fans out there. Big night for the boys. They go out there and we got lacrosse highlights on NFL Network. Now
I was going to say, that's for you. I was waiting for you to notice that.
We're at that point in the draft. Who's this? Graham Barton with a little long pull action? Oh, yeah. Heck yeah, man. Lacrosse highlights on NFL. This is truly my night, man. This is the best thing that we do. The best thing that we do. Santa is real. That might be the takeaway of this. Santa is real.
Santa is real.
But for the two people that blew the picks, like
gone forever.
Yeah, I hope like every fast food order you ever order is wrong. I hope there's like a chirping alarm in your house that you can't find.
Tip too, man. Penix, the most shocking pick of the draft.
Yeah, you probably ruined like all the good shows for your friends too. Like I'm sure you're a great time at parties.
Hashtag Santa is real.
I know.
Appreciate you, Justin. Appreciate you, Sean.
Ooh!
Wow.
Did I jinx that into existence? I said he'll be a steal tomorrow.
Felt like he was going to squeak into the end of day one. Inside-out versatility, killed at the Senior Bowl. He won a Senior Bowl Player of the Week, regardless of position. That's a guy right there.
Hell of a suit, brother. That's a hell of a suit right there. I can't wait to see what Buffalo.
Cardinals had a good draft. I got to see this Bills pick. Well, let's stay for the Bills and Cowboys pick.
My two favorite teams.
Your two least favorite teams.
Ted E says, I just heard Atlanta didn't tell Cousins they were going quarterback. Oh, it sounds very Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love-esque.
Dude, I wouldn't have signed with Atlanta if I knew they were going. Because now that sounds like a 1-year thing. Right? There's no way if Penix sits for 2 years, he's going to be, 27, 28 years old?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, first round takeaway.
Santa is real.
Guy and Santa is real. Yeah.
That's a lockdown motto. Santa is real. If you're an everydayer and you were here, you know what Santa is real is all about. Yikes. All right, Lou, we're close to home in Buffalo.
I would say it's A.D. Mitchell or Xavier Legette.
And if this is a wide receiver, folks, Lou is going to go on a little tangent about teams selecting best player available.
Just give me about 3 minutes. That's why I wanted to stick around. Although I'm still waiting on the lockdown guys, so I might, just stay on until the end of round one.
I'm good with that, man.
Yeah,
we'll have a Thursday show, and then we'll have a Friday show for you as well, recapping tomorrow's picks, I'm assuming.
We'll recap
a little later than we expected, but this is draft season, folks. If you're going to go to sleep after this, I don't know how. Like, give me your techniques, give me your breathing
techniques. And if you do, we've got one bright and early for you for your morning commute. We've got you.
Oh, yeah. Yes, we'll be on BR tomorrow as well in the morning. I can't wait for Saturday. I'll be at the TV all day Saturday. Hopefully we get a couple CGS
Gino's
guys
day is day 3.
Oh, yeah. Today is great. Like, I love the show of it, right? Like, you get this is the Super Bowl of the draft, but the next 2 days is the bread and butter. Like, that's team building. Like, even UDFA territory. Like, that's where it really gets fun. And now this is where the draft gets fun, man. Like, the Darius Robinson selections. Like, this is now a cup of tea. Like, pick what you want.
Can you imagine if the Eagles do go linebacker in one offseason, they would have paid a running back double-digit millions of dollars, taking a corner in round 1 and a linebacker in day 2? Just your total Groundhog Day type of offseason.
Watch out for a tight end selection tomorrow.
Ooh, like a JT Sanders or Ben
Sinnott.
I like Ben Sinnott. I'm starting to like him, Gino, more than Sanders. I'm coming around on your end of things.
I love Ben Sinnott, man. Like, he's a really good,
Who would
really
the Bills
good
receiver be here? I'm surprised they didn't trade up to try to get Brian Thomas.
I said earlier it was AD.
Xavier Worthy doesn't make much sense between Shakir and Curtis Samuel both being more inside receivers. A.D. Mitchell makes sense. There's some concerns. The Bills traded down with the Chiefs. The Chiefs are now on the clock.
Ooh.
They're going to get Xavier Worthy, dude. This is the Worthy pick. I can see the Bills going with Lad McConkey.
If it's Worthy, I'm going to be really mad that I didn't make that wager over at FanDuel that I told you about.
I think McConkey's going to this. This might be a run on receiver. KC could take one. Baltimore, San Fran, and Buffalo. Lad's going, I think, Gino.
This is where the second round
if I had to pick 3 receivers that go before this night ends, I would say Worthy, Mitchell, and McConkey.
Dude, you know what's funny about this is me and my buddy Dom, who were in the chat, we were talking earlier about how people on the East Coast, like, they're like, oh, I can't wait for my team to pick, and then I can go to bed. Well, the Bills fans have to wait till the very last selection of the first round, man. That's rough.
Appreciate you, D. Since COVID. Appreciate that. Crazy time. Honestly, one of my favorite times, though, podcasting, at least. I think that got us all through a lot, so we appreciate you.
I can't wait for Dallas to overdraft.
Thanks, Mom.
lineman. Yeah.
Appreciate you, Matt.
Always burning it. We're night owls here. I'm not a morning guy.
I'm off tomorrow. I'm good.
Oh yeah, this is.
Lou's got a day job still. What else we got here? What receiver makes the most sense for each team? For Kansas City, I would say Worthy. For Baltimore, I'd say Leggett.
See, you say
Leggett
the
or
Leggett,
Leggett?
Xavier
Leggett?
Leggett. I say Leggett. Leggett.
Leggett.
Leggett. Look at that. Leggett run.
Sounds weird, but
I'm just gonna leg it out.
Mitchell makes sense a little bit there too. I'm surprised they extended Bateman, by the way. I like Bateman. His separation numbers are great. He just has like no chemistry with Lamar.
What if Dallas goes pass catcher? Like, what if they draft A.D. Mitchell?
I could see that.
Like, they just draft the Texas kid.
That would check out. McConkey, such a Shanahan guy.
Lad.
Right?
Yeah. They're going to have to bring in somebody for Bo.
I think the Bills would go Mitchell or Leggett.
Oh, you said Shanahan. I was thinking of Mike Shanahan for some reason.
No. San Fran for you.
And it's probably past the point of an Ayuk trade, I would say.
Yeah, no veterans traded today so far.
Oh. That's what I was saying. Like, I think the trades are more than likely going to happen on day 3, like the Swift trade last year.
Ted writes in, I don't understand why Buffalo's helping KC. I agree.
No,
I'm not trying to let them
trade up
get
for Pat
Worthy.
Mahomes.
Fair. Is Dallas taking Guyton? I could totally see that.
Yep. Or Jackson Powers Johnson.
Very curious which receiver KC. They probably want to get back to. That's the thing with they had no vertical game last year, and Mahomes, you just had this like nuke you couldn't use, and now they got Hollywood, and if you get Worthy,
that's why the thing about
Travis Kelce
adding Hollywood, it's like, would they want a complimentary guy to Hollywood?
But
like,
the Chiefs have done this before with double speed. Like they had Tyreek Hill, and then they spent a 2 on Mecole Hardman.
I mean, Xavier can run routes. Like the kid, he's got some wiggle to his game for sure. I mean,
yeah, I think Reed likes.
You're giving up a
guys.
lot of size on the outside, though. Like that's a lot of size to give up.
But they've never really been a big receiving group. Like they had Tyreek Hill and like MVS. Well, after Tyreek Hill,
I think the Rashee Rice thing like definitely like throws a
it's interesting because if they could get him back and you have Rice, Worthy, and Hollywood with Kelce, like good lord, dude,
that's a pretty good group.
The safest pick for the Chiefs would be McConkey. Are you concerned about the Mitchell effort stuff?
I don't know what to believe from anonymous scouts.
Yeah, it's tough. Especially when you're not on the inside and you can't like watch his process. It's kind of hard to really know.
I think being an anonymous anything is just
I agree.
Yeah. Santa's
Why me and Alshonimus had beef for a while. Even if you're justified and you're right about something, if you're anonymous, I just instantly don't respect you. Like, he was right. He went with someone that hurts too much.
So, like, what if, like, in Avengers Infinity War, like, they got an anonymous tip that Thanos was about to attack? Yeah, and they're like, nah, Lou wants us to disregard the anonymous tip. Like, we could have got ahead of schedule.
Say it with your name, man.
And I still don't think it was Alshon that said it.
It was, dude. Who do you think it was?
Maybe it was Carson Wentz. Like, maybe he, like, big brain
sabotage.
Yeah, he just big brain.
You're giving him too much credit. All right, let's see.
Damn it.
Why would the Bills?
Why did I not make a bet? Why did I not make that bet, dude? That was free money, man. That was free money. But why would Buffalo do that? Why would you do that? The Bills are just unserious.
They're so dumb, dude.
The Bills are unserious.
Why? Here, guys, here's Tyreek Hill 2.0. Just on a platter for Pat Mahomes. We can't beat you, so here's just the fastest receiver of all time in the combine.
Here's Pat Mahomes. You can trade up into our spot and take him, and then here's Xavier.
Oh, you got Hollywood? You want another one?
Yeah, go ahead.
We don't want him anyway. Just unreal. And maybe they were going to get Worthy anyway, and the Bills knew they'd get their guy, and it's win-win. I mean, but, dude, you don't help the only team that's in your way for a Super Bowl, basically.
Unserious franchise.
Mahomes, Pacheco, Worthy, Marquise Brown. Just another reason you need corners, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, like who's going to run with that?
Look at all the teams with these stud duos. And, of course, that's unproven, but my God.
You got to be pretty happy if you're Xavier Worthy at this point in time, I would say.
Yeah, what a perfect spot for him. In Andy Reid's offense?
Yes, Dom, we're laughing at the Buffalo Bills for just handing.
Andy Reid got his new D-Jacks.
Yeah. Literally. That's the exact conversation they had in that room.
And D-Jack said Worthy is so similar to him.
Dude, yeah, that's literally who he copied his game after. I mean, probably a better route runner initially than D-Jax, I would say.
My Bills friends are texting me. They think the Bills are going to take Cooper DeJean. That's such a Sean McDermott player, too. They need safety help. They lost Poyer and Hyde. If they don't take a receiver.
You against the world, brother. You against the world. You Khalil Shakur against the world.
My boy Curtis Samuel, just the Jon Snow gif. I'll do it myself. Or that's Thanos.
Oh, I forgot he went there. That's a okay addition, but
not wide receiver one.
Lose your center. Lose your two safeties. Lose Trey White.
They got Zool though.
I know that team better than their fans do. It's a shame.
Your disdain for the Bills is hilarious.
But I'm always right.
You were not for years, actually, and then you came back.
Yeah, Josh Allen hasn't won anything.
I'm so wrong about Josh Allen.
He hasn't won anything, Lou.
You thought he was terrible, dude. I'll never forget being at the game with you in 2019. The first incompletion of the game, you're already standing up.
He fumbled it, and I said Josh Allen stinks.
It was hilarious. I thought you were going to get tossed 2 minutes into the game.
That's Buffalo fans. Well, Doc's my home address after the game, but I won't say nothing to me in person.
Crazy. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
All right.
in-person behavior.
Yeah. Dallas on the clock here. I think this will be Guyton, and then it could be receiver. Oh no, Goodell dropped the card on Dallas, of course.
Come on, Jura.
Oh, he's got a bad back too. He just had back surgery. Poor Goodell.
Cry me a river.
He had to bend down. All right, let's see this pick.
I mean, it just had to be.
Yeah, it's so obvious.
It had to be. All right, Bryce Huff. All right, Nolan Smith. There's your guy. There's your guy.
Yeah, after losing Tyron.
Yeah, they had to.
Yeah.
So Tyler Guyton. Poor JPJ. Thought he'd work his way into the round one.
Yeah, I thought I projected that too after February. I was like, he's a top 25 player, but
Cooper DeJean, still not picked. Nate Wiggins, still not picked. Johnny Newton, still not picked. Johnny Newton
only one defensive tackle.
I think Johnny Newton's the best player besides Cooper.
San Fran did lose Armstead. Maybe they go that route next to Hargrave.
Buffalo could use some help on the interior as well, for being honest. I mean, you just lose Jordan Phillips, right?
Yeah, they do have Ed Oliver, Daquan Jones, but, I mean, they could use a guy. Daquan Jones isn't really a pass rusher like Newton is. All right, Gino, I do got to bounce for the Locked On show.
All right.
So, if you want to keep going or
no, yeah, well, let's just hang it up and then
all right, everybody, thank you. Quinyon Mitchell is a Philadelphia Eagle. We have more to talk about though about this draft pick. We're gonna have a recorded show for you dropping very soon, within an hour and a half, 2 hours at the most. Be ready, it'll be dropping at least latest for you in the morning for your drive to work. Quinyon Mitchell is a Philadelphia Eagle, and they didn't have to trade up the 22nd overall pick.
We got him. Santa's not real. Santa is real, rather. But thank you guys. Seriously, thank you.
Yeah, 5 hours live, and you guys were with us the entire
Hundreds
way.
of people joining us. Like, go Birds all the way, man. Best
Go
fans
Birds
on earth.
All right, we'll be back. Thanks, guys.